Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 951 3 Reasons for Samsung Pictures Investment. No strings attached, just 10 million. Ronald was astonished by TriStar's strong and straightforward investment intention from this complex joint venture. Did they really trust him that much? He'd never received such a thing from other film studios. TriStar got its name because when it was founded in 1982, it had three main shareholders. The only film company among the shareholders was Columbia Pictures, which had just been acquired by Coca-Cola and become a wholly owned subsidiary. Due to various internal political struggles, there was a significant conflict between the original Columbia faction and the Coca-Cola faction, which ousted the capable president, Frank Price, the only person in Hollywood who read his own scripts, from Columbia. When Price was still president of Columbia, he felt that the conflict between the two factions was too great, and the ever-increasing film production costs were a major headache. At that time, a large number of middle managers parachuted into Coca-Cola headquarters also wanted to make films but lacked sufficient budgets. So, in 1982, on the eve of his departure, he facilitated a deal. At that time, HBO and CBS, two television networks looking to enter the film production market and increase their broadcast content, agreed to establish a joint venture, TriStar Pictures. Columbia Pictures would provide production capabilities, HBO would provide cable television distribution, and CBS would provide public television channels, a win-win situation for all three. However, reality proved harsh. Both cable and broadcast television networks needed a large number of mediocre films to fill their broadcast time slots. Columbia Pictures' strategy, on the other hand, prioritized quality over quantity. Producing around 15 films a year had already consumed a large portion of their funds raised from the Edificio Delphi Fund on Wall Street. Disagreements over the quantity and quality of productions among the three parties led to CBS and HBO withdrawing from the joint venture in 1985 and 1986, respectively. Thus, TriStar Pictures went from a joint venture to a wholly owned subsidiary of Columbia Pictures. What was originally an arrangement to keep both management teams occupied had become a superfluous burden. Coca-Cola, the parent company, could not tolerate such waste and invested $50 million to further increase its stake in TriStar Pictures at $15 per share, becoming its largest shareholder. The primary intention behind this capital increase was to revitalize Samsung's profitability. Samsung's management, originally parachuted in from Coca-Cola, were highly motivated and signed contracts with two mid-sized Hollywood production companies, Kiraco and Heimdall, to handle their distribution. Those two companies had already distributed critically acclaimed and commercially successful films like First Blood III and The Last Emperor. They were poised for a major push, collaborating with Samsung Pictures to continue producing sequels to the Rambo and Terminator film series. However, what struck was not a favorable film market, but a Wall Street stock market crash. Coca-Cola's stock price stagnated. The stock, which had maintained a growth rate of over 30% for the past few years, rose by less than 1% in 1987 compared to the previous year. While avoiding losses during a crash was considered a victory, Coca-Cola was still implementing various austerity measures. The unprofitable film business was the first to be adjusted. In any case, its two film companies, Columbia and Samsung Pictures, were terrible investments. Coca-Cola decided to restructure Samsung Pictures, injecting the assets of the former Columbia into Samsung Cinemas. And they renamed TriStar Pictures to Columbia Entertainment, making it the parent company of Columbia Pictures. TriStar Pictures was retained as a label, but to ensure the continuity of audience reputation, it was kept as such. Thus, the first large-scale integrated film production and distribution company established in 30 years ceased its operation as a separate entity. The company that approached Ronald this time, wanting to invest in Sybil Shepherd's new film, was actually Columbia Entertainment, operating under the TriStar brand. The decision was made by their new president, Don Steele. To Ronald's surprise, Don Steele, despite having a man's name, was actually a middle-aged beauty. She was sexy and outgoing, and when she met with Ronald to discuss business, she clearly expressed her ideas right away. My goal is clear: to give women their due place in Hollywood. I've promoted qualified women to positions like head of marketing and production. They've been held back for too long by Hollywood's deep-seated discrimination. This film, Afterlife, is right up my alley. Films that reflect women's work-life balance are rare in recent years. So I'm considering investing in it. As long as Sybil Shepherd plays the lead, she'll have enough appeal. I'll find a male lead who's a good match for her, like her longtime collaborator Ryan O'Neal. So, Ms. Steele, how do you plan to allocate production power between My Daydream and TriStar Pictures? Ronald looked at the plan proposed by the other party. This new president, who had just taken over at the end of last year, replacing David Putnam who ousted Frank Price, didn't seem to be someone who had no concept of film production. Ryan O'Neal, whom she had found, was one of Hollywood's most popular and handsome stars in the late 1970s. He was also director Peter Bogdanovich's favorite leading man, while Sybil Shepherd was his favorite leading lady. They had acted in several films together. Although the box office wasn't very successful, critics loved the chemistry between the handsome man and beautiful woman, so casting them again as a middle-aged couple might be a good idea. I want TriStar Pictures to take the lead in production, while Daydream retains the production rights and the highest priority in profit sharing, Dan Steele stated bluntly. Emil Adorino from our company will be the director, Ronald stated his condition. Actually, I originally intended for Peter Bogdanovich. He works very well with both leads. But recently, his performance has disappointed me. Dan Steele was referring to the film Bogdanovich directed for Laurentiis, which had been poorly made because Laurentiis drastically reduced the budget just before filming. So I can agree to give your Emil Adorino a chance, but I have one condition: you have to participate in the pre-casting process and act as a producer. Otherwise, I can't afford to give him such a large investment for his debut film. A very fair condition, Ronald thought for a moment and agreed. Emil Adorino was actually quite capable, and he wouldn't spend too much time on his project. The two stood up and shook hands, indicating that they had reached a verbal agreement. This Dane Steele was clearly a great beauty in her youth, but she spoke and acted in a very masculine manner, somewhat deliberately imitating the style of male executives, creating an impression of "I can do that too." As she spoke, Dane Steele poured 2 glasses of brandy, handing one to Ronald to celebrate the successful collaboration. Actually, I've been following you for a while. When you were a co-producer on Flashdance, I was a production manager at Paramount, and I read all your on-set reports carefully. I've really enjoyed all the films you've made from a female perspective since then, which is why I invested in your project this time. I have faith in your judgment. Cheers. After parting ways with Dane Steele, Ronald returned to his Daydream office and had his subordinates prepare the cooperation agreement. He sat in his office, sipping his red tea, lost in thought. He felt that while the female CEO might want a successful start, the collaboration was still a bit too frivolous. It was unlikely that Dane Steele would decide to invest simply because the film was from a female perspective. There were probably reasons behind it that Ronald didn't know. The mystery Ronald couldn't solve soon became clear. Michael Ovitz from CAA came to him to claim credit. I was at Columbia discussing other things with them when Dane came over and asked me what projects were worth investing in. I immediately thought of your film. Why would she make a film with a female theme? Ronald asked Ovitz. All the women in Hollywood are incredibly excited right now, including your friend Gail Hurd and New York film critic Pauline Carr. Ovitz explained the impact of this event on Hollywood. Dane Steele may not be the first female president of the 7 major Hollywood studios, but she is definitely the first executive to wield real power. Shirley Lansing, who previously served as president of 20th Century Fox, essentially didn't hold down the reins for long before Fox was bought by an oil tycoon. After that, she was essentially a figurehead, sidelined, with no one consulting her on anything. Therefore, Dane Steele took a series of actions to demonstrate the rising status of women in Hollywood. Besides promoting a large number of female managers, she needed a film that issued a strong feminist manifesto to announce to everyone that women had transcended being mere ornaments and had officially taken over Hollywood. Pauline Carr even believes that whatever Dane Steele says or does, her actions today will be cutting-edge and progressive for the next 20 years. Ronald, hearing this, was actually a little uneasy. Dane Steele's investment decisions weren't based on the quality of the film itself. She was driven by women's rights, something completely unrelated to box office success. I just happened to seize the opportunity and strongly recommended you. Your Working Girl is a fantastic female-centric film, even Harrison Ford played a supporting role. And your Moonstruck swept the Oscars for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. Dane Steele greatly admires it, I see, so I guess I should thank you for your recommendation, Ronald said dismissively. Hollywood is only so big, Dane Steele couldn't possibly be unaware of his talent for portraying female stars. However, Ovitz always liked to take credit for himself. I'm helping you, and you have to help me, help CAA, right? We've recently signed a young male star, Robert Downey Jr. And I hope you can attend his audition for this role. He's a very strong actor and very suitable for the role. Of course, I went back when Emil held the casting meeting. As a sign of my support, Ronald thought to himself, I'll have to go support Emil then. Ronald had met this young actor before. His girlfriend at the time was Sarah Jessica Parker, who almost got the lead role in Spicy Dance but ultimately lost. He wondered if they were still a couple. He remembered Sarah Jessica Parker's face. It looked like one of those long, narrow shoe racks you see in the doorways of newly renovated Chinese homes. If someone wasn't suitable for the film, no matter how good their acting was, Ronald wouldn't give them the green light. He'd resolutely reject them. Sarah Jessica Parker was also Jewish. Between the two candidates vying for the lead role of the Jewish actress Baby, Ronald chose Jennifer Grey, who didn't have many Jewish facial features. With Ovitz recommending her, could Robert Downey Jr. be Jewish this time? For that supporting actress, the one playing Shepard's daughter, I'll recommend all the suitable young girls from CAA. You'll decide. Your eye for women is excellent, huh? Ronald thought Ovitz's smile was a bit lewd, like a pimp. Ronald, our mutual Japanese friend is in America again. Would it be convenient for you to meet him? Immediately after, Ronald received a call from Bannon. Oh, is his acquisition progressing well? Ronald knew he was referring to Norio Oga of Sony. I heard he's already chosen a target. I didn't ask too many questions. This time, he probably wants to consult you as well. You should charge a higher consulting fee, ha ha ha. It's just helping out between friends. The Japanese are very particular about this. Not everything is measured in money. This time, the meeting was held in a different location. Oga had his chef prepare a meal at his private mansion where he had stayed during his stay in Los Angeles, and the two ate some French food. We've basically narrowed down our acquisition target to Columbia Pictures. On one hand, the key figures in the acquisition of Columbia Records, Michael Schulhoff, vice chairman of Sony America, and Walter Yetnikov, former vice president of Columbia Records, deserve a reward. On the other hand, our research shows that Columbia is the studio with the most film copyrights. Oga explained their plans for acquiring Columbia Pictures. It turns out that MGM, the former Hollywood giant, has sold off most of its film rights. Warner Brothers' film library is concentrated on gangster films. Paramount's copyright situation is complicated after the antitrust investigation. Only Columbia Pictures owns the full rights to 2,700 films. Moreover, renowned masterpieces such as Frank Capra's It Happened One Night, David Lean's Lawrence of Arabia, and even Spielberg's Intimate Contact of the Third Kind are all in Columbia's library. Sony wants to release these historical classics on videotape, and they are the most powerful weapon, the first choice for audiences to collect. Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures also have considerable business in the television industry. The Bewitched series produced for CBS has a large audience, and the entertainment program Good Luck is also very popular. My interest in Columbia Pictures stems primarily from its programming capabilities. Movies are just a big selling point for the studios. The real money comes from television and videotapes. I'm interested in how many new films they produce each year, and how much stock they have in their library. Norio Oga was confident. Ronald had reminded him of a crucial point, to consider the American public's opinion. They had taken this into account in this acquisition. They planned to follow the rules of the American stock market, a straightforward, public acquisition at a premium, without any underhanded dealings with Coca-Cola, thus minimizing public opposition. Even if it meant paying several $100 million more, it was worthwhile. Ronald-san, do you see any flaws in our plan? We're personal friends, and I want to hear your honest opinion, Oga added at the end. Ronald wasn't sure if the Japanese man was genuinely seeking advice or just making small talk to elicit praise. He thought for a moment, I think the team you hired at Sony must be the most professional. Seeing Norio Oga nod, Ronald thought that he probably wanted to be praised. What I can think of, You must have thought of long ago as well. Please teach me. Your advice last time was very useful, and Mr. Morita also praised you highly. Norio Oga continued to ask for advice and suggestions. I'm sure you know about the lawsuit between Nintendo and Universal, the Japanese game console companies, Ronald said, offering a different perspective. Hollywood copyrights are incredibly complex, with all sorts of revenue-sharing agreements and profit-sharing agreements. Some are signed by directors, screenwriters, and individual filmmakers, while others involve collective bargaining by unions for a unified distribution of remaining profits. Many people have been burned when buying copyrights because of these inconspicuous documents, hidden at the bottom of their filing boxes. So you'd better hire the best legal team in Hollywood to avoid future problems. We've contacted the gentleman who won the case for Nintendo, but he's currently focused on working for Nintendo, and film copyrights and game adaptation copyrights aren't the same thing, Oga said. Does Ronald-san know any lawyers? I've only ever hired Mickey Cantor. He helped me win a screenwriter copyright case. He's a very capable lawyer. Mickey Cantor, Ronald-san's recommendation must be excellent. We'll talk to him. This is no small amount compared to legal fees. He'll owe Ronald-san a debt of gratitude. Oga Honorio wrote down the lawyer's name Ronald mentioned in his notebook. Haha. Ronald was a little annoyed. He couldn't collect a referral fee for this. Ronald-san, we Japanese never forget old friends. Dega seemed to understand Ronald's thoughts. I've already instructed Schulhoff to contact Columbia Entertainment about your project. They must have already contacted you. I'll be watching the videotape in Japan when it's released. That's just a project I produced. The director is a friend of mine who used to be my assistant. Ronald understood the reason behind the $10 million investment. It seemed the Japanese really did pay their consulting fees readily. So it wasn't a project Ronald-san directed himself. If you have any films you're directing that need our support, please feel free to ask Bannon-san. Thank you then, Mr. Dega. Ronald thought to himself that it would have been better if they had just approached him for investment, even though he hadn't decided on a new film yet. I really enjoy Ronald-san's films with Japanese themes. I wonder if there will be a third installment of Dragon Knight, in Hollywood. That's decided by the producer through market analysis. Chapter 952 How do I invest so much money? Seeing that Norio Oga still seemed so keen on making films about Japanese culture, Ronald thought for a moment and then reminded him again. American politicians would absolutely not allow Sony to acquire Columbia Pictures and then produce a large number of Hollywood films reflecting Japanese culture. But your country's Hollywood directors really like our films, especially Akira Kurosawa. The reason he can still make films is thanks to the funding from Lucas and Spielberg. Oga dismissed it, saying it was just a movie. I don't know how to explain it, but good films can shape and change the thinking and perspectives of the entire society. With our current intense conflict with Japan, I intuitively feel that if you want to make a film reflecting the Japanese way of thinking, that is, Japanese culture, you will encounter difficulties. Ronald intuitively felt that Oga's lack of attention to this point was problematic, but he didn't understand the workings of politics enough to offer a reasonable explanation. However, the experiences of several East Asian films in Hollywood already spoke volumes. The film Gonge, depicting the hard work and work ethic of Japanese car factory workers, was fiercely criticized by film critics. The semiconductor industry is now witnessing a replay of the automotive industry's battles. If Oga were to film how Sony created the world's best Walkman, some would certainly dislike it. In Working Girl, the protagonist Tess uses legal clauses to prevent a Japanese media company from acquiring an American television station. This plot isn't entirely fictional. Workers in the industries currently experiencing friction harbor a fear of Japanese companies, and their unions are a very powerful political force. The scene in Die Hard where the protagonist McClane's wife's boss, a successful Japanese businessman, is shot dead by thugs undeniably caters to certain viewers' unspoken desires. What I'm more worried about is the intricate contracts between Hollywood stars, directors, and producers, Oga Honorio said, raising his glass to invite Ronald to have another drink. Was he tired of discussing it? Ronald sensed that Oga didn't care much about the business acumen coming from an artist like himself. His meals and conversations with Ronald were more about Oga's own artistic temperament. He'd found an artist with similar aesthetics and reminisced about the artistic paths he hadn't taken. Ronald felt that what he said was probably just for reference for Oga, and the two still chatted happily about all sorts of things. Oga mentioned the third installment of Dragon Boys, and Ronald asked his agent, Richard, to ask the producer, Weintraub. Since starting his own film company, Weintraub had been investing heavily in film production, and he was so busy that it was difficult to get through to him. It was tax season again. After the release of Dirty Dancing last year, Ronald had the most profitable year of his life. Because he had earned so much money, the complex terms of various profit sharing required more professional handling. This year, in addition to his private accountant, Lawrence Wong, Ronald also had Ed Bastian, a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, help him with his tax filing to ensure that the IRS wouldn't find any fault. Another $20 million. In the entertainment industry, once a movie becomes a box office hit, the cash flow is incredible. Of all the companies I've helped, only the insurance industry can compare. Ed Bastian secured a major client by helping Ronald with the accounting for the film Daydream, thus fulfilling his requirement to become a partner at PwC's New York office and officially becoming a partner at the end of last year. Even more this year. With a third wave of revenue sharing from the videotapes and soundtrack, and the film almost a year in theaters, I've already had Lindsay Dole send letters to all the theater chains and cinemas. We should be able to start receiving our share of the box office revenue, Ronald beamed. The sales trend of Dirty Dancing was unlike any other videotape. It was completely unaffected by time, consistently selling over 100,000 copies every month. According to the company's reports, the sales were almost a flat line. Frankly, he didn't know why, even though the film had been off the screens for several months, so many people were still buying the videotapes. And the restocking at video rental stores was also very stable every month. This indicates that the film has a very high rental rate at Best Buy. After being rented several times, the image quality of the videotape will deteriorate, so rental stores restock those very popular films every month. Is it all still securities investment? Although this allows for some tax deferral, tax reform is inevitable after the new president's election. Don't you consider making some other investment arrangements? Ed Bastian turned to ask Lawrence Wong. Ronald's treatment of the money after receiving it was very simple. He just gave the cash to Lawrence to buy Coca-Cola stock. And why are you focusing on this one stock? Although Coca-Cola performed reasonably well after the stock market crash, it's nowhere near as good as some of the top-performing new stocks. I don't know anything about investing in stocks. I just think Coca-Cola's sales volume hasn't changed, but its profit margin has increased. After the crash, it only dropped a little and then stopped falling, making it much more stable than other stocks. So I bought it. This stock made me a lot of money before, and I don't expect it to rise several times over. As long as it outpaces inflation and I don't lose money, that's fine. Ronald shrugged. So much money couldn't be kept in the bank, and investing in stocks could postpone income tax payments. He didn't know how to run other businesses. Those few houses, the small factory on Staten Island, compared to the cash from the hot dance, they were just a drop in the ocean. I'm not saying your investment strategy is bad. In fact, it's quite prudent. But the super rich diversify their assets. You could consider allocating a small portion to some higher risk, higher return stocks. Then, use some of that to buy more stable investments, like bonds. Interest rates are right now, and there are many government and corporate bond products on Wall Street with good returns. Some of our PwC clients allocate their assets this way. Unless you have a special investment method where you invest all your money in a single stock, but such investors are quite rare, most people diversify. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Ed Bastian explained the investment principles to the artist in language he could understand. Can you give me professional investment advice? Ronald looked at Ed Bastian, surprised that he could also provide stock advice. It would certainly be great to have a professional investor to teach him how to buy stocks. Even sharing some of his advice with him would be helpful. No, I don't have the relevant license. I can only offer reasonable overall advice as your accountant. I can't recommend any stocks. So you'll have to find a reputable fund manager on Wall Street and arrange your portfolio. Ed Bastian quickly denied it, as this was, strictly speaking, morally risky. A reputable fund manager? That's rarer than a giant panda gifted by China, Ronald joked. Ha ha ha, everyone had a negative impression of Wall Street investors, so joking about them was quite amusing. Ronald's statement was based on his own experience. His former investment banker, Bannon, wasn't exactly a good guy. The two of them had hitched a ride on the coattails of higher-ranking officials at Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, making a fortune during the stock market crash. He wouldn't dare entrust his money to Bannon. And then there was Melanie Griffiths, the lead actress in Working Girl. During filming, after failing to win over Alec Baldwin, she got involved with a young Wall Street banker, entrusting him with her savings. But before filming was even finished, the two broke up. Melanie Griffiths wanted her money back, but was refused on the grounds of a signed contract. Although Ronald used the fine to pay for the rehabilitation center, Melanie Griffiths could only afford to cover the remaining expenses of maintaining the glamorous image required of a female star with her meager film salary. Fortunately, her ex-husband, television star Don Johnson, rekindled their old flame when he visited her, so she didn't have to worry about money for the time being. Just as a friend, could you talk to me about investments again? Ronald asked the accountant, Ed Bastian, in a different tactic. I am indeed interested in running a business and don't want to work in an accounting firm for a long time. I think besides the stocks listed on the New York Stock Exchange, you could also look into NASDAQ. There are many emerging companies listed there, and the growth potential is very good. Oh, so, which stock should I buy? Ronald asked with a smile. That's professional investment advice, which I can't say. But I think from a business management perspective, you could also look for publicly listed companies like Coca-Cola, which are widely used and have many positive reviews. It's better to invest in companies that suit your own style. Buying stocks of businesses you like will at least keep you up at night. Ronald wasn't just rich, his income was also diverse. Besides the wealth from his sex work, there were several films he had directed, and the Directors Guild still sent him checks regularly. Every time a TV station aired one of his films, he would receive a share of the remaining profits. In addition, the theme song Ronald wrote for a fame was used as the opening and ending theme for the TV series of the same name, resulting in a substantial annual dividend. After a long time, having confirmed and signed off on all the miscellaneous income items, Ronald finally finished his tax filing. What do you plan to do with this new batch of dividends? Lawrence, his personal accountant, knew his finances best. Without investing the dividends, the tax losses alone could buy several properties and build several gardens. Ed Bastian, representing PwC, devised a series of tax avoidance schemes for him. Artists like Ronald typically live off their initial investment for 3 years. Therefore, in the coming years, film losses could be used to offset this year's income. Ronald dared not use more aggressive schemes. A new dividend of nearly $20 million had just entered his account, from videotape revenue. Next week would be the first dividend from his new album, More Hot Dances, and the sales momentum of the old Hot Dances album hadn't died down yet, foreseeably another 10 or 20 million. What to do? I'll just buy Coca-Cola stock. I'll ask the experts about future dividends. Ronald closed his eyes and decided to stick with Coca-Cola. Ronald didn't know any investment experts, and he didn't trust those Wall Street experts. The only truly competent investor, Warren Buffett, ran his own publicly traded investment business. Buffett was responsible to shareholders and couldn't tell Ronald which stock to buy. So Ronald didn't bother playing bridge with him. After thinking it over, only his cousin, Donna, could be considered an investment expert. You want to diversify your investments? That's a good idea, but NASDAQ? I'm not very familiar with business operations. It's not easy to find a new Coca-Cola on NASDAQ. It's a contradiction, Donna's reply stunned Ronald. It turns out that NASDAQ is a startup stock exchange for companies that haven't met the listing requirements of the New York Stock Exchange. Since they are new companies, it's naturally difficult for them to achieve the widespread popularity of Coca-Cola. Therefore, looking for a stable blue-chip stock on NASDAQ is a mistake. I think only computer companies probably meet your requirements, Donna thought for a moment and suggested an industry. Computers? What brand of computers does our company use? IBM, Ronald asked his assistant, the chubby Rick Lake, in the office while listening to the phone. We bought them in 2 batches. First, we bought IBM, and then we bought Compaq in large quantities, which was cheaper. Rick Lake was doing a good job as an assistant at Daydream. Which computer brands are popular now? Popular like Coca-Cola, Ronald asked her. Lake brought in the office manager, a black woman, who asked, there are many brands now, no one dominates the market like Coca-Cola or Pepsi. This black manager was very efficient, producing a spreadsheet, a price comparison list she had compiled when purchasing computers. IBM, Compaq, HP, Dell. Ronald looked at the long list of names. There weren't any dominant brands in the market. Then how do I buy stocks? Ronald scratched his head. There was also Tandy, Zenith. Their models and prices were similar, and they were all listed on NASDAQ. By the way, what brand is this? Ronald looked at the last item on the purchase list, listed separately from the other computer brands, something like Microsoft? That's the name of the software company. Our computers all have their operating system installed, DOS, the black manager smiled. They recently released a spreadsheet software called Excel. It's very useful. This spreadsheet was typed using Excel, so I bought it and installed it for everyone in our office who needed it. You mean, all these computers have their software installed? Ronald's eyes lit up. Except for Apple. Install all their software. Okay, thank you. Ronald asked the black manager to leave, then said to Donna on the phone. I think Microsoft is good, should we buy some? Haha, their stock performance is excellent. They raised $500 million during their IPO, then rose from over $20 to $90. After the stock split, it rose from over $40 back to over $70. After the stock market crash, the drop was limited, and now it's just under $60. Donna typed a few lines on the keyboard, bringing up Microsoft's stock price chart. Stocks that didn't fall much after the stock market crash seemed to be good stocks. Ronald knew that Coca-Cola also only fell less than 10% after the stock market crash. It seemed that this Microsoft was the Coca-Cola of NASDAQ. Okay, thank you, Donna, you've helped me a lot. Ronald made up his mind that he would use half of his future dividends to buy Coca-Cola and half to buy Microsoft. Hey, wait a minute. Renaissance Technologies is about to launch a fund, operating according to Mr. Simon's new formula. It's currently open for subscription to employees and their families. Donna called out as Ronald was about to hang up. Huh? Did you buy some last time? Ronald remembered Donna borrowing money from him to invest. This is a new fund, not the old one that invested in universities. We've looked back at the stock market over the past 10 years, and the results are very good. It's only open to employees and their families. The new formula performs better than the old one, with an annualized profit of 30%. That's good? Then why don't you buy some? If you don't have enough, I'll lend you some. By the way, how much is the quota this time? I got $500,000. How about we each get $250,000? You'll still have to lend me $200,000. That's no problem. I'll have Lawrence bring you the check when he goes back to New York. Thanks, brother. Donna left satisfied. Hey, who should I pay that check to? What's the name of the fund you mentioned? Ronald called after Donna. The Medallion Fund. Chapter 953 Weintraub's Grand Project. Ronald, could you go see Jerry? I feel like he's not doing well lately. He doesn't smile at all. I think an old friend like you could bring him some joy. The caller was Susan Atkins, the production assistant for Dragon Boys. Ronald had made the call through Richard, and Susan, who is now producer Weintraub's secretary, answered. However, Weintraub was extremely busy and under a lot of pressure lately, and had no interest in calling Ronald, who was currently riding high. If it were any other secretary, Susan certainly wouldn't have returned the call. But as the acknowledged lover of Weintraub's legal wife, Jane Morgan, Susan still called Ronald, the man who had made Weintraub successful in Hollywood. I'm calling to ask about the third installment of Dragon Boys. Some friends in Japan are interested in whether there will be any sequels to this film series. Ronald explained his purpose. Of course, we're very interested, why not? The two leads, Ralph Macchio and Noriyuki Morita, haven't had any successful projects lately, and they're both eager to make another Dragon Kid. If it were you, I think Jerry would take it very seriously. Susan Atkins practically begged Ronald to go to Weintraub's studio over the phone. Remembering how Susan Atkins had stood firmly by his side during the filming of Dragon Kid, getting rid of Michael Cimino who wanted to take the director's position, he softened a little and agreed to see his old friend. Ah, Ronald. It's so nice to see you. Weintraub didn't seem as bad as Susan had described. He greeted him energetically, his handshake and hug were firm, and he looked like the owner of a mid-sized Hollywood production company. However, Ronald noticed something amiss from the occasional furrow in Weintraub's brow. His old friend Weintraub's hair had turned quite gray, and he looked very tired when he wasn't speaking. No wonder Susan was worried. Is this your office? It's huge. I feel like I could play baseball in here. Ronald was still quite impressed by Weintraub's massive office. Two walls were covered with densely packed movie posters. It didn't look like a company he'd only founded last year, but rather like a 50-year-old studio. Come and see, this is the film library I bought at a high price. Seeing that Ronald wasn't putting on airs and instead showed great interest in his achievements over the past 2 years, Weintraub's initial fear of meeting an acquaintance vanished. He patted Ronald on the shoulder, just like when they had worked closely together before, and showed Ronald around his film library. Susan Akins, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, in Hollywood, where everyone is trying to take advantage of others, only Ronald, the non-Jewish director who had witnessed Weintraub's rise, shared some common ground with Jerry, reminding him of the joy he felt when making movies, like in Dragon Boys, Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile. Ronald looked through the posters one by one, noting that there were quite a few adaptations of famous detective films from back then. "I remember this as a British film," Ronald asked Weintraub. The British, never willing to let Hollywood dominate an Agatha Christie novel, used to cast mostly British actors. "How about it?" Weintraub, seeing Ronald intently studying the posters, assumed he envied his film library. "This is arguably the biggest achievement of my Weintraub Productions since its inception. Over 2,000 films distributed by EMI. I bought from those 2 Israeli bumpkins at Cannonball, so they acquired them from the British," Ronald nodded. After Minahan Golan secured $400 million in funding, he bought the entire Star Cinema chain in Britain, along with the film library of the established film distribution company EMI. Last year, the Fed's interest rate hikes and the cutoff of junk bond financing channels, coupled with the stock market crash causing the company's stock price to plummet, and the box office flop of Superman 4, which Cannon had invested in, all came together, pushing Cannon's finances to the brink of collapse. It was only thanks to Minahan's cousin, Yoram, who brought in investment from the French company Pathé, that the situation was stabilized. This is why Minahan subsequently stepped down from management. Film companies aren't managed by sentimentality, but by solidly making money. However, last year, there were rumors that Cannon was under investigation by the SEC. According to Nisida, this was due to building its own headquarters and excessively producing big-budget films, resulting in a significant financial hole. The fact that it managed to stabilize this year shows that the industry highly regards Yoram's financial management abilities. "You bought it when their finances were unstable, right? That's a really good deal. How much did it cost?" Ronald complimented. Looking at the poster, he thought, no wonder Cannon stabilized it. It turned out they sold their most valuable film library to Weintraub. While the overall quality of this film library wasn't very high, it contained some gems. The rights to the Poirot detective series alone were very valuable. This not only meant Weintraub could sell the films on videotape in the future, but also had the rights to remake them. Each of these best-selling novels with a wide readership was valuable. Besides the Poirot series, EMI also had the Beatles-funded parody film The Bourne Identity, the classic heist film The Italian Job, and the sequel to The Three Musketeers, an adaptation of Four Musketeers. Weintraub, true to his Jewish roots, seized this rarely sold film library while Minahan and his team were struggling. "It cost me $85 million, Ronald turned to look at Weintraub. "That wasn't cheap. In Hollywood, if you don't have some quality assets, stars won't believe in your abilities. They always have a persecution complex, as if newly established studios like ours only hire them because of their names, to sell haphazardly made movies." Weintraub revealed a hint of helpless disdain. Even with the massive success of 2 Dragon Boys films and the establishment of a company bearing his own name, he still comes across as a nouveau riche in Hollywood. Unlike Ronald Reeves's dream, he wasn't a director who founded his own production company. Stars, seeing an offer from Ronald's company, would have a baseline expectation of the film's quality. Ronald wouldn't allow the film's minimum standard to be too low. Who knows if Weintraub's films were box office hits simply because he was lucky enough to find a directorial genius like Ronald. Look at him. Without Ronald, hasn't he made a single good film? In Hollywood, where no one knows the secret to success, Weintraub's company actually holds a relatively low status. Therefore, he can only announce to everyone in the industry that he's serious and not just a shell company by acquiring visible high-quality assets. Do you think the price is too high? Actually, in my opinion, I got a good deal, Weintraub said fluently. With this film library, I immediately landed some major film adaptation projects. Last year, I acquired the film rights to the Broadway musical Evita, which depicts the life of Argentina's legendary First Lady. I got Oliver Stone to write and direct, and Meryl Streep to play Evita, but it was delayed due to scheduling conflicts. Oh, Ronald thought to himself, I was hoping to cast Streep as Catherine in Working Girls. She's in Australia filming, so even if she had the time, she'd definitely work with me first. Oliver Stone is also preparing for his new Vietnam War film with Tom Cruise. Tom will be going to that project after finishing Rain Man. Unfortunately, the Writers Guild strike has hit again, and this project will be delayed again. But I'm very confident that it will be a very good film. Can Meryl Streep sing? Ronald thought to himself. This Broadway classic has a lot of solo singing segments. Don't cry for me, Argentina. This guy might be bluffing. Watching Weintraub speak so fluently, Ronald really felt that his situation was not good. I have many big projects now, all delayed because of the strike. My company's first film, which is scheduled for release this August during the summer season, will have to be purchased from Europe. This film is the debut of a French director, The Big Blue, which tells the story of a man and a dolphin. Yes, now I'm also unable to shoot any new scripts because of the strike. It's very troublesome, Ronald agreed. The writers' strike had left everyone in the industry without work. Well, I'm a little better off than you. Before the strike, I managed to get a great script, a romantic comedy. My Stepmother is an Alien. I got Dan Aykroyd, a hot comedy star, to star in it. My company fully funded it, a total of $26 million. I go to the set every day now. Our real debut is about to be born. Who's the female lead? Ronald asked casually. Romantic comedies rely entirely on the chemistry between the male and female leads. Even in the blockbuster Ghostbusters, Dan Aykroyd wasn't the one responsible for the romance among the three male leads. Kim Basinger, Weintraub revealed the answer. He liked to keep the audience in suspense, watching their expressions. Who? Ronald was indeed surprised. She was currently Hollywood's hottest sex symbol, and since starring in 9.5 Weeks, a film with subtle sexual innuendo, she had become a global sensation. Everyone wanted to buy a VHS tape to watch at home. However, a sexy actress like her needed to be paired with a handsome man like Mickey Rourke, the male lead in 9.5 Weeks. Dan Aykroyd, a comedic star with an honest, unassuming image, seemed unable to suppress the aura of such a glamorous woman. Haha, they're filming on the beach right now. Shall we go check it out? I'll make a call and arrange it, Weintraub said, heading off to make the arrangements. Ronald was about to decline when Susan Atkins gestured for him to agree. While Weintraub was making the call, Susan told Ronald the truth. Of the $85 million spent on acquiring the EMI film library, $50 million was borrowed from banks. After the stock market crash, financial institutions had doubts about the valuation of the film library being sold by Cannonball, so Weintraub was under immense pressure. He needed this big name, big budget production to make a strong debut for his company. Only then would the banks and the industry truly recognize his talent. Seeing Weintraub's enthusiastic invitation, Susan Atkins pleaded for him, and of course, Ronald also wanted to meet Kim Basinger, the rising star. It was like how every director wanted to work with Marilyn Monroe back then. Now Basinger was the new Monroe. The California spring sunshine was lovely. Ronald got into Weintraub's luxury car, and the two chatted about the third installment of the Kids from the Dragon series. I haven't rushed into filming the third one, partly because without you, I don't really want to make it, Weintraub said, flattering Ronald when asked about a sequel. The other two reasons, as you know, are that Ralph Macchio and Noriyuki Morita didn't want to make these childish commercial films anymore, so they tried other types of roles. But it seems the results weren't very good, Ronald chuckled. Generally, Hollywood trilogies work like this. The first film makes a name for itself, the actors become famous, and the studio makes money. The second film sees the lead actors raise their salaries, continuing to make money, but a large portion of the studio's profits is eaten up by the salaries. The third film has stars demanding exorbitant salaries, and the best outcome is that the studio doesn't make any money after all the hard work. Weintraub clearly didn't want that. He paused the project to wait and see. The two lead actors faced numerous rejections before accepting a more reasonable price for the third film. So, besides your Japanese friend, do you want to see a third one? Are you interested in directing again? Weintraub didn't know who this so-called Japanese friend was, or even if such a person existed, or if Ronald had made him up and they were collaborating because of a script shortage. Honestly, I think the plot will be difficult. The first two films have already told all the stories that needed to be told. Ronald genuinely felt he couldn't film Daniel LaRusso's story again. Besides, it's 1988 now, and even if the project is approved, filming won't start until 1989 at the earliest. Ralph Macchio is already 27, how can you go back and film a 17-year-old story? That's true. So what do you mean? Let me clarify first, I'm not giving you ideas as a screenwriter, Ronald joked first. He was also a member of the Writers Guild, and this kind of talk was only between Ronald, Weintraub, and Susan. I've collaborated with Jackie Chan in Hong Kong, and I think we could upgrade the storyline and film the early days of Goju-Ryu karate. There's a team in Hong Kong that can film the action sequences beautifully using wire work. That way, Ralph and Morita could play themselves hundreds of years ago, even if they look older. I've been thinking about it, and it's true. Many Hollywood studios want to import and remake Jackie Chan movies. The three chatted enthusiastically as the car arrived at the beach where they were filming, and everyone was preparing for the evening scenes. This film is a romantic comedy disguised as science fiction, with Kim Basinger playing Celeste, a beautiful alien. To add a science fiction feel, director Richard Benjamin boldly copied a scene from Terminator by Cameron, having Basinger make her entrance on the beach like Schwarzenegger. However, Ronald's arrival was unfortunate. It seemed there was a problem between Kim Basinger and the director on set. Basinger refused to perform any nude scenes, hiding in the trailer and refusing to communicate with anyone. Weintraub awkwardly knocked on the door, trying to resolve the issue. Ronald knew perfectly well that this was a case of a star throwing her weight around. After Kim Basinger's erotic film, the last thing she wanted was to play a similar role again, thus typecasting herself. So, on the one hand, she used her glamorous image in 9.5 weeks to command exceptionally high salaries among actresses, making a fortune by starring in several films. On the other hand, she refused to perform any more outrageous scenes on screen. Ronald could only pretend not to see this awkward scene and put on his sunglasses to observe the situation. Director Richard Benjamin was originally an actor who had directed many low-budget productions and television series in the 1980s. It seemed Weintraub wanted to replicate Ronald's success with him. However, the actress from My Stepmother is an Alien was simply too much of a diva, and Richard Benjamin, fresh from directing a big-budget production, was struggling to manage her. "Ronald, is that really you?" While admiring the scenery, a minor actor approached and recognized Ronald. Seth, Ronald vaguely remembered that this was a minor actor in the crew of Love Is Not for Sale, a film invested in by Bannon, playing a classmate of the female lead, Amanda Peterson, and having a significant role. "Yes, it's me, Seth Green," the young actor said, delighted to see a familiar face. "Let me introduce you, this is Allison Hannigan, who plays my girlfriend in the movie. Actually, she's the main character, playing Dan Aykroyd, and Kim Basinger's daughter. It's Ronald, you're my favorite director. Dragon Rider is really good, we all want to be Allie." Allison Hannigan looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, playing the male lead's daughter. "Haha, then do your best. Mr. Weintraub is the producer of Dragon Rider." Ronald chatted with the two young actors, laughing. As they were talking, Weintraub and Susan got out of Kim Basinger's trailer, with Basinger behind them, being helped out by a man wearing glasses. "Who's that?" Ronald, seeing that things seemed resolved, couldn't help but look more closely at the man who looked like Kim Basinger's boyfriend. "That's John Peters, he's been visiting the set a lot lately." "The Peters from Global Peters," Ronald frowned after the young actor confirmed it. This Hollywood producer, a former hairstylist, always knew how to charm female stars. It seemed he wouldn't have a chance to get to know Kim Basinger this time, Ronald thought. "This is Ronald Lee. This is John from Global Peters, and this one needs no introduction." Weintraub saw Ronald and came forward to introduce them. "Of course, Elizabeth from 9.5 weeks, no introduction needed. I heard about you from Adrian Lane, the director of 9.5 weeks, he said you were a great actor." Ronald greeted them, extending his hand. When it was Kim Basinger's turn, Ronald noticed she didn't take his hand. "What's wrong, Miss Basinger?" Ronald looked at Kim Basinger, who was pale and seemed to be sweating profusely. Kim Basinger cried out, shaking off John Peters' support and turning to flee into the trailer. Ronald was bewildered. "Did I say something wrong?" Chapter 954. Come to my house to see the unreleased film? "Oh, here we go again, here we go again," Kim Basinger muttered repeatedly, hiding in the trailer used by the stars, her face buried in her hands. She was already quite nervous today, having spent considerable time planning to break the script on the spot and blackmail the crew and director into stopping the auction of sexy scenes. Her date, the influential John Peters, had also come to support her. Everything was going smoothly until, just when the director had given in, Ronald Lee, Hollywood's most successful director when it came to female stars, appeared on set. After this year's Oscars, which actress wasn't eyeing Ronald's film, hoping he'd cast her as the lead in his next movie? Cher, a washed-up singer, and Olympia Dukakis, an unknown Broadway supporting actress, both won Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress under Ronald's tutelage, skyrocketing their careers. Especially Cher, whose previous films had all featured motherly roles. Who would have thought Ronald would turn everything around and return to playing romantic leading ladies? Before the final dinner scene, Cher's sexy dance in red high heels on the streets of New York was the envy of countless actresses. Directors who can capture the allure of sexy actresses like this are truly rare. She didn't reveal anything, yet she exuded charm. Kim Basinger had already considered how to present herself to Ronald to pique his interest and secure a collaboration. That's how it is with actresses, they need the right director to bring out their sex appeal. Moreover, Ronald's films aren't just about sex appeal, they showcase the inherent value of women in their stories. Given the choice, who wouldn't want to play such an independent and strong woman? But who knew Ronald would come today? Kim Basinger chose to confront him during filming today. Hadn't Ronald witnessed all her embarrassing moments? And when he looked at her, he mentioned Elizabeth, the character in 9.5 Weeks. In his eyes, she was definitely just a pretty face with no acting skills. The sudden pressure triggered Basinger's chronic illness. She felt as if some monster was lurking behind her on the empty beach, about to explode and hurt her, turning her back to her original form. Kim Basinger had a cameo role in Charlie's Angels in the late 1970s, a role she later turned down, but which became a huge success with Cheryl Rudd. From then on, she developed a strange psychological condition, experiencing sudden nervousness whenever she was in public. This greatly affected her film career. Although many famous directors wanted to work with her after co-starring with Sean Connery in a 007 film, she always performed poorly when filming large-scale outdoor scenes. Basinger did not achieve the success that matched her beauty. Until 9.5 Weeks, a film about a divorced beauty and a Wall Street banker's controlling relationship, Kim Basinger's chronic nervousness in public perfectly matched the mindset of her character Elizabeth. Basinger, who had succeeded in making such erotic films, wanted to shed this awkward image and regain audience approval. Little did she know that she would encounter the director most likely to pull her out of the limelight, who would witness her most vulnerable moment. Her date, John Peters, entered and saw Basinger crying. He offered gentle comfort, but couldn't lift her spirits or help her overcome what psychologists call agoraphobia. Since it seemed Kim couldn't leave the trailer today, he'd have Ronald come to see him there. John Peters understood women's psychology well. He had used this skill, as Barbara Streisand's hairstylist, to gain opportunities and eventually become a producer. She's always like this, sometimes she drags it out for half a day. Outside the trailer, the little girl named Allison Hannigan came over to talk to Ronald again. This industry isn't very friendly to young actors like this, but Ronald was very approachable, and the little girl enjoyed talking to him. Don't say that. You'll understand when you grow up and become a leading lady. Actressing is probably one of the most fragile professions, Ronald said, trying to comfort her, knowing she was unhappy. Allison had distinctive features and a mischievous air. A little girl her age looking like Kim Basinger in her 30s was perfectly understandable, given her peak of feminine charm. Allison Hannigan's lips twitched, about to say something more sarcastic, when John Peters approached Ronald. "Ronald, is it convenient to talk privately?" Peters stepped back a few paces and briefly explained Kim Basinger's situation, saying that she had become overly excited trying to make a good impression on Ronald, triggering a psychological condition that doctors couldn't treat. Then he asked Ronald to go to the trailer and talk to Kim Basinger for a bit, to help her relieve some stress and not worry too much. Of course, is she alright? Ronald had never heard of such a thing before, and out of concern for the beautiful woman, he agreed to go to the trailer. It's not a big problem, but today's scenes are definitely ruined. Google has told me several times, and you really are a very good person. Just as he said, Peters quickly brought up his partner Google's name. Usually, people would look at him differently. Sure enough, Ronald also remembered this famous producer who made Endless Love back then. He had even cast him back then. Google, who used to work for Polygram and was president, had now started his own independent production company with Peters. One of them was in charge of producing projects, and the other was in charge of getting stars. Their distribution contract with the Warner Brothers had always been very solid. The biopic about the gorilla professor that Sigourney Weaver filmed before Working Girl was produced by their company. "What project is Peter Gubble working on now?" Ronald asked. "He's on strike now, fighting for the rights to the Bonfire of the Vanities, and he's won the race." Peters wasn't secretive about his partner's project. It was a good thing that a New York-born director was bringing it up. "I've read the novel, it's great, but I really don't know how to adapt it into a movie." Ronald thought to himself that Gubble had gotten the adaptation rights, and he didn't really want to make a controversial film about racial discrimination against black people. He preferred films with their themes deeply hidden. Not so fast yet. Another project is Stallone's comeback, Tango and Cash, the story of two wrongly accused LAPD officers trying to clear their names. Seeing Ronald frown at the mention of Stallone's name, the perceptive Peters immediately stopped talking, knocked on the trailer door, and then opened it to get Ronald inside. "Director Lee, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just a little nervous." Kim Basinger saw Peters bring Ronald over. And for a moment she had so much to say, but didn't know where to begin, and she started sweating again. "Was it about 9.5 weeks? I meant no harm. Your performance in that movie goes far beyond what a porn star could be described as. I really liked your performance in that movie. It was real and powerful, and unforgettable." Ronald, having heard Peters' reason, tried to praise Basinger's acting skills. "I've never heard anyone praise my acting in 9.5 weeks before." Kim Basinger felt much relieved, and she resumed her languid smile, tossing her blonde hair with her right hand. "Acting isn't about being outstanding to be considered good. What I find very different about this film is that your performance feels believable, which is rare." Early Hollywood actresses like Veronica Lake and Ava Gardner had similar acting styles, and coincidentally, they were also blondes. "I also think your performance in that film was remarkably natural. A sequel is needed to fully showcase your talent." As he spoke, Ronald gradually convinced himself. Kim Basinger wasn't just a pretty face, she certainly excelled at playing glamorous female characters, but in terms of making the character believable, she was far superior to Sharon Stone's brainless cannonball. "I'm so happy," Kim Basinger said, surprised that Ronald understood her so well, and gave him a tight hug. "She's truly a gem." Ronald couldn't help but admire silently, impressed by this passionate and sensitive beauty. "Your feeling is right." In 9.5 weeks, director Adrian Lane's film scenes far exceeded the final movie version. It's just that the producers were afraid that following the original novel exactly would displease conservative audiences, Kim Basinger whispered softly in Ronald's ear as they embraced. So in the end, only about a third of the first part was cut. The movie was very well received in Europe, and I even spent a large portion of my salary to buy the remaining film stock, to prevent them from secretly editing and releasing a sequel. Those scenes are more, how should I put it, more intimate and faithful to the original. If you can come to my house, I'll show it to you, and you can give me some pointers on where I should improve my acting. Maybe. Ronald glanced at Peters. Basinger was flirting with him so skillfully in front of their date. She was indeed a mature actress in her early 30s, seizing opportunities without being overbearing, leaving him feeling itchy inside. The two exchanged contact information, and Ronald went back to work on the editing of Working Girl, which was already in the slow final adjustments. The daily workload wasn't heavy, it was mostly about weighing different approaches. This gave Ronald more time to deal with his daydreams. The title, Life After Life, evoked a concept of reincarnation, familiar to audiences in East Asian countries, but less so to American audiences with their different religious beliefs. Ronald and Emil Ederino, the confirmed director, considered many candidates before finally settling on Chances Are, because the film explored various possibilities between the protagonist and his current girlfriend, his past girlfriend, his current girlfriend's mother, and his past girlfriend and her best friend of 20 years. Audiences could more easily relate to this. "Could you be there for the casting?" Emil asked Ronald, still a little shy. As if his presence would boost his confidence. "I won't be there. You should personally select them to keep them in check during filming," Ronald replied, recalling Kim Basinger's behavior on set. He knew that if they felt like they were the boss in the film, the director would run into all sorts of problems. Drawing on his experience directing Harrison Ford, Ronald insisted that Sybil Shepherd also audition, giving Emil Ederino a chance to establish his authority. "But you said that every supporting role is important in a film," and how well they're cast is a crucial factor in distinguishing A-list productions from B-list ones. Emil Adorino still lacked confidence. Okay, I'll just show up during the casting. Ronald decided to participate. If Adorino did a good job, he wouldn't offer any opinions. This is Sarah Jessica Parker, the casting director called in the next audition to play Sybil Shepherd's daughter. Hi, Ronald. Sarah Jessica Parker, who looked like an ordinary girl next door, greeted Ronald first, intending to make a good first impression on director Adorino. Besides, a powerful Jewish figure in the industry had spoken to her agent. If she could develop a relationship with Ronald, she would be highly regarded within the Jewish community. Hi, director. Ronald turned to look at director Emil. This actress wasn't pretty enough. In romantic dramas, the average viewer needs an actress who's a cut above average. But it's always best to let Emil Adorino decide. Establishing his authority as soon as possible was paramount. Hello, Sarah, please introduce yourself to the camera and then read this part of the script. Adorino handed over several pages of scripts, containing lines about a daughter discovering her boyfriend's strange behavior towards her mother. Ronald remained silent, and sure enough, Sarah Jessica Parker's attention gradually shifted to Emil. Adorino's shy personality made his face unreadable, and the actress herself didn't know her chances. Alright, we'll inform your agent when we have the results. After dismissing Sarah Jessica Parker, Emil turned to Ronald and asked, I'm pretty sure I want Robert Downey Jr. for the male lead. I plan to have them audition together to see how they act, I said. This is your decision. Ronald still remained silent. Directors like Adorino need to be given free rein, allowing their own confidence to take charge, otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble on set. She and Downey seem like a natural couple. I want to see if they can bring their usual chemistry into their performances, Adorino continued. Let's decide based on the audition results. Ronald frowned slightly. Casting a couple as a couple is often not a good idea. Everyday couples have various conflicts arising from trivial matters. Bringing in usually brings more resentment than sweetness. I don't know how long they've been dating. If it's been too long, I'd rather Downey find his footing with a stranger. Adorino was indeed thoughtful. He relied more on Ronald. Seeing his thinking, Ronald felt much more at ease. Hey, this is Sarah. He has absolutely no feelings for me, and he won't even comment on my audition. I can't help it. If you want me to seduce him, you have to create more opportunities. Otherwise, next time Downey and I audition together, we'll both be exposed. Sarah Jessica Parker returned home and called her agent. She figured her impression on Ronald was terrible. And the matter her agent emphasized probably wouldn't come to fruition. Keep it up, Sarah. If you succeed, all the opportunities in the industry controlled by Jews will open up for you. Whether you want to continue acting or stay a stay-at-home mom is up to you. I think he likes blondes the most, so you should still go see him with blonde hair next time. Maybe change your hairstyle? The agent gave her a few more words of advice. Go see who? Robert Downey Jr. walked in from outside while she was on the phone. Go see Ronald. I might get another audition, and I'll audition with you then. Sarah put on a smile for her boyfriend. Robert Downey Jr. was certainly good, a leading young Jewish actor. British director Richard Attenborough had already bought the adaptation rights to the new Chaplin biography and really wanted him to play Chaplin. But compared to Ronald, whether he had a chance depended on the next audition. I need to get a new hairstyle. The competition is fierce this time. I want to play a couple with you on screen. Sarah Jessica Parker kissed Downey on the lips and then picked up the phone to make an appointment with a hairstylist. David, I feel that since the strike began, all the producers have been frantically chasing after novels or biographies to adapt. We also need to build up our reserves. You should try to do some market research. There's no sign of the strike being resolved, and the Writers Guild rejected the latest settlement terms. If we don't prepare, and the strike continues, we might not have any scripts to film. David Simpkins, who had been promoted to creative director, noted Ronald's opinion and prepared to investigate the bestseller adaptation market to see if there were any overlooked projects. What should we say to Hong Kong? Simpkins asked again. Fax it to Jackie Chan and ask him to come up with a script that meets Hollywood standards when he has time. Weintraub is too busy right now. After filming is finished, I can have a good talk with him about the third installment of Dragon Boys. This time we want to film some action-packed flying scenes. Simpkins also noted Ronald's opinion. It seemed that Daniel's martial arts skills would be upgraded in the third film. Ronald, it's your phone. It seems your accountant is looking for you. Assistant Lake Nocton entered. I'll handle this from the second line. Ronald nodded to Simpkins, then stood up and went out with Lake. Hello, this is Ronald. The person on the other end of the phone was Ed Bastian, a partner accountant at PwC. I found a reliable securities broker who can gradually build positions in Coca-Cola and Microsoft. I need your signature authorization. I've had Ms. Zhang fly to you to sign. Great. How many Coca-Cola shares can I buy with my money? Ronald thought. Finally, the buying has begun. Your purchase this time is very large, so we need to break it down into smaller portions, buying a little each day to prevent a surge in the stock price caused by a large influx of buying. I estimate that your dividends this time can buy 0.1% of Coca-Cola's outstanding shares, bringing your total holdings to over 0.2%. We can handle future dividends in the same way. Great, my share of the box office revenue from Sexy Dance is coming soon. I'll entrust it all to you this time, handle it the same way. Chapter 955 The Lamb, the Southern Girl, and the Western Cowboy. Thank you for your auditions today. We'll notify your agents as soon as possible if there are any results. Emil Aterino, now the director, finally felt the power of the position within the production team during the audition process. His naturally shy personality gradually became more confident. Sarah Jessica Parker and Robert Downey Jr.'s auditions didn't meet the requirements for the role. The biggest problem was that they were too familiar with each other. They lacked the infatuated, head-turning charm unique to newly infatuated couples. They had been a couple 5 years ago when Ronald was filming Coherence, their body language full of chemistry, but it didn't fit the script's character description. Thank you. Where's director Ronald today? Sarah Jessica Parker was completely unaware that she hadn't been chosen. She was busy looking for Ronald. This opportunity given to her by a powerful Jewish figure in the industry would be wasted if she didn't see him today. He's busy with other things. Emil Aterino appeared indifferent, but in his mind, he had crossed out this woman's audition photo. I am the director of this film. Why did you ask if Ronald was there? Little Downey suddenly asked Sarah as they drove back to their apartment. Could it be that he's got his eye on a successful director and wants to dump me? I want to act in a movie with you, honey. My agent said Ronald is behind this project. Sarah Jessica Parker, of course, couldn't say that her agent had found her a golden opportunity. Ronald wasn't here today, so it seemed she'd missed out, and her haircut was a waste. Did you find anyone you like? Let's find a few more. What's the name of that pretty blonde from Back to the Future? It was Kirk Douglas speaking. He had now taken on the task of introducing Ronald to pretty Jewish girls and was now giving orders to his fellow Jewish agent, CAA. Claudia Wells? But she's been rebaptized. The agent was a little scared. Kirk Douglas's memory was fading. Claudia Wells, who played Jennifer Parker, the girlfriend of the protagonist Marty, although of Jewish descent, had actually abandoned her Jewish faith and chosen to be baptized, becoming a born-again Christian. Jews have never defined their ethnicity solely by bloodline. They value the shaping of Jewish identity through faith. A person with Jewish blood who doesn't respect Jewish traditions and a Jew who truly celebrates Hanukkah are, in the eyes of Orthodox and conservative Jews, completely different people. What? Is she crazy? We can't give her any more chances. Kirk Douglas was furious. Now there was such a beautiful Jewish girl who had turned to Christ through baptism. But she is indeed very beautiful, and naturally blonde, which fits Ronald's aesthetic, the agent replied, forcing a smile. The so-called Jews in America are mostly of Ashkenazi descent from Eastern Europe. It's not easy to find a great beauty among them. I don't care. This kind of traitor shouldn't be given any chance to continue acting in Hollywood. Our people can only survive in America, this new Babylon, by sticking together, unless she publicly renounces her faith and rejoins Judaism. Kirk knew that women of his ethnicity weren't particularly attractive, muttered a couple of things, and then gave her another chance. You think we haven't tried? The agent didn't dare say that aloud. Not every Jewish girl could bear not celebrating Christmas, and after the New Year holidays. When her classmates were showing off their Christmas presents, she would have nothing to offer. Not blondes are fine too. When men are young, they're always obsessed with Marilyn Monroe. But when they get older, they realize that a gentle personality and a girl who unconditionally loves and supports her husband are the best match. Kirk Douglas thought for a moment. Do we have any suitable dark-haired beauties? Preferably in Hollywood, and not yet famous. Once a Hollywood actress becomes famous, she doesn't really need to rely on the ubiquitous Jewish network in Hollywood to find her opportunities. Therefore, Those girls filled with dreams of fame are the ones these old men can easily control, and in turn, they can indirectly influence the husbands they marry to be Jewish. As for black hair, I do have 2 candidates. The agent was already prepared with Jewish girls in the industry, taking out 2 audition photos from her bag. These actresses often have more and better opportunities compared to other ethnicities. And Hollywood opportunities are the most precious. Isn't that the little girl from Once Upon a Time in America? Why is she so fat now? Her mother's branch is Ashkenazi Jewish, and her father is of Irish descent. But she's very smart. She now claims to go to the synagogue. The agent also felt that this pretty girl was currently experiencing the baby fad of puberty. And this one? She looks the prettiest. Annette Bening. Her father is Jewish. Her mother isn't. She's a Broadway actress. Now she wants to go to Hollywood. She's separated from her husband, and they're preparing for divorce. Children? No, that's good. With children, a woman's heart has to be half devoted to them. However, she's almost 30, not suitable for the role of the daughter in the film, and we can't replace Sybil Shepherd, who plays the mother. The agent was a bit troubled. Annette Bening was very beautiful, with a charming and alluring side, but she didn't have a suitable audition opportunity. Find an opportunity to arrange a meeting? Kirk Douglas waved his hand impatiently. He couldn't even figure out a solution for this kind of thing himself. Really not clever enough. Okay, the agent quickly wrote it down. It's a pity. Deborah Wenger seemed the most suitable no matter how you looked at her. It's a pity she married that good-for-nothing Timothy Hutton. And she has children. Old Douglas still couldn't forget Deborah, the most talented one among them over the years. What? Mr. Ovitz recommended her? He insists I go see her. Ronald received a call from director Emil in the editing room, saying there was a particularly suitable child actress auditioning for the role of the daughter in a film now called Chances Are. Okay, Ovitz personally recommended her, so I'll go see her. But you decide. I'll just show up briefly. Who is she? What's her name? When Ronald arrived at the audition, he asked Emil and the casting director for her resume. Knock knock. A knock came at the door, and a slightly chubby-cheeked child actress walked in. I'm Jennifer Connelly, here to audition for a role. Ah, it's you. Ronald saw her and remembered meeting Jennifer Connelly at a resort while filming Dirty Dancing. She had even worked as Ronald's assistant for a while back then. She was of typical English-Irish descent, with thick, vibrant eyebrows that grew wildly above her eyes. Ronald recognized her. Brooke Shields had eyebrows like that. However, she's much fatter than Brooke. Jennifer Connelly smiled smugly. Ronald had indeed given her face by personally auditioning. It wasn't for nothing that she told everyone she went to the synagogue for Hanukkah. Although her appearance in the Italian-American director Leon Lacco's Once Upon a Time in America had left a deep impression on many directors and audiences, and some directors were still willing to gamble on her, in mainstream Hollywood blockbusters, power still resided most within the Jewish community. After the audition, Ronald secretly shook his head. To be precise, Jennifer Connelly didn't have much acting skill. The few films she'd made in recent years relied on her invincible charisma before she gained weight. Now that her appearance had deteriorated, her acting skills weren't sufficient to portray the complex character of the daughter in the script. After Connelly left, Emil looked at Ronald. Ronald simply smiled and let him decide for himself. She's not suitable. Emil was relieved. She hadn't gone through Ronald's connections for an inside recommendation. Do you have any suitable candidates? Ronald was reassured by his decisiveness. Mary Stuart Masterson, the short-haired beauty in John Hughes's Some Kind of Wonderful. She's the best actress I've ever seen. Ronald nodded. This Masterson, back when she was filming Some Kind of Wonderful, spent time learning to play the drums herself to play the girl next door who could play the drums. She even played the opening close-up shot herself. Such a dedicated, hard-working actress with acting talent was perfect for this role. Ronald. Director. After watching the audition, Ronald left the room and found Jennifer Connelly still waiting for him. What, you're still here? Didn't I tell you to go back and wait for a call? Ronald asked the chubby girl with a smile. Girls of British descent usually only slim down after the rapid surge of hormones in the last 2 years. This is quite different from women in Britain and China, who often maintain a slender figure and grow taller at this age. I'm not stupid. I know the chances of getting this role are slim. I just want to hear the real reason from you. Why don't you like me? Jennifer Connelly's eyes were still large, and her gaze towards Ronald held a deliberately practiced cuteness. It's not that I don't like you. This is director Emil's choice. The first rule of being an actor is to know who's in charge on set, Ronald laughed. You're still young. Keep honing your acting skills, and you'll succeed one day. Ronald's unconventional approach left Connolly's prepared explanations empty. He left a bewildered Jennifer Connelly and turned to daydream. Production supervisor David Simpkins had already found several best-selling novels and was preparing to report to Ronald. I have several potential novels or play scripts. Some haven't been published yet, and some have received good sales feedback. We at Daydream can all join the bidding. After reviewing them, David Simpkins selected a few targets. Michelle Canold and general manager Eddie were also in a meeting. It's currently a very expensive time to adapt screenplays, so they're also attending to assess the box office potential of the script and prepare the production budget. This is Daydream's first attempt to venture into film with a Hollywood production standard of at least a mid to high scale, and everyone is excited. Daydream Pictures, a relatively new company, has already joined the ranks of established production companies like Cannonball, Weintraub, Orion, and Hindall with just one film, Spicy Dance, That's Hollywood, and an experienced producer can rise to the top with a brilliant production. This was probably the most competitive one, the second book in Thomas Harris's series of thrillers featuring Hannibal Lecter. The first, Red Dragon, was published in 1981 and adapted into film 2 years ago, but it was a box office flop. However, it's widely believed in the industry that producer De Laurentiis interfered too much, withdrawing too much funding, which affected the performance of the up-and-coming director Michael Mann. What's it called? Ronald hadn't read the novel Red Dragon, but he'd heard of the film adaptation, The Hunter, a rather terrifying story. That Neapolitan De Laurentiis doesn't really know anything about marketing. I heard it's called The Silence of the Lambs, and after its August release, it's expected to sell very well, which will inevitably cause fierce competition in the industry. Should we join in too? Should we contact the author first? Ronald thought that if this kind of series continued to be a bestseller, it was definitely worth a try. Generally, we can't contact authors directly. Many publishers acquire the adaptation rights when they sign contracts. We should follow the proper channels and contact the author's agent and publisher. Eddie, who was more familiar with copyright matters, quickly suggested. Okay, let's do it that way. Ronald realized he had forgotten that Thomas Harris was already an established author. The second one is called Steel Magnolia, an off-Broadway play. It tells the story of a group of Southern women who bravely face life. The audience response has been very good, and it's already in its second run. I heard there's a possibility of a national tour. So many Hollywood companies are interested in buying it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 main female characters here. 3 mothers, 2 daughters. This Steel Magnolia already has a plot synopsis and theater reviews. Ronald flipped through the cast list. There were many roles of Southern girls. Of course, when it comes to filming female stars, who can be better than you, Ronald? That's our biggest advantage in the competition. David Simpkins, a screenwriter by training, gave a slight compliment. These are all open secrets. The bidding price will be very high. How much are we willing to bid? General Manager Eddie interjected. The scripts are too expensive now. We need at least a budget of around $500,000 to have any hope of winning it, Michelle Canold interjected. He was in charge of production and distribution and was sensitive to these numbers. So expensive? What's our budget for filming? Eddie knew that generally, the script and the filming budget were roughly matched. A script bought for $500,000 would, according to current market rates, cost at least $5 to $6 million to hire stars, making the production no less than $13 million. That's the current price. Last year's novel adaptation rights were already around $350,000 to $400,000. With this year's strike, I think $500,000 isn't enough to enter the competition now. It's best to prepare $700,000 to $800,000 to be on the safe side. So expensive, of course. Winston Groom's satirical novel from 2 years ago sold for $350,000. And that was a satirical novel. Both of these are best-selling genres, thrillers and horror, and Southern melodramas. What satirical novel? Can satirical novels be adapted into movies? Ronald could only scratch his head. That price could make a low-budget film. He was a little suspicious of who did this uninformed thing. Satirical novels have a lot of background and subtext, and are generally not easy to adapt into film and television works. There's a movie called Forrest Gump, written from the perspective of a dim-witted young man in the Southern KKK. It satirizes everything about America's past, the moon landing, hippies, the Vietnam War, and so on. Haven't you seen it? Ronald hadn't, and shook his head. I have a copy, you can take a look. It's quite interesting. What's another novel you've got your eye on? Ronald steered the conversation back. It's a Western novel. For a long time, our country hasn't had a decent Western novel. Westerns have been in decline for a long time, so I think we could give it a try. That's an interesting idea. Ronald thought of Lonely Pigeon, the film Diane had directed. Historically, genre films have always been popular in waves. Maybe now it's the Western's turn to make a comeback? What's the novel called? Dances with Wolves, a classic Western setup, cowboys, Native Americans, and heroism. The author is a screenwriter by trade, named Michael Black. Wait, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Ronald couldn't remember for a moment, racking his brains. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 956. Why does everyone want to be their own director? Ronald couldn't immediately recall why the name sounded so familiar. The Daydream executives continued their business discussion. Daydream had made a fortune from sexy dancing, but the vast majority of it belonged to Ronald. The younger executives only received hefty checks each time bonuses were distributed, thanks to Ronald's generosity. Filmmaking was a high-risk investment, and they limited their focus to the 3 novels. Daydream was lucky to produce one big-budget film a year. The company's main business remained low-budget B-movies and a videotape business. Perhaps we could develop a new genre, a modern revival of gangster thrillers, Michelle Canault suggested to Ronald. These films don't require much production budget, and it's easy to adapt and remake suitable plots from older films. Warner Brothers made a lot of these kinds of movies in the 1930s and 40s. Ronald understood his meaning. The shooting methods for videotapes and theatrical films were quite different. Limited by the size of television sets, films specifically made for the videotape market often required a classic storytelling style. With the rise of television, few studios were willing to produce films in this format anymore. Who would go to the cinema if they could watch it on TV? The rapid rise of the VHS market provided an opportunity for the revival of this old genre. Ronald realized that, to some extent, distribution channels determined the rise and fall of film genres. What was needed now was to mass-produce genre films quickly and at low cost. Quality wasn't the most important factor, speed and consistency were. The consensus was to buy more old films and foreign film rights while the screenwriters were still on strike, and to record them on VHS for release. One was romantic comedies that appealed to women, and the other was action films. These were the investment directions Daydream had decided on, and everyone began working towards them. Jackie Chan's action films were excellent targets because many of his jokes and action scenes were easily understood without dialogue, making them good entertainment for American audiences. For romantic stories, they mainly looked to films from France, Spain, and Italy, as Latinos had a particular advantage in making these kinds of films. Ronald thought it was a good idea and wrote it down so he could call his friends in Hong Kong later. He figured they would be quite interested in selling the movie to Hollywood. Look, a number of movies released in theaters last year didn't do well at the box office, but the video rental market was unexpectedly booming. I think the 7 major studios will realize this eventually. We need to seize the opportunity. Canard took out several prepared videotapes to verify their discussed strategic direction. This is No Way Out, released by Orion. They got Roger Ebert 4 stars, but the box office was only a little over 30 million. Compared to the salaries of the big stars, the stars didn't even break even. But the videotapes that Orion sold to HBO to produce made it into the top 5 of the video rental charts. If we remove the stars, we can probably make it for less than 5 million, and the sales in the videotape market won't be much different. Michelle is right. I've seen this movie. It's actually plagiarized from Paramount's The Big Clock from 1948. We can do it well with just a small remit copyright fee. David Simpkins, as expected of someone who reviewed scripts, immediately recognized a prototype of the movie. This proves the resurgence of spy, thriller, and gangster films. These types of films were mainly produced by television stations after the 1950s. But due to the rating requirements of wireless television, many of the ice cream elements in the plot were cut. Now, with the VHS market, we can add those ice cream back in, General Manager Eddie summarized. That's great. We can also contact mid-sized studios like Orion in the future. We can help them produce and distribute VHS tapes. Ronald felt he had found another business opportunity and picked up the VHS box to watch it repeatedly. The female lead in this spy thriller was Sean Young, the crazy woman he had auditioned for. The male lead was Kevin Costner, a former carpenter he had mentored. He was still in the stage of not quite becoming a star. His previous western, The Battle of Silverado, hadn't been a box office success. Perhaps he was more suited to the VHS market. Ronald remembered, he had met the writer Michael Black while drinking beer at Kevin Costner's house. He had no money and hadn't sold any scripts, so he slept in Costner's living room. Costner had even told him to stop writing scripts and focus on making a name for himself with a novel first. Could this be? I remember now. Give me the phone. Ronald excitedly grabbed the phone and dialed his agent, Richard. I need to speak with Kevin Costner. Can you get in touch with him for me? What? You have a new project and want to collaborate with him? Richard was intrigued. He and Nissita relied heavily on Ronald for most of their business. He might know a best-selling author. I'll ask him about the rights. Damn, Kevin might have already bought it. He's in Los Angeles promoting his new baseball movie, Bull Durham, and will come see you after he's done with the media. A while later, Richard called Ronald back. Yes, that's the friend you saw back then, the one staying at my house. Kevin Costner, dressed in a jacket, white socks, and boat shoes, looked exactly like the powerful pitcher from the minor leagues in the movie. Are you? Ronald asked Costner, holding his glass. Yes, I bought the option. Michael originally wrote a screenplay, but no producers were willing to buy it, so I encouraged him to write it as a novel first. Now the novel is on the bestseller list, but still no one is buying it, so I had to buy the adaptation option. Kevin Costner recounted the story of Dances with Wolves. His old friend Michael Black was a friend who debuted around the same time. Even after Kevin had starred in Coherent Night and gradually become a star, Michael still couldn't find anyone willing to buy his films. The novel's success showed that the problem wasn't Black's writing quality, but that no one was willing to invest in such a classic Western. I can consider investing. In fact, my creative director suggested I consider it, Ronald stated clearly. Of course I'm willing. Working with you has been one of the most enjoyable filming experiences I've had in Hollywood. You have no idea how troublesome it is to work with Sean Young. She'd stop filming if she felt something was wrong. Costner was very grateful to Ronald. After all, it was the other man who gave him the opportunity to debut. However, Michael has a condition. The entire plot of his novel must be filmed, not just a selection or adaptation. I've already agreed to that. Kevin Costner was also happy that Ronald was willing to invest. After all, filming the entire script would definitely exceed $10 million in budget. Film the entire thing, Ronald confirmed. After all, he had schemed through the novel, and the story was quite substantial. Even 2.5 hours might not be enough to fit it all. This was the type of film that distributors least wanted to see. Yes, and the Native American parts must be in the language of the Native American tribes. I planned to film on location on a Native American reservation. Ronald stroked his chin. This sounded like a star's wishful thinking. Native American language dialogue? Who would want to watch that in America? And the tone of his voice made it seem like he already had an overall plan for the film. Who do you plan to have direct this film? Ronald asked him. Your faithful. Kevin Costner pointed to his nose. I don't know, Kevin. Maybe you could consider making a small-budget film to practice. A film like this for your directorial debut? I've thought about it a lot, Ronald. Over the past few years, while making films, I've been observing directors' working methods. You told me before that filmmaking starts with a main shot, then over-the-shoulder shots, reverse shots, and finally some close-ups of reactions. Seeing that Costner was already engrossed in his work and starting to talk about his designs for certain shots, Ronald knew it would be difficult to persuade him to abandon this unrealistic fantasy. I didn't expect you to have such grand ideas, courage, and ambition. My company alone can't handle the distribution of such a large-scale production. If you can get the 7 major studios to give you the green light, I'd like to purchase a share of the investment in the film. That way, once the overall plan is finalized, I can invest according to my share. Ronald thought for a moment, deciding to lock in an investment amount with a small sum first. No one from the 7 major studios would be crazy enough to let Costner's debut film be such an epic production. They'd wait until he hit a wall, then slowly persuade him to abandon his unrealistic fantasies. Dances with Wolves is a good novel. But a good novel doesn't necessarily translate into a good film. Film and novel are two completely different mediums, and often the better the novel, the worse the adaptation. First-rate films are often adapted from third-rate novels, retaining only the characters and story framework. This way, they can modify according to filmmaking rules without offending the novel's readers. After all, they don't have many die-hard fans anyway. As for the budget of at least $10 million, exceeding $15 million with Costner's salary, let this novice, who has never been a producer before, try it out and see what kind of torment he'll suffer. Anyway, these kinds of words will either be said to him by them or by someone from the 7 major studios. It's definitely better for someone else to say them than for them to hurt feelings if they come from them themselves. They can persuade him later. As for Dances with Wolves, they'll have to tolerate Costner's delusions for now. The other 2 novels, however, quickly yielded results. I'm sorry I didn't find out the key details. The adaptation rights for The Silence of the Lambs were sold before the publisher even released it. David Simpkins apologized to Ronald. How did that happen? Ronald was surprised. Selling the rights before publication was, strictly speaking, a violation of a series of Writers Guild regulations. Well, when author Thomas Harris sold the rights to the first Red Dragon to De Laurentiis, he signed a special package deal. The sequel had to be produced by De Laurentiis' studio. Simpkins recounted the information he'd gathered from his visit to the author. De Laurentiis, this Neapolitan, had included many deceptive clauses in the contract. For example, if the film adaptation of the second novel wasn't produced by his company, he would have to pay Harris an additional $500,000 in compensation. Thomas Harris, upon hearing that his novel might be adapted for the screen, signed the contract without much thought. At that time, it wasn't even certain that the first Red Dragon would be made. Someone spending hundreds of thousands to buy the adaptation rights was a pleasant surprise. Who knew the first novel would become such a huge hit, so popular with readers? The second adaptation was also highly anticipated and sought after by many producers. Hollywood is full of penniless producers eager for a breakthrough film. However, after the first movie's box office failure, Lawrence de Laurentiis no longer wanted to make a sequel. Yet, the contract remained valid, and author Harris, wanting to sell it to a truly capable producer, would have to compensate de Laurentiis $500,000. Clearly, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. At this point, the renowned actor Gene Hackman approached him, offering $500,000 for the rights. Harris, seeing someone willing to pay, readily agreed. However, Hollywood is no place for fools. Hackman's offer came with several special terms. First, he must play the high-ranking FBI official. Second, the actor playing Hannibal Lecter must be confirmed by Hackman. Third, Hackman himself must direct. Harris thought this setup was good, and since he didn't have to invest his own money, he agreed. Now, Ronald's Daydream Company, thinking they had gotten there first, approached him to discuss the adaptation, and the agreed-upon terms couldn't be changed. Filming a movie requires a lot of money, and pooling resources to share the risk isn't a bad idea. However, when Simpkins approached Hackman's agent, he was flatly rejected. Gene Hackman wanted to use this film as a springboard to transition into directing, to let everyone know that he was not only an outstanding actor but also a potential director. Therefore, he was quite wary of investing in a director like Ronald. Ronald felt incredibly unlucky. How come every actor thinks they can become a director these days? Is it really that easy? Why are there so few directors who transition from acting? Besides, actors have short schedules, they can rest after filming their scenes. Directors have to coordinate the entire filming process, handle various emergencies, finalize the film in the editing room, outmaneuver the producers to secure the cut, and also work on marketing. Can't you just be a quiet star? Right, Gene Hackman isn't a star, just an actor. Ronald started to understand. Many people can be both stars and actors, but there's actually a huge gap between the two. Good looks. Gene Hackman, despite his excellent acting skills and familiarity with audiences, having played villains in many famous films, doesn't have a star-like presence. No one approaches him for autographs because of his rather ordinary appearance and lack of distinctive features. He can play both good and bad characters, but he's never quite settled into a single type of role, preventing audiences from immediately recognizing his character. This lack of box office appeal explains his desire to transition into directing, perhaps a reflection of his frustration. Everyone has their own troubles. Some big stars desperately try to broaden their acting range, while actors with broad ranges envy the freedom stars can have. If a star wanted to act in this novel, why would they need to invest their own money? Ronald tried to smooth things over with Nisida again, but found Gene Hackman's attitude quite firm, so he had to abandon the idea for now. What about Steel Magnolia? Ronald thought of the third possible script for bidding. This play wasn't a novel, but a script written for off-Broadway, already showing on the run. Robert Harlan, the screenwriter, is open to adapting screenplays into films, but he has conditions. He needs to personally interview all the directors and producers who want to buy the screenplay, and only after talking to all the bidders will he decide who to sell it to. That guy has quite the attitude, Ronald replied, feeling that he hadn't been chosen like this in a long time. I also think he went a bit too far, but he treats everyone equally. I heard that this story is based on his sister's true story. His sister had diabetes and the doctor said she wasn't suitable for childbirth. But for her husband, she still gave birth to a boy. Later, due to childbirth, his sister's diabetes worsened, leading to kidney failure. His mother donated a kidney to her, but the transplant didn't work, and his sister passed away a few years later. So this story is very important to him, and there's a reason he's being so cautious. Okay, then you contact him for me, and I'll find time to meet with him. When are you free? I want to talk to him. I'm busy with a new film, aren't I? Ronald glanced at Simpkins. I have a friend who knows Gene Hackman, and I'd like to try to get through to him and see if he can make an exception. Understood. I'll contact the author of Steel Magnolia first. Ronald nodded. Of the three scripts, he still preferred the suspense thriller, The Silence of the Lambs, which was in line with the trends of the VHS era. Westerns like Dances with Wolves and Southern melodramas like Steel Magnolia require more caution and should be prioritized later. By the way, that satirical novel you mentioned, Forrest Gump, I found it very interesting. Who bought the adaptation rights? Ronald recalled the Winston Groom novel they had discussed last time. The novel's subject matter, plot, and the protagonist's somewhat intellectually challenged nature all bore a striking resemblance to his early screenplay, My Brother's Protector. Ronald was still somewhat disappointed that his screenplay hadn't been made into a film, so he wanted to know more about the Forrest Gump adaptation. It was bought by Steve Tisch Jr., the son of the founder of NYU Tisch School of Management. His father was also the chairman of the New York Giants. Isn't that Michelle Canold's former boss? Ronald laughed. He had previously clashed with Tisch Jr. over Spicy Dance, and now he had even poached Canold to Daydream. The industry had more or less guessed the earning power of Spicy Dance. Now that he's bought Forrest Gump, it's impossible for me to collaborate with him, a proud rich kid. I'll have to plan for the long term and see if there's a chance to buy the whole thing later. And believe it or not, even though the novel is written from Forrest Gump's perspective, it's full of typos and grammatical errors. But it didn't affect his reading at all. Ronald was engrossed in it. The last time he read about Forrest Gump, he was an astronaut who went to the moon and even participated in the table tennis delegation's visit to China because he was good at table tennis. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957 Seeking Mediation, The Silent Lamb. Where was Lone Dove filmed? Ronald called Paula Wagner to ask about the filming location of the miniseries Diane was in. Diane played the lead role, Lorena, a salon girl in a small Texas town. There were two male leads, Robert Duvall as Gus and Tommy Lee Jones as Woodrow, both retired Texas light rifle war heroes now cowboys. In the wilderness around the town near Bastrop State Park in Texas. Are you going to visit Diane on set? Paula was a little surprised. Yes, tell me how to get there, contact the crew, I'll go see Diane. You'll have to fly to Austin, Texas, then transfer there, on Highway 674 near Bastrop State Park, in a place called Alamo Village. You'll know you're there as soon as you see the dust. Never mind, I'll go with you, that place is too hard to find. Before we go, I'll call producer Susan. Paula Wagner stopped mid-sentence, realizing she needed to be more proactive about Diane. Ronald rarely visited sets this far away. That's great, I won't get lost with you there. What are the filming conditions like? Should I bring anything? Actually, besides seeing Diane, Ronald's other purpose in visiting the Lonely Pigeon set was to talk to Robert Duvall, who plays Gus. Ronald had consulted his agent, Nisida, about this, as Duvall was much more familiar with the networks of these veteran actors than he was with himself. Before becoming an actor, Duvall had a stable job at the post office. After resigning to pursue his acting dreams, he found another actor in New York who was already making a name for himself. Duvall, who had little money, rented a room in his house for a very low price. This actor also introduced him to auditions for Arthur Miller's plays. Ultimately, both were chosen to star in the new play, gaining some fame on Broadway. Later, he was selected by Capullo to play the Godfather, and his role as the Godfather's adopted son and strategist, Tom Hacken, made him a star. The actor who helped him also found his place in Hollywood, playing many tough guy roles, and eventually winning an Oscar for Best Actor. This actor was Gene Hackman, the guy who acquired the adaptation rights to The Silence of the Lambs. "Aren't we there yet?" Ronald checked his watch, got off the private jet, and they had been driving along Highway 674 for 2 hours before turning onto country dirt road, slowly making their way along the bumpy road. "Almost there. Haven't you noticed how dusty it is here?" Paula Wagner picked up the radio and asked the vehicles leading the way, "Rick, when will we be there?" "Almost there," the driver said. "He's been there several times. It's only a 10-minute drive. Let's keep going. We'll take a good shower when we get there." Paula Wagner turned on the public channel and shouted to the trucks and SUVs in front and behind the convoy. Lonely Pigeon was a project strongly promoted by the CAA, and one of the producers was Suzanne de Passé, a rare female producer in the television industry. She poured everything into the filming for her professional dream. She not only lobbied the television station and the CAA, but also persuaded two acting stars, Robert Duvall and Tommy Lee Jones, to join the cast. Diane was also chosen by her and asked Paula to audition. However, despite her ambition and drive, de Passé knew nothing about television production, so the crew lacked experience, many essential items were unprepared, and the budget was estimated to be several $100,000 short. To fill the gap, Susan even worked for Motown Records, producing their Christmas special. Knowing all this, Ronald wanted to first curry favor with Duvall, and incidentally, ensure Diane had a comfortable stay during the months of filming. Leveraging his good connections with the Navy, he rented portable toilets from a nearby military base, purchased a large amount of supplies in Austin, and assembled several large trucks, driving them over to treat the crew. Beep beep, the convoy arrived at the filming location, Alamo Village. The trucks stopped in order, and a mischievous truck driver even honked his horn, the sound carrying far across the open fields. "Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to honk your horns here? We're filming, don't you know? Where's the mayor of Alamo Village? That bastard took our money and hasn't shown up since, causing constant interference during filming." A woman with darker skin and a loud, direct voice strode over, pointing at the convoy and launching into tirade. Miniseries filmed on location are most vulnerable to this kind of modern noise interference. At that time, Texas only had the neighing of horses and cows. The moment the siren sounded, the entire day's filming was ruined. At the very least, it would need to be redubbed. "Susan, it's me." Paula jumped out of the car and hugged producer Susan. "Oh, you're finally here. At least we don't have to relieve ourselves in the bushes anymore." Susan de Passé immediately changed her expression, deliberately walking to the trailer behind to inspect the two portable toilets. "Military made, indeed quite good. This is Ronald. He funded this trip to provide you with some equipment and supplies." Paula introduced Ronald, the benefactor behind it all, to Susan. "Ah, it's you. I love you so much. The women in your films are also independent and strong." Susan, of Jamaican descent, displayed her Latino nature, warmly embracing Ronald. "The filming went smoothly today, except for just now. Anyway, the director said we could go home after one more take," Susan said, leading the group to the actual filming location. It was a field, the land shimmering golden in the setting sun, looking beautiful, but actually very dirty. There was a stream nearby, with several tents by the stream. A few people were standing around the tents, and a camera was positioned a short distance away. Simon, our stuff's here," Susan shouted to director Simon Winsell behind the camera. "What stuff?" "It's what I told you about. Someone sent us a shipment, a portable toilet, a refrigerator, a portable grill, and lots of food and coke." "Ronald," Susan was explaining to the director and crew when a girl dressed in a long dress typical of the westward expansion era screamed and ran towards them. Diane, with her bright red hair braided into two pigtails and coiled on her head, was completely covered up, but her figure was still accentuated by her cinched waist. She excitedly rushed over and jumped onto Ronald. "Ha ha ha, Ronald scooped her up under her knees with his right hand, spun her around twice, and Diane's joy infected him. Everyone inexplicably burst into laughter. Ronald treated everyone to still warm pizza and Coke at the trailer camp. Filming looked tough, but even big-name actors like Duvall and Tommy Lee Jones ate heartily. That was back in 1958, not long after I retired from the Marines. I was sleeping in that guest room. Gene was already married then. He and Faye lived in the master bedroom, and later there was this guy from California who slept on the living room floor, Dustin Hoffman. Robert Duvall, knowing Ronald's purpose, chatted with him in the trailer about the past. He, Hackman, and Hoffman were all friends before they became famous. Gene Hackman was very private, so after becoming famous, he didn't make many true friends, only maintaining contact with his two old friends. Later, he and Faye couldn't take it anymore, so they paid for a 6-story youth apartment for Dustin and me at the intersection of 109th Street and Broadway, an apartment without an elevator. Not long after we moved in, Faye got pregnant, and that was his son Chris. Later, we had 2 daughters. Duvall spoke of the past years with a touch of nostalgia, quite different from the tough guy Gus he played in Lonely Pigeon. Duvall was in a good mood today, thanks to the portable refrigerator and portable toilet Ronald had brought, which greatly improved the conditions for filming in the field. He readily agreed to help Ronald with his idea, saying he would call Gene Hackman that evening. "It's so good that you're here. I can leave work early and rest a little longer. Filming here is really intense. It's my first time filming a TV series, and they're filming so fast." Back at the hotel in town, Ronald and Diane stayed together. After showering, Diane, smelling nice, nestled in Ronald's arms and talked. "Haven't you ever made a low-budget film before?" Ronald chuckled. Diane had only worked on mainstream Hollywood productions since her debut. She'd never tried anything like Roger Corman's films. "We shoot 11 pages of script a day. There's no time to figure out the character yourself. We rely heavily on experience. Luckily, I read the original novel before filming, otherwise, many parts of the script and the characters' actions wouldn't make much sense." 11 pages? That's too fast. Aren't you exhausted? I see your split ends. Ronald ran his fingers through Diane's red hair. Diane's original hair color was dark brown, but she had dyed it red specifically for this role, the hair color that represents passion and impulsiveness in American culture. The environment is terrible. We're in dust every day, and our food is constantly being attacked by ants and bees. Sometimes we even have to wait in the bushes. Are you regretting it a little? Ronald thought to himself. It seemed that filming a TV series was even more stressful than filming a movie. 11 pages of script a day, filming at breakneck speed. He himself was only managing 1 or 2 pages a day when making a movie. Luckily, they have a good eye. They chose Duvall and Tommy Lee Jones to play the 2 leads, especially Duvall. His personality is just like the protagonist, Gus. Diane plays a prostitute who works in the town sex trade, but eventually falls in love with a respectful old cowboy, Gus. In the end, she and the old cowboy drive a herd of cattle to Montana to sell, and after Gus's death, she takes his ashes back to their hometown. Ronald laughed. Clearly, Robert Duvall's personality isn't like that in real life. Some experienced actors, when filming such tight schedules, stay in character and don't leave, which greatly improves efficiency. What are you laughing at? Are you jealous because we're playing a couple? Diane buried her head in Ronald's chest. It was warm there, and she didn't want to leave. Ronald had specially escorted things to visit her on set today, which touched her deeply. "I just find it strange that your character would fall for an old man like us, and give up a comfortable life to herd cattle. I haven't read the novel. Won't the audience find that odd? There are clearly young and handsome cowboys." Ronald saw several very handsome young actors dressed in cowboy costumes on set. "This novel is really good." Back then, the only option for girls to escape rural life was to become prostitutes. Only then would they have the opportunity to leave their hometowns and see the big cities. But this kind of life wasn't something to be envied. Like my character, Lorena, there was only one reason why the men in town would talk to her, except for Gus, this war veteran, who would come to the salon to play cards with her, talk to her, and treat her as a respected woman. "I see. Are you having any difficulties here? Do you need anything? I'll have someone bring it to you. By the way, for the cowboy scenes, can you ride a horse?" "Yes, I can. I filmed a western when I was 14, but that film was very traditional, just very exciting to film with Burt Lancaster." Diane's filming was very hard, often requiring her to shoot night scenes back to back. In this Texas countryside, no one from the Screen Actors Guild was there to advocate for their rights. The comforting feeling of Ronald's warm hands combing her hair gradually calmed Diane's breathing, allowing her to settle down from the intense emotions of filming. She eventually fell asleep, a smile on her face. Ronald gently carried her to bed and tucked her in. Filming in such a remote, impoverished area was a necessity. America's national logistics network relies on highways, trucks, and air freight. Therefore, in any rural state, it's easy to see highways, trucks, and airplane contrails. Any truck horn or airplane contrail would ruin the scene and require reshoots. That's why the crew had to film here. It was near the Austin military base, and civilian aircraft rarely came by. The village was also in the opposite direction from the Air Force training area, so there were usually no airplane contrails. The next morning, Diane woke up to find breakfast Ronald had brought. After quickly eating, she immediately set off to film the early morning scene. Diane shyly kissed Ronald several times on the cheek. "After I finish filming, I'll spend a few days with you to make it up to you." When he arrived at the set, Robert Duvall was already waiting for him. "I spoke with Gene Hackman last night, and he agreed to meet with you to consider giving you the production rights to The Silence of the Lambs." "Thank you so much," Ronald said immediately, realizing his old friend's words still carried weight. "These things you brought us have been a huge help." Duvall pointed to the portable toilets. "We have to watch out for ants and bees when we use the toilet here." Ronald hadn't expected his impromptu idea to make the actors so happy. Could his company manufacture a batch of these devices for big film crews in the future? He and Faye divorced 2 years ago, and now he lives in Santa Fe, New Mexico. "Here's the address." Duvall chuckled and handed over a slip of paper. Santa Fe. Ronald looked at the address. Hackman didn't live in Los Angeles. Living in a place like this, it seemed Nisada's assessment of him as difficult to work with wasn't unfounded. "Gene likes to vet the directors and actors he works with. Don't be intimidated by him." Duvall chuckled, patted Ronald on the shoulder, and turned to prepare. "Ronnie." Diane came up to say goodbye to Ronald. Watching the departing convoy, Diane touched her hair, feeling a little insecure. Did Ronald not like it after she dyed her hair red? He seemed to prefer blonde hair. Chapter 958. Never before has a Western been so exciting. The group returned to Austin, where there are no direct flights to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Commercial flights require a layover in Dallas. Because there aren't many large companies in Austin, it's difficult to guarantee a timely aircraft dispatch for business jet leasing. A few hours later, in the Dallas airport waiting area, Paula Wagner and Nisada found Ronald a VIP lounge where the three of them rested briefly. "Ronald, Tom regrets it." Paula handed Ronald a cup of instant coffee. Her biggest motivation for accompanying Ronald on this trip was to help her biggest client maintain a good relationship with him. In fact, not only Tom Cruise, but Paula, Nisada, Richard, and all the other agents on the CAA line all regretted it. An Oscar-nominated superstar has far greater appeal than an Oscar winner plus a big star. A superstar with both awards and box office success has a tremendous impact on boosting the business of those involved. If Tom Cruise receives an Oscar nomination, he can single-handedly secure a project, whether it's a big-budget commercial film or a mid-sized production with a particularly good story. Conversely, his refusal can cause a project to fail. On the set of Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman, after being inspired by a casual remark from Ronald, delivered a smooth and nuanced performance, seemingly finding his footing, portraying an autistic character with unparalleled skill. This is undoubtedly due to his extensive experience working with autistic individuals, but if there's a secret to his acting, it's that some autistic individuals are relatively easier to portray compared to those with genuinely lower intelligence. What appears to be low intelligence to the average person isn't true low intelligence, but rather a lack of basic social skills. Some of them are not only not unintelligent, but possess above-average intelligence. Medically, this is called savant syndrome. The character of Rain Man in the script is precisely such a person. Although he compulsively needed to complete the same actions every day to feel at ease, he could accurately count the number of toothpicks scattered on the table with just a glance. Tom Cruise's character, Charlie, also utilized this trait of his brother Rain Man, joining him in a gambling spree in Las Vegas to earn enough working capital for their used car dealership. We were all slow to realize, unsure of Dustin's purpose in insisting on changing the original script's truly intellectually disabled character into an autistic genius. Or did you immediately see the advantage this revised script gave to the performers? Hey, if you've directed a lot like me, spent enough time in the editing room, you become very sensitive to the actor's subtle movements. You can tell if a scene is genuine, if it's drawn from memory. You have an intuition. The director is the only audience for the actors' performances on set, and they repeatedly watch the performances in the editing room. Over time, this develops an intuition, allowing them to judge at a glance how much effort an actor puts in. Dustin Hoffman's method of acting by imitating real-life prototypes actually faces a very difficult challenge. That's the real group of people with low IQs. It's difficult for normal people to understand their thoughts. So, if Hoffman had stuck to the original character setup, he would have faced the challenge of controlling the nuances of his performance. In other words, it would have been easy for him to overact, making the character seem unlike the intellectually challenged people they'd seen or imagined in real life. However, with this autistic genius, the nuances were much easier to grasp. Audiences, seeing his portrayal of Rain Man's fear of social interaction and his stereotypical behaviors, easily connected him to introverted people in real life, amplifying their behaviors to Rain Man. Rain Man's mathematical talent also made the character seem very endearing. The script cleverly garnered extra audience favor for the protagonist. Frankly, this kind of role isn't particularly difficult to perform. Tom Cruise could easily have done it. In fact, during rehearsals, he and Dustin Hoffman often switched roles, reciting each other's lines. After each rehearsal, he would call Paula to express his regret. There's a subtle point here that neither Paula nor Cruise realized. Rain Man is no longer the kind of intellectually challenged character that was considered difficult to portray. Everyone else had fallen into the trap of old wives' tales, but Ronald, relying on his intuition, sensed it. Actually, Tom's looks aren't suited for acting. He's so handsome, audiences prefer to see him on screen, looking dashing like a star, rather than acting like Dustin Hoffman, Ronald stated, quoting a widely accepted fact in the industry. Unfortunately, Tom himself is very ambitious about acting. I can't convince him, nor do I want to, Paula replied, knowing full well this. But it was good that Cruise had ambition. Besides, successful male stars of this age are difficult to persuade to change their minds. Just then, the announcement came over the loudspeaker that they were boarding their connecting flight. Ronald and several agents settled into business class. Stretching out his legs, Ronald picked up his eye mask and earplugs, saying to Paula, "I'm a little tired, I'll need to catch up on sleep on the way to Santa Fe. I'll tell the flight attendant," Paula said with a peculiar smile, sitting down next to her husband. The pilot seemed to be a retired Navy pilot. Takeoff was particularly rapid. However, once level with the ground, the flight was very smooth. Ronald quickly drifted off to sleep. The engine noise was much fainter once it reached business class. After passing through the soundproof earmuffs, only a lingering hum remained. Vroom vroom vroom, a low background melody played, and Ronald saw a 2.39:1 widescreen image. A group of Native Americans with brightly painted faces, wielding spears and bows and arrows, were moving horizontally across the entire screen. The small group of 7 or 8 horses kept changing, with some galloping ahead only to be overtaken by others. This scene only occupied a little over half of the widescreen. Ronald smiled in his dream. This was the authentic way to film a Western, seamlessly integrating the characters with a vast Western prairie. With a normal 1.85 aspect ratio, it would be impossible to have so many characters in a medium shot while still leaving room for the beautiful prairie in the background. Not to mention the 4:3 television quality visuals of Lonely Pigeon, filmed by Diane, where dialogue could only be shown in close-ups, and even an over-the-shoulder shot couldn't fit 2 characters. Oh, luff luff luff, the Native Americans on the screen let out their distinctive howls. Ronald looked over and saw a man with a mustache, dressed in a U.S. military uniform from the Civil War era, mixed in with the Native Americans. It was Kevin Costner. Did this guy really find investors? This scene looks like it was filmed on location. So many horses, so many people, it must have cost a fortune to make. Ronald couldn't help but sigh. Was Westerns going to become a popular genre again? Wait, why is Costner's character with the Native Americans? Ronald suddenly realized something. Traditional Westerns always featured scenes of white people fighting Native American warriors. White people and Native Americans rarely fought side by side. At most, some Native Americans would assimilate into white society and fight against more brutal Native American tribes. The scene shifted, and women and children came out to see off the departing warriors. Ronald clearly saw a white woman among them, dressed in Native American women's clothing and accessories. The camera began to rise, and the warriors, after saying goodbye to their families, appeared in the frame from below, riding saddleless horses and setting off. "This shot is beautiful," Ronald exclaimed in his dream, "but it's so expensive. The cost of installing 12 cranes on the prairie, and the training and safety expenses for those extras on bareback Indian warriors, must be staggering." A deep, majestic soundtrack began, and the camera zoomed in on the undulating hills in the distance. A gray line gradually emerged from behind the hills. "What's that? It doesn't look like enemy cavalry," Ronald pondered. The dark gray line became clearer, and huge, fat animals gradually appeared on the horizon. Rumble, 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 the sound of these giant animals' hooves began to fill the entire frame. Ronald looked at them. They were larger than ordinary cattle, with thicker fur. The camera shifted, and the hillsides were filled with these animals, American bison, charging towards the camera. The thunderous hooves, accompanied by clouds of dust kicked up by their trampling, created a strange resonance between the viewer's heart and the sound of the hooves, connecting with the Indian hunters on horseback driving the bison from the edge of the frame. "My God, there must be thousands of bison? This scene is really exciting, and it's fucking expensive. How much did it cost to film this?" Costner was riding a saddled horse, hunting with a shotgun. The Native Americans were riding bareback horses, hunting with bows and arrows. The camera seemed to be following them and the bison herd, speeding forward, giving the audience the feeling of riding alongside the hunters. "It's amazing. I've never seen a Western like this before," Ronald exclaimed excitedly, opening his eyes to see the concerned looks from Nisida and Paula. "You think Lonely Pigeon is so good?" Nisida offered him a glass of water. The couple had also seen the filming of Lonely Pigeon. They hadn't expected Ronald to be so optimistic about this Western miniseries. Could a great director see something that they couldn't? It's alright, it's alright. That movie plagiarized Red River, so it won't be too bad. Ronald brushed it off, taking a sip of water to calm himself. He didn't know why, but he often dreamed about movies when he was on a plane. The film Dances with Wolves, which Costner had his eye on, looked incredibly beautiful. Previous westerns had never featured such dynamic, realistic, and immersive hunting scenes. He figured he'd need to find the novel and study it carefully. If the film could truly capture this level of cinematography, it would be a visual spectacle never before seen by American audiences. The plane landed in Santa Fe, and Ronald was surprised to find he didn't experience any ear blockage. The temperature was warm but not hot, and the low humidity was invigorating. "Drink more water," Nisida said, handing him another bottle, then one to his wife. Santa Fe is a high-altitude city, about 7,200 feet, approximately 2,000 meters. Drinking plenty of water helps prevent altitude sickness. After checking into the hotel, Ronald and Nisida went to find Gene Hackman's house. Ding dong, Ronald rang the doorbell. "Come in, the door's open." "Don't make me come out to invite you," Gene Hackman's familiar voice came from inside. Ronald and Nisida exchanged a glance, then pushed open the door and went inside. Gene Hackman, with a dark-haired beauty on his arm, sat on the sofa in the living room. He gave Ronald a perfunctory handshake but didn't get up. The dark-haired beauty, however, looked at Ronald with curiosity. "I know why you're here. I didn't want to say much, as I already have plans for this film, but Robert Duvall, specifically called to say you're a director who understands actors' needs." Hackman gestured to the sofa, gesturing for Ronald to sit down. "And this lovely lady is..." Ronald, disregarding the veteran actor's instructions, asked the woman's name instead of introducing her, which was quite impolite of Hackman. Bessie Arakawa," the dark-haired beauty introduced herself. She was the reason Gene Hackman was divorcing his wife of 30 years. Arakawa was a classical pianist, but with limited opportunities in Hawaii. She worked part-time as a yoga instructor at a fitness center until she met this Oscar-winning actor. "Hello, Bessie." Ronald shook her hand and sat down. "We haven't met before. But my last film, Burning Mississippi, was directed by Alan Parker, who didn't like you much, always calling you a thief of ideas." Hackman spoke very bluntly. "The truth is quite the opposite. He plagiarized the script I revised. But the Writers Guild has already ruled in his favor." Ronald knew what was going on. So it was Alan Parker, the world-renowned director, back in Hollywood directing movies. It seemed Gene Hackman had heard a lot of bad things about him from him. "Listen, Mr. Hackman. I'm in Santa Fe to talk to you about that Hannibal Lecter novel adaptation, not to reminisce about our mutual friend Alan, haha. Gene Hackman seemed pleased with Ronald's straightforward speaking style. He laughed. Very well, let's talk about this novel adaptation. Tell me, Ronald, who do you think is suitable to play the female lead? Clarice. Ronald hadn't expected to delve so deeply right off the bat. I think we should wait until the first draft of the script is finished before we start looking. The characters in a novel can be the same as those in the adapted script, or they can be very different. So, it's hard to say whether seasoned readers will accept the characters' portrayals on screen. Come on, the Writers Guild strike is still ongoing. Are you going to wait until then to talk to me about casting? Come on, use your intuition, the first person that jumps into your head. I've always believed that filmmaking needs to rely on intuition. Gene Hackman had a rather fiery temper, and his words clearly left little room for maneuver. Ronald didn't know what he was up to, so he could only search his mind while trying to figure out the real purpose behind Hackman's questions. We need a delicate appearance and a strong core. She needs to be beautiful on the outside, making people question Agent Clarice's professional abilities, and she needs to have inner tension so that her role in subduing the serial killer will be convincing. Kid, I'm not here for a film analysis lesson. Use your intuition. Who comes to mind right now? Gene Hackman didn't give Ronald time to think. Michelle Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer's image popped into Ronald's mind. She did indeed have a delicate air. Excellent answer. Ha. Gene Hackman's eyes flashed with appreciation. He was satisfied with his casting. Looks like we're on the same page. Ronald noticed the change in Hackman's expression and laughed as well. Looks like my old friend Bob still has a good eye. He's very good at judging directors, knowing who can truly bring out the actor's potential. Gene Hackman patted Arakawa on the waist, signaling her to get some whiskey for a drink. The group took their poured glasses and slowly began to drink. The Writers Guild strike is still ongoing. What are you planning to do? Hackman asked Ronald. I think I can slowly look for screenwriters overseas. I have some connections with screenwriters in Australia and Canada. Ronald relaxed. Hackman's questions showed he was already inclined to work with him. Hackman remained non-committal. This answer. With Michelle Pfeiffer, this cast has a lot of dramatic tension. Who do you think would be good to play Hannibal? Gene Hackman then asked about another main role. Still going with my gut feeling, Ronald asked. Actually, casting like this is best analyzed after the script is available. But Hackman has a bit of an eccentricity, and he holds the film's adaptation rights. So let's go along with his line of thinking. We need an authoritative male actor, a bit of an evil aura, and someone who looks very intelligent and arrogant. Jack Nicholson. Ronald thought for a moment and felt that Nicholson was suitable for the role. Hackman and Pfeiffer made a pretty good combination. Hackman is a talented actor, but not famous. Nicholson possesses both excellent acting skills and star power, coupled with a sexy actress. Simply announcing the cast would be excellent publicity. It's Michelle Pfeiffer and myself. Well, it's been so long, everyone's a professional, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, it's not necessarily my job to direct. Hackman is so eager to direct, maybe I could try to assess his directing abilities, and I could act as a producer and supervise on set. Hey, Jack, he's a good choice. Hackman's smile faded, and he said a few words indifferently before seeing Ronald and Nixita out the door. Have my agent keep in touch with you. Hackman gestured towards Nixita with his lip, then shook hands goodbye and went inside. Keep in touch? I really enjoyed the sequel to Dragon Boys you directed. You filmed in Hawaii, right? I saw so many familiar scenes. Arakawa shook hands with Ronald to say goodbye. You should try to understand Gene's thoughts. He's very happy to have acquired the adaptation rights to this novel and shared a lot of his ideas with me. Watching the door close, Ronald frowned, as if he had done something wrong. He and Nixita exchanged a glance. Nixita shrugged, indicating that she hadn't figured out Hackman's intentions either. The two returned to the hotel and had a local dinner with Paula. The food here is heavily influenced by Mexican and Native American cuisine, red and green peppers, steamed noodles with cornmeal, vegetables, and meat filling, fried pastries, and spicy pork chops. Ronald ate with gusto, sweating profusely. We've had these dishes in Los Angeles, but the best experience is to eat them in Santa Fe yourself, Paula said, also enjoying her meal. This trip was like a vacation with her husband, a rare treat for a workaholic like her. What did you say? Ronald asked, Startled. I said I really like this food. No. The first part, Rick and I ate at a restaurant in Los Angeles. No. The second part, Ronald asked again. The best experience is to eat it in person. Paula didn't know what Ronald was trying to say. That's it. That damn Gene Hackman, that bastard, he wants to write the script, direct it, and play Hannibal himself. Ronald slammed the masala onto his plate. What Hackman really wanted to know was who wrote the script and who played Hannibal. This old bastard used a diversionary tactic, managing to extract all her true thoughts. He's playing Hannibal? Can he even do it? Paula wasn't sure if Ronald was right. Gene Hackman's face looked stupid. Could he really play the highly intelligent Hannibal? He can play a damn thing, Ronald cursed. People always overestimate themselves. Hackman's face was already typecast as a rule-abiding person. He couldn't play Hannibal, a wildly imaginative, incredibly intelligent criminal who constantly controlled the minds of those around him. This was a movie. The audience wanted to see close-ups of faces, not Hackman performing on Broadway. Anyway, you couldn't see facial expressions clearly. You could only see body language and lines. Chapter 959, Back to the Future is going to have a sequel. Nisida and Paula rush back to make phone calls to learn more about Gene Hackman's situation. The situation was far from optimistic. This actor, who had little box office appeal, was riding high this year, feeling invincible. On one hand, he was involved in Alan Parker's Burning Mississippi, a film about the murder of 3 black civil rights volunteers by remnants of the KKK in 1964, a conservative and backward state during the civil rights movement. He played a senior FBI agent attempting to uncover the truth. British director Alan Parker, as usual, turned a blind eye to the sordid problems in his own country, finding pleasure in exposing racial discrimination in America. In reality, class conflict in their country was far more acute. Take acting, for example. In Britain, it was traditionally a profession for gentlemen graduating from prestigious public schools and Oxford and Cambridge, speaking with a West End London accent. Peter O'Toole, Laurence O'Leary, and others were all examples of this. Several actors who weren't part of that genre, like Michael Caine who came from the East Side slums, deliberately retained the Cockney accent typical of East Side manual laborers, hoping to inspire later working-class actors to believe they too could succeed. But you know what? Hollywood actors actually quite love this kind of film that exposes the dark side of life. Burning Mississippi was invested in and distributed by Orion Pictures, a company with a strong track record of Oscar wins, and is expected to be a strong contender at next year's Oscars. However, in terms of box office success, this kind of film is much weaker, relying entirely on an Oscar win to attract audiences to theaters. This is the opposite of Ronald Reagan's Working Girl, which prioritized audience appeal over awards. However, Gene Hackman's face simply doesn't have the ability or need to attract audiences anymore. He doesn't hold any hope for it. He just wants to win another Oscar to add prestige to his acting career and join the ranks of those few actors in history who have won 2 Oscars. However, this rather ordinary-looking actor caught the eye of Ms. Arakawa, a Japanese-American. Before divorcing his wife, the two were already living together, which inflated Hackman's ego again. Older men always feel they need to appear more capable in front of their younger girlfriends. Back in Los Angeles, Ronald and Nisida talked behind closed doors for 2 hours. He didn't say anything, but Nisida could tell her client was very unhappy. Aside from the string of high-grossing films, he had already received a Best Director nomination, yet he was being looked down upon as a young man. Ronald was definitely not happy. An agent's first priority is to find a way to satisfy their client's wishes. Nisida encouraged Ronald to continue investing resources in The Silence of the Lambs. Even if they couldn't get the film, they should at least sabotage Hackman's plans. They still had time to wait for changes in the project. After all, no screenwriter dared to defy the trend and secretly adapt it into a script. And for a best-selling novel whose adaptation rights had cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, a big star was definitely needed to guarantee profitability. After all, regardless of who plays Hannibal and Clarice, at least one of them needs to be a star to entice audiences to go to the cinema. Ronald didn't believe that a washed-up actor like Hackman could single-handedly decide the fate of this highly anticipated adaptation. Walter Murch had essentially completed the final tweaks to Working Girl. Ronald and Murch watched the entire print together, and Ronald was very excited. The master's final assembly had paid a lot of attention to detail. The pacing of the film was much better, and each camera transition was carefully timed to cater to the audience's focus. For example, after Tess discovers her boyfriend's infidelity, she wanders around the ferry terminal on Staten Island, gazing absently at the Manhattan skyscrapers across the water. The next shot cuts to her sitting in her office, dressed as a manager, preparing to impersonate Catherine's colleague for her final adventure. However, this transition had some issues. The audience, initially indignant about Tess's plight, was suddenly transported to the office, where Tess had changed clothes. Viewers accustomed to Hollywood blockbusters might get the illusion that several years had passed and Tess had finally climbed to a high position. Murch, a master of intuition in these situations, astutely spotted the problem and inserted a shot of the ferry docking, taken by Ronald. This shot overlapped with Tess's experience at the beginning, evoking memories for the audience, reminding them that Tess simply took the ferry to work, and the time on screen didn't suddenly speed up. Adjustments like these reduced the audience's chances of being pulled out of the story. The film flowed smoothly, with multiple climaxes echoing each other, so viewers likely didn't have many opportunities to go to the restroom. With your adjustments, this film has a touch of Lubitsch's style, Ronald applauded, thanking Walter Murch sitting beside him. Lubitsch was a very special Hollywood director. Everyone was making movies back then, but no one could make films that audiences loved as much as he did. You could immediately recognize a Lubitsch film. In the words of his apprentice Billy Wilder, he never tells you the answer directly, but rather uses plot twists to let the audience discover the answers to the remaining 20% of the film that isn't directly shown. For example, Billy Wilder once explained to Cameron Crowe that he wanted to film a husband who was emotionally distant from his wife and also unfaithful. The screenwriter wrote 4 pages to depict this plot, but Lubitsch tore up the script and simply instructed that a top hat be added to the husband's character. When the husband and wife entered the elevator together, they didn't remove their hats. This was the understanding at the time. Men were expected to remove their hats as a sign of respect when encountering a woman. However, when they reached the upper floor and a blonde woman entered, the man immediately removed his hat in greeting. This scene was perfectly borrowed by Billy Wilder in his own film The Apartment, where Shirley MacLaine plays the elevator hostess, who uses a portable makeup mirror to interact with Jack Lemmon's character, Baxter, in the elevator. The story progresses from mutual attraction to the discovery that the hostess is his boss's mistress. I got your check this time, and I've almost earned enough for the second child's college tuition. Once I've solved the family financial problem, I can do some things I want to do. Walter Murch flicked the check issued by Ronald, which was twice the usual value. It was in his pocket. Don't you still have your third and fourth brothers? Ronald laughed. Murch's film and sound editing were Oscar nominated. Having him around saved him a lot of trouble. Paying more had paid off. Murch wasn't just giving him routine work, but rather masterpieces completed with the dedication and artistry of a true artist. He'd called 20th Century Fox, and they'd agreed to arrange a test screening. Ronald continued his vacation. Hi, Ronald. It's so good to see you. Ronald arrived at the Back to the Realm office, where director Emil had essentially finalized a cast. The final role, Sybil Shepherd's daughter, Robert Downey Jr.'s girlfriend, was given to Mary Stuart Masterson, based on Emil's suggestion. Masterson was the actress behind John Hughes's project Some Kind of Wonderful, the actress who helped Eric Stoltz pursue class beauty Lee Thompson, and ultimately ended up with her childhood sweetheart neighbor. She used to have short hair, now dyed blonde. A very unique actress, she's rare among typical American girls, a tomboy on the surface, but gentle and sensitive on the inside. Masterson was deeply impressed by Ronald, the key figure who kept Howard Dutch's directorial position and prevented Eric Stoltz from being replaced as the lead actor again after Back to the Future. Now, after several years in Hollywood, Masterson has gradually come to understand that directors who give actors extra opportunities are extremely rare. So seeing Ronald arrive, he felt, "It's so bright," Ronald exclaimed, embracing her happily. "Ah, Mary, it's so good to see you. How long has it been?" Since Best Before in 1987, the actress, already 22, was still able to play an 18-year-old girl, a rarity among white Americans. "How are our old friends doing?" Ronald asked, inquiring about the actors from Best Before. Lee Thompson's career had plummeted after her role as Howard the Duck in Lucas's film. Eric Stoltz missed out on Back to the Future, and director Howard Dutch almost lost his friendship with John Hughes. A group of down-on-their-luck individuals came together to make Best Before, achieving only modest success, which didn't bring them any good fortune afterward. Lee, Thompson, and Howard, Dutch and I started dating. They got to know each other during the movie's promotion. Howard's career is going better than Lee's. He directed a comedy starring John Candy. Eric is still the same, I haven't seen him in ages. As for me, I think my luck is about to turn around. The last time I saw you on set, I kept my lead role. Now Masterson isn't the little girl she was when she first started out. She also has a fling with Ronald. Lee doesn't need to worry about her career, Ronald laughed. As long as Back to the Future makes a sequel, she'll be back on the list of top actresses. Really? Is there going to be a sequel? Masterson is also a Back to the Future fan. Maybe, I've heard there's a possibility. Right now, the writers are on strike, and Michael J. Fox's show, the TV series, might also come to an end here. I heard Steven Spielberg mention that director Zemeckis might relent and come back to make a sequel. Ronald was referring to the filming issues of Zemeckis' new film, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. This film is also a combination of live action and animation, a great idea, but the technical difficulties in realizing it far exceeded expectations. Spielberg's Amblin and Touchstone Pictures were involved in production, and Disney had to add nearly $30 million to the production budget, bringing the total budget to just over $45 million. It's one of the most expensive films in recent years. Moreover, Disney also licensed famous animated characters such as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and Piglet for free. If you include the copyright fees for appearing in the movie, the production cost would easily exceed $50 million, reaching an astonishingly high level. Even Disney's chairman, Eisner, is having a tough time on the board. Now, within Hollywood, this movie is being called Robert the Rabbit, compared to Lucas's Waterloo, the live-action animated film Howard the Duck. Many people are starting to have doubts about Zemeckis and the big investments he's made. Spielberg of Amblin is having second thoughts. Under this pressure to recoup costs, Zemeckis has had to abandon his aloofness and begin agreeing to make a sequel to the blockbuster film, Back to the Future. Oh, that's great. Lily's been making B-movies lately. Her new film is called Sex and the Road. It's not very good. She's my idol, I hope. He hoped she could become a star even bigger than her boyfriend, Dutch. Masterson still retains some innocence, which Ronald liked about her. He had lunch with her and inquired about her career development. Actresses with such a temperament rarely found suitable roles in Hollywood. Ronald broadened the acting range for actresses, creating films centered around female stars, making him undoubtedly the best film director in their eyes. Remembering the Canadian actors he hadn't seen in a long time, John Candy and Michael J. Fox, Ronald asked Richard to contact them again, arranging a reunion. Due to the strike, both Canadian stars were quite free and quickly made time to meet with Ronald. "Ronald, this is my girlfriend, Tracy." Michael J. Fox walked into the party with a pretty girl on his arm. She was Tracy Pollan, who played Alex's friend in Family Ties. "Oh, not Lauren? Alex's fans are going to be disappointed," Ronald joked. In Family Ties, the audience's favorite character was Michael J. Fox's eldest son, Alex. The show has been running since 1982, and the characters have all grown up. Fox's character is also of marriageable age, and Tracy Pollan's character, Ellen, was a potential girlfriend for Alex. However, her character began to fade out of the show after the 5th season ended last year. And another woman, Courtney Cox, who plays Lauren, is becoming increasingly popular with audiences, and her screen time is increasing. However, in real life, Fox's tastes are the opposite. He prefers Tracy Pollan. The two co-starred in a movie last year, officially started dating, and things progressed quickly. They're already planning their wedding this year. Ha ha ha. Tracy Pollan also covered her mouth and laughed. Ronald wasn't the first friend to say that. Just then, a noisy commotion came from the doorway. Everyone looked and saw the portly actor John Candy arriving with his entire family. "Ronald, this is my wife Rosemary, this is our son Chris, and our daughter Jennifer." Candy has been bringing his whole family lately. He just finished filming The Great Wilderness. Outdoors, directed by Howard Dutch, was filmed entirely in Yosemite National Park, a difficult time for him as he was separated from his family for months. "Haha, come have fun here. There's a Nintendo game console," Ronald said, carrying Candy's son and daughter, one in each arm, as he led them inside. "This is West Coast salmon, this is Canadian maple syrup butter shortbread, and lots of Japanese and Hawaiian dishes," Ronald said, chatting with the two stars after settling the children. They themselves might not care, but the ladies were very health conscious, and Ronald's chef specialized in fusion cuisine, with some Canadian influences, but mostly Hawaiian, Japanese, and Thai dishes. Wait, I also invited a friend. He's my co-star in the movie, John said. Candy didn't open a beer. Instead, he asked everyone to wait. This actress had connections with several studio executives who had put in a good word for her through her agent, bringing her to Ronald's party specifically to introduce her to him. John, a sweet voice called from outside. She's here, John. Candy waved to the outside. Annette, over here. Who's this? Ronald looked at the newcomer. She clearly had the air of an actress, but he hadn't seen her in any movies. Let me introduce you, Annette Bening. I met her in the movie Wild Attack, a very good actress. By the way, she also lives in New York and performs on Broadway. Hello. Ronald looked at the slightly plump Bening. This woman had a great presence. It was a waste for her to be a Broadway actress. I'm here to help you. Annette Bening, ever the friendly type, took the plate and glass from Ronald and began serving them. Seemingly having worked part-time as a waitress before, Annette quickly and efficiently took care of everyone. She didn't have the eagerness of a young actress. She simply stood quietly to the side, listening to Ronald, Fox, and Candy chat. I recently went back to Toronto with my family, just in time for the football playoffs. The games there don't pay as much as in America, but they're much more intense and exciting, Ronald said, smiling as he watched Candy talk about his passion for football. The three of them first became acquainted while watching the San Francisco 49ers playoffs. His gaze shifted, and he saw Annette Bening smiling at him. Would you like another salmon sandwich? Oh, thank you. Ronald took the sandwich and ate it, feeling comfortable being taken care of so perfectly by this mature woman. He couldn't help but glance at Bening a couple more times. I read in a magazine that this kind of food is very good for men's energy. Annette Bening's eyes sparkled, suddenly transforming from a caring and virtuous woman into a sexy and alluring lady. It tastes very good. Ronald casually placed his hand on Bening's waist, then continued chatting with John. Candy, you're so passionate about your hometown team, you could consider buying it and becoming the owner? This isn't the NFL, don't laugh at me, I really can afford it. Candy laughed. Ha ha ha, Annette Bening laughed heartily, completely relaxed, the muscles in her waist vibrating with her laughter making Ronald feel full of energy. Chapter 960 Dixie and the Yankees. Chatting with a mature woman like Annette Bening was a pleasure. Ronald felt no pressure and could relax, enjoying the typical American family atmosphere. After the party, Ronald drove his Ferrari home with Bening. This woman, 2 years older than Ronald, was very perceptive and made no demands, focusing solely on chatting with him and subtly flattering him. Ronald, who had just been tormented by Gene Hackman's confrontational and unpleasant conversational style, felt much better. This actress was different from any Hollywood actress Ronald had met before. She was more composed and less aggressive, her ambition immediately apparent. She was a good conversationalist. During their conversation, Annette Bening learned about Ronald's family background and empathetically spoke highly of Aunt Karen, even gently touching Ronald's face with the back of her hand, showing a look of tenderness. Ronald, who had never been so considerate of his feelings by a woman of similar age, was quite astonished. He was usually the one looking out for the feelings of the women he was close to, so this time, being cared for by Bening, who was like an older sister to him, gave him a comforting feeling he'd never experienced before. You haven't told me about your background yet? How did you become an actress on Broadway? Did you join the drama club in high school? Ronald wanted to know more about Bening's experiences. This kind of conversation, where he comforted a woman, was a more formal way for men and women to first interact in America. Actually, not really. Unlike most actresses in New York and Los Angeles, I was born and raised in the South. I love theater, but it took me a long time to find roles on stage. Bening's background was indeed complex. Her position on Broadway was entirely self-made. She was born in a small town in Kansas, and moved to San Diego, California, with her father, an insurance salesman, during high school. She was the youngest of 4 children and received a strict Southern Episcopal education. Needless to say, such a Southern girl faced severe discrimination from the Valley girls in California. Bening, with a natural comedic talent, performed in her high school's drama group The Sound of Music, but didn't receive any drama scholarships to attend college. Determined to be an actress, Bening worked on jobs to support herself, working on a yacht on the West Coast, cooking for wealthy fishing patrons, and also as a part-time diving instructor, all while studying. Finally, in 1985, she found a full-time acting job with a theater company in Denver, Colorado. Her performance in Pygmalion in Denver was well received, and in 1987 she entered Broadway, earning a Tony Award nomination for her first leading role in Coastal Interference. With her hard work and experience, she naturally attracted Hollywood's attention, landing a role in Wild West. "So, you're a Dixie girl," Ronald joked. "Yes, my childhood in Kansas shaped me, and my opportunities in the theater industry came from touring in the South." Yankees. Benin called Ronald a Yankee in return, because he was a true New Yorker. Benin placed a hand on Ronald's waist, her gaze a mixture of adoration and admiration. Ronald returned the gesture, touching Benin's small hand before turning to look at her. Benin readily accepted his intense gaze, giving his hand a firm squeeze before withdrawing it. For a moment, Ronald felt a mutual attraction between them. Their similar experiences made their conversation resonate, and soon they arrived at Benin's small apartment in Los Angeles. "My home is here, thank you for bringing me back," Annette Benin said, without offering Ronald her keys. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Ronald asked Annette Benin as she said goodbye at the door. "Next time, I didn't prepare anything. Next time I'll buy some seafood and vegetables so you can try some of the dishes I learned as a chef on the ship." Benin laughed, declining Ronald's offer and then kissing him on the lips. Okay, let's talk again when I get back from New York." Ronald, still smelling of Bening's perfume, pulled her back for another hug before getting into his car and driving away. This actress, so adept at handling situations, even cooking for Ronald herself, stirred something within him. This was the true mark of a mature, independent woman. Annette's first film is Wild West, a comedy. Her agent says she'd rather play a serious, non-comedic role, so she's looking for opportunities. On the flight to New York, her agent, Richard, deduced to Ronald what Annette Bening wanted. This actress wasn't a newcomer. At this crucial moment in her Hollywood career, having received a Tony Award nomination, she was also going through a divorce, a woman who clearly knew what she wanted. Such an actress, knowledgeable about industry norms, and with a good personality, meant Ronald wouldn't have any problems getting along with her. By the way, her father is of German Jewish descent, and her mother is an Anglican, working part-time in a choir. Richard also noted Bening's family background. "I told you, her Jewish nose features weren't obvious. Gentlemen, we're about to land. Our landing time in New York is 3:20 p.m., the temperature is 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Your car is waiting at the airport." At this moment, the flight attendant came over to remind the two that they were about to arrive in New York. The two were going to visit Robert Harlan, the author of the third play they might buy. His Steel Magnolia was currently playing on Broadway, while another cast was touring nationally. Robert Harlan was a middle-aged white man, a typical Southern Dixie. He was born in a small town in Alabama, attended college in Louisiana, and finally earned a law degree in New Orleans. Later, because of his love for theater, he gave up the bar exam and went to New York to become a playwright. In 1985, after his sister Susan tragically passed away from complications of diabetes, he wrote Steel Magnolia, a story based on Susan, in just 10 days. After adapting the story into a Hollywood play, it got the opportunity to premiere in 1987, and upon its release, the Broadway play received widespread acclaim. Broadway audiences, accustomed to big city stories, were delighted by the Southern small-town family drama. Harlan's instant fame also gave him the opportunity to enter Hollywood. Of course, the one who got there first was Ray Stark, the off-Broadway producer of Steel Magnolia. This producer, a double veteran of Broadway and Hollywood, had a very successful production history. Ray Stark is a typical Manhattan Jew. Like many Jewish people in the entertainment industry, he started as a literary agent, later seizing the opportunity to produce the box office hit The World of Susie Wong, in which Nancy Kwan, who played Susie Wong, was the first Chinese-American sex symbol in Hollywood. Afterwards, Stark focused on adapting his Broadway hits into Hollywood films, serving as a producer. Among his works, several received Oscar nominations, including Barbra Streisand's Funny Girl and Martha Manson's Goodbye Girl. The veteran producer immediately recognized the potential of Robert Harlan's script and, based on the additional terms in the sale of the play, invested $350,000 to buy the production rights to the film adaptation. However, Ray Stark was also affected by the Wall Street stock market crash. He couldn't rely on the gimmick of a successful Broadway play to attract investment as he had before. his own wealth wasn't sufficient to support the costs of such a large-scale production. Therefore, when Ronald expressed interest in the script, both producer Stark and screenwriter Harlan were pleasantly surprised. "I noticed that your last film, Moonstruck, and the yet-to-be-released Working Girl, both used a large number of Broadway actors," Ray Stark said, his first question after shaking hands with Ronald and his group, addressing Ronald's preference for Broadway. "Of course, some scripts and some roles are well suited to Broadway actors," Ronald replied, looking at the two men, unsure of their thoughts. "My success story is the same: find the best performing leads on Broadway, pair them with a good script, and hire a good director, and you can make an Oscar-worthy film," Ray Stark said with a smile, revealing his assets. Hollywood has changed dramatically in the last decade. Now, star power is key to securing funding and distribution, Ronald told screenwriter Robert Harlan. Although he had sold the production rights, power and project management isn't always allocated as stated in the contract. This old man, Ray Stark, was still trying to convince Harlan with his pre-1970s success stories. These days, big-budget productions without star power struggle to break even at the box office. "That's hard to say. To win an Oscar, you need solid acting skills," Ray Stark retorted, his expression less than pleased. "Fortunately, there are many talented actresses in Hollywood now, many with Broadway experience," Ronald continued, trying to instill his ideas in Harlan. "Filmmaking isn't about pointing a camera at a Broadway stage. Only theaters familiar with filmmaking can truly capture the essence of a play." "You're right," Robert Harlan said, showing a strong liking for Ronald. Many of the female characters in his films were exceptionally well acted. He wanted to portray the essence of Southern families through characters based on Susan and his own mother, fulfilling his original intention in writing the script, to bring their stories to life on screen and make them memorable. "I suggest using actors from the Broadway tour, it wouldn't be a bad thing," Ray Stark countered. "When I made Goodbye Girl, Martha was just an ordinary actress. Martha Manson is probably just an ordinary actress now." Ronald, of course, didn't say this aloud. Although Martha, the actress married to the famous Broadway playwright Neil Simon, received Best Actress nominations for both of her husband's adaptations of Goodbye Girl, Chapter 2, she neither won nor became a box office draw. Ironically, Richard Dreyfuss, who played the male lead in the same film and was already famous for his role in Lucas's American Graffiti, won an Oscar for Best Actor. This shows that once you're established, a good script can boost your success. Leading to an award, this is the common pattern in Hollywood. Actresses with Broadway experience who successfully transition to Hollywood are rare. The casting process was temporarily put aside, and discussions shifted to other collaborations. Soon, a considerable consensus was reached beyond casting. However, the film's main challenge and key element lay in casting the female characters. Besides the daughter with diabetes and the mother who donated a kidney to her daughter, there were the mother's hairdresser, her best friend, the former mayor's wife, and a runaway woman from out of town who drives the story. If a Broadway cast were used, their salaries would be lower, allowing Ray Stark to have a larger share of the budget and greater influence within the production team. However, Ronald was definitely unwilling. In his view, this film needed many established actresses to make this heartwarming small-town story a movie that audiences would be willing to pay to see. Otherwise, it would be better to just make it on video. Besides, if he increased the investment and cast established actresses, Ronald's investment would be the majority, and the entire crew would work in the direction he wanted. However, if all 6 main female roles were played by stars, the total investment for the film would have to exceed $10 million. Ronald's own daydream couldn't be fully funded. He needed to secure a distribution agreement with a distributor before he could find other investors. Thus, the most important bargaining chip was who could get a well-known actress to agree to star in the main roles, Ronald or Ray Stark. Ronald had his own ideas. After initially confirming the intention to collaborate with a producer and screenwriter, he left Ray Stark's company and went back to his large house on Fifth Avenue to rest. Mr. Lee? Mr. Robert Harlan is looking for you, the doorman called, and Ronald hurried to greet the screenwriter. That very evening, Harlan approached Ronald for a private talk, which seemed like a good sign. "What would you like to drink?" "I have everything," Ronald greeted the screenwriter, opening the refrigerator and asking, "Ginger water, Coke, or some whiskey?" This Fifth Avenue loft apartment had excellent service. Even when Ronald wasn't there, staff frequently came to clean and restock the fridge. "Whiskey? Do you have Tennessee?" Harlan frowned at the mention of Coke. Ronald grabbed a bottle of Tennessee Legend, a smaller-scale whiskey that tasted and was of better quality than the Jack Daniels sold in supermarkets across America. He poured a glass and handed it to Harlan. Harlan held the whiskey with both hands, took a small sip, and then said with a troubled expression, "After hearing your ideas today, I think you're the right person to turn this script into a memorable film." Hearing Harlan say this, Ronald felt much relieved. He had done his homework thoroughly. Robert Harlan's greatest wish was for Susan's story to be remembered. Ray's idea isn't necessarily wrong, but it's 1988 now, and Hollywood has changed dramatically. His last successful Broadway adaptation was in 1979. Ronald seized the opportunity to add a bit of sarcasm. "You're right. I'm here to show my support." Harlan took another sip of his Southern whiskey. "I wanted to ask if you could reveal who you'll cast for my mother's role? Who'll play Susan? I haven't completely decided yet, but what do you think of Shirley MacLaine? I have a good relationship with her. Her performance as the mother in her last successful film, Mother and Daughter, is definitely good enough. She's good, but not quite suitable for the role of my mother in this film." Harlan shook his head, indicating his disapproval. "Why? What about Olympia Dukakis, the newly crowned Oscar winner for Best Supporting Actress? I know her well too." Seeing that Harlan seemed to have some ideas, Ronald suggested his own choice. "She's also very good, but Olympia is a Yankee woman from the North." "Ah. Okay," Ronald thought to himself, so that's what Harlan was worried about. Indeed, Southern women and Northern women have very different temperaments. Although actors can adjust, some actors whose temperament matches the role best portray both the physical appearance and the spirit. I don't want to choose the actors myself, but I want the characters in my script to match the temperament of the people I grew up with. A Yankee woman playing Dixie would always feel a bit off." "I understand," Ronald thought, realizing that this idea wasn't wrong. It seemed he was very persistent about the roles based on his mother and sisters. "We can choose together slowly. These things also depend on the other party's wishes." For a moment, Ronald's mind was filled with many actresses he considered. He decided to be cautious and first consult with a casting director and agent. "Which company will you choose to distribute this film?" Harlan had recently been learning a lot about Hollywood from Ray Stark and knew that this kind of film needed a reliable distributor. Stark's owned Stark Industries and Ronald's Daydream Studios lacked experience in distributing such a big-budget production. Moreover, if one of the Big Seven studios could distribute it, it would boost financing. This kind of film isn't a high-concept script with strong commercial elements and a dramatic plot. So our choices aren't many. It depends on which distributor is interested in our casting, and in this kind of mother-daughter relationship film. Back then, Paramount distributed a film about a mother and daughter, but then President Eisner had gone to Disney. Ronald's closest relationships now are with Columbia and the rebranded Samsung Pictures. The acquisition is progressing, and several executives at Sony America are urging Columbia to curry favor with Ronald, who has close ties to Chairman Oga. "I just don't want Columbia to distribute it." Robert Harlan frowned painfully, managing to squeeze out a sentence. "I'm fine with anyone else you think is okay." "Why?" "Columbia is actually very interested in this kind of film." Ronald frowned as well, thinking, this isn't something you can decide. If it were Columbia, I would vote against it. I don't want to work for Coca-Cola and make money for them. Huh? This was the first time Ronald had seen an American who was against Coca-Cola. Was he a Pepsi fan? "Susan, the real-life inspiration for the female lead, is my sister. She drank too much Coke as a child, developed type 1 diabetes, and eventually died from kidney failure caused by this complication. My mother's kidney transplant couldn't save her, so I think you can understand this." Ronald stroked his chin. Even if he convinced her, the media would probably dig it up. But, is there any connection between drinking Coke and developing diabetes? Perhaps sensing Ronald's thoughts, Harlan said, "We Southerners love Coca-Cola. It's one of the few products we Dixie is proud of. But there are serious cases of children there developing diabetes from drinking Coke. Susan's doctor said he's seen similar cases, but Coke won't publish such research. I've asked many lawyers, and they all say it's impossible to file a lawsuit on that grounds. No doctor will publish a research report linking diabetes to Coke intake." Harlan put down his glass. "If you can satisfy this somewhat paranoid belief of mine, I'll tell Ray that I won't authorize anyone else to film it except you, okay? But then I'll need some time to market your script to the major distributors, and you'll have to act as a salesman if necessary." "No problem," Harlan readily agreed. Chapter 961, Chapter 101, Can there be true friendship between men and women? Okay, I understand. We still need a young virgin star, right? Ronald spent 2 days in New York, and with Nisada's help, along with Michelle Canold, the production manager of Daydream, he intensively sent out invitations to various studios, trying to sell them the distribution rights to the script for Steel Magnolia. Paramount, Universal, and Disney were all very interested in the film. However, they all made one request: Ronald had to direct it. Ronald, who was skilled in female-centric films and had a track record of many blockbuster movies, could easily secure a budget of only $15 million and the participation of many talented actresses if he agreed to direct. However, Ronald hadn't yet dreamed of any details about the film, so he was still hesitant about directing it himself. In addition, screenwriter Harlan repeatedly pointed out that the film actually reflected the lifestyle of a small town in the American South, completely different from the big city stories Ronald was familiar with. All the female-centric films Ronald had directed, whether it was Baby in the 1960s, Loretta, a middle-aged Italian-American woman, or Tess, who had just turned 30 and was entering the prime of her life, were all New York girls. They strived for independence and liberation, a stark contrast to the many conservative Southern women in Steel Magnolia. These Dixie girls see marrying a husband, bearing his children, and caring for his family as their ultimate life goal, even risking a worsening of their diabetes to have children. So Ronald tentatively offered to produce the film and contribute a portion of the investment. This prompted the major studios, who had readily agreed, to start imposing conditions that weren't originally there. Ronald was confident in the script's excellence and believed that casting familiar faces like Olympia Dukakis and Shirley MacLaine would be equally appealing. However, the studios were pragmatic. The distribution department evaluated the Oscar winners Ronald had mentioned and, through CinemaScore, obtained the box office appeal data. Unfortunately, even Dukakis, fresh off her Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, wasn't enough to draw the target audience, especially Southern housewives, to the theaters. Hollywood has long categorized actresses into 3 groups: virgins, sluts, and mothers. This classification is based on their age, not entirely on their appearance. Newly debuted actresses can play teenage girls experiencing their first love, and at this stage, they can be paired with popular male stars. They are indifferent to other male characters besides the lead. The most typical example is Grace Kelly in The Western High Noon, who is solely focused on her relationship with the sheriff played by Gary Cooper. As actresses age and the portrayal of teenage girls becomes less convincing, studios will give them slut roles. In a film, these actresses' characters are no longer monogamous but rather juggle relationships with several men, having romantic relationships with multiple men. As Grace Kelly grew older and entered the world of high society, she was surrounded by 3 male stars, her ex-boyfriend, her fiancé, and a young man, who wanted to have relationships with her character. If Grace Kelly hadn't married the Prince of Monaco and retired from Hollywood, a third acting career would have gradually opened up for her in middle age, where she would play mother or grandmother roles. No longer occupies the center stage. Steel Magnolia is a very special script. Of the 6 female characters, besides the girl from out of town who runs away from her arranged marriage and is responsible for introducing the story, 4 of the other 5 are motherly types, and only 1 is a virgin. Although the acting skills of those motherly actresses have matured over time, like fine old wine, frankly speaking, most moviegoers are still attracted to the young actress who is either a virgin or a seductive woman. 4 Oscar-winning actresses of the motherly type don't have the same appeal as one young, beautiful star. Even if this female-centric script is popular on Broadway, in today's Hollywood, movies rely on the appeal of young actresses to have a high chance of recouping costs. Ronald didn't want to go against market rules, so he agreed to find a suitable young, sexy actress to play the lead role of Shelby. Universal, Paramount, and Disney all mention the same name, Michelle Pfeiffer. Regardless of Pfeiffer's Oscar career, she is undoubtedly one of the most captivating young actresses for moviegoers right now. Many young viewers collect her posters. Other major studios suitable as distributors include MGM, whose production output has drastically decreased, and Columbia, blacklisted by screenwriters. Only 20th Century Fox remains, but many of their recent film investments are still unreleased, raising questions about how much money they have left for new projects. However, this is Ronald's perspective. Columbia and Fox are actually very optimistic about the profitability and critical reception of Ronald's project. With the writers' union still on strike, a completed script and a director with guaranteed box office returns make these two studios just as eager to participate as the others. Just then, Ronald's good friend Cameron Crowe called his agent, saying he had something important to discuss in person. Ronald asked what it was about, and Crowe said it wasn't convenient to talk on the phone, inviting him to meet when he returned to Los Angeles. Ronald was unaware of the situation. During the strike, Crowe had secretly helped him revise the script despite the pressure, a great help indeed. Ronald couldn't refuse, so he decided to go back and talk to him face to face. However, Ronald ran into trouble when renting a private jet. All available jets were booked for the next 2 days. He asked Douglas for help, and it turned out that these 2 days coincided with a Democratic presidential primary in New York. Political groups and action committees from across the country were flocking to this most important fundraising venue in the East to see the results of the competition. Unlike the Elephant Party's primary, which was largely decided on Super Tuesday last month, where incumbent Vice President George H.W. Bush only needed to complete the process to secure his candidacy for next year's general election, the Democratic Party's Super Tuesday was a fiercely competitive race. Olympia Dukakis's cousin, Michael Dukakis, the governor of Massachusetts, who was cheered on by hundreds of millions of voters at the Oscars, was riding the wave of popularity of the newly crowned Oscar winner for Best Supporting Actress, and his popularity among the candidates was rapidly rising. In the 20-state primaries of Super Tuesday, he won 9. However, Dukakis, of Greek descent, with thick eyebrows, a hooked nose, and a sinister appearance, was simply too unattractive. In contrast, Tennessee Senator Al Gore, with his handsome looks, was very popular among female voters. He won 6 state primaries, especially in the South, where Kentucky, Tennessee, and Oklahoma were the only states that recognized him. Meanwhile, Jesse Jackson, a former black civil rights leader, continued to fight despite multiple scandals, winning 5 states in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, states with poor and high black populations. This intense competition even prompted Colorado Senator Gary Hart, who had previously been embroiled in a major scandal and went on a boat trip with beauty pageant contestant Donna Rice, to consider a comeback after withdrawing from the race. He sent his campaign office to New York to scout the situation. Political teams from various factions had booked out all the private jets on the market and were now waiting at several airports in New York for the results of the New York primary. Ronald, having no other option and not wanting to bother George Jr. with such a trivial matter, booked a commercial flight back to Los Angeles. "Do you think I'd be interested in voting for Senator Joe from Delaware if he returns to the primary?" At the airport, Ronald, wearing sunglasses, was stopped by a group of volunteers in blue t-shirts who wanted him to conduct a survey. Judging from their display boards and badges, Ronald recognized them as Senator Joe, who had withdrawn from the primary last year. Now that Hart was also considering a comeback, he was also eager to try, so he had his campaign team come to New York to scout the situation. "Who?" Ronald countered. "Joe, the senator from Delaware, who participated in the presidential primary last year but was forced to withdraw due to rumors fabricated by his opponent." "Who?" Ronald asked again. The sarcasm was obvious. In a small state like Delaware, who could remember who a senator was? The volunteers retreated dejectedly. A tall, thin woman next to him chuckled. She seemed to appreciate Ronald's humor and nodded at him. "Madam, may I have a moment of your time?" The volunteer bothered her again. "Is that the senator who plagiarized Neil Kinnock's speech verbatim?" The woman's sarcasm was no less than Ronald's. "That's all a rumor spread by the Dukakis camp. Our candidates note the source of each speech at the end, so he plagiarized every single one of his speeches." The woman's sarcasm remained undiminished. PFFT, this time it was Ronald's turn to laugh out loud. On the plane, Ronald found himself sitting in the row in front of and behind a tall, thin woman. After he put away his luggage, he helped her stuff it in. Nora Ephron," the woman extended her hand to shake Ronald's, then thanked him for his gentlemanly manners. Ronald Lee, you wouldn't happen to be that?" Nora Ephron was surprised, looking at Ronald, who had taken off his sunglasses, and recognized the well-known young Hollywood director. She quickly switched seats with other passengers and sat next to Ronald. "I have a new script here, are you interested in talking about it?" After the plane took off and leveled off, the noise decreased considerably. When the flight attendant started serving snacks, Nora Ephron nudged Ronald and asked in a low voice. I'm also a member of the Writers Guild, aren't you afraid I'll report you? Ronald joked deliberately. Haha, I'm not talking to you about filming or project approval. Just treat it as a chat between two artists. By the way, your name is Sally, right? I'd like a bread roll, but don't put the strawberry jam in the middle of the plate, put it on the side. The butter should be heated, but don't open the packaging. And then a bottle of Coke, sugar-free, not the new flavor, but sugar-free Diet Coke. Nora Ephron was very particular about her food, explaining every detail to the flight attendant named Sally. Okay, the flight attendant was nearly driven mad by the demands. Could you repeat that? You want our airline special bread rolls, strawberry jam on the edge of the plate, warm butter, unopened, and a can of Diet Coke, great, and a vegetable salad, please, don't put the dressing in the vegetables, serve them separately. I'll do it myself, and olive oil too. Ronald, clearly seeing the flight attendant rolling her eyes, quickly said, I want Coke and a large meal. Is this how you usually order? You seem to know exactly what you need. Ronald watched the flight attendant, still muttering Nora Ephron's demands, walk away and asked her quietly. You don't know, this airline's salads and bread are really good, but you have to follow my method exactly. Their way of mixing the dressing is such a waste of good food. What's your script about? Ronald watched with great interest as Nora Ephron prepared the salad and bread using her unique method, and even ate a little of the salad Nora gave him. It must be said that Nora Ephron's culinary skills were indeed quite high. The salad she made tasted much better than the one in Ronald's set meal. Sally, could you please give me some olive oil too? Thank you. Ronald followed suit, asking the flight attendant for some olive oil to mix in, and the taste was indeed much more delicious. It's a love story, you know. Whether there can be true friendship between men and women, the kind that doesn't involve physical attraction. It's an eternal topic, Nora Ephron said. Ah, your story is about this topic. Yes, my protagonists are a man and a woman who met in college and then had the chance to meet every few years. They were always in a state of extreme friendship, but not quite romantic love. Either the man had a lover, or the woman had a boyfriend. After more than 10 years of breaking up and getting back together, they ultimately didn't end up together. It sounds like you believe in true friendship between men and women. Ronald frowned and asked after hearing the general outline of the story. Why do you say that? That's your interpretation. Actually, I believe that true friendship between young men and women is impossible. It's always accompanied by physical attraction. Then why don't you let the male and female leads end up together? Ronald asked. Life isn't like that. The male and female leads end up together and live happily ever after. I'm an example. Let's not talk about it. I think since they weren't together at the beginning, it means they weren't attracted to each other enough. If they ended up together, it would be unrealistic and would ruin the character development. Hell, Ronald finished his bread. Your script didn't sell, did it? Indeed. I'm talking to some friends about their newly established production company. How did you know? Nora Ephron asked curiously. Hollywood audiences love happy endings. They might not have ended up with their significant other in real life, and they come to the cinema to make up for that on screen, if that's what you mean, Nora Ephron said thoughtfully, but my friend, who's also a film director, doesn't see it that way. He thinks it's fine for the two leads to miss each other on the street. I think your director friend needs to watch some old Hollywood movies, like Sullivan's Travels. Ronald laughed. Sullivan's Travels, the debut film of 1940s Hollywood sex symbol Veronica Lake. Nora Ephron was quite familiar with film history, and she nodded. I'll talk to Robert, let's see what he says. Ronald smiled. It seemed Nora Ephron herself also approved of happy endings, even with that Robert director's nonsensical guidance. Hey, are you interested in reading the script? I'll have my agent send it to you. I'm currently looking for investors. Nora Ephron didn't want to miss the opportunity. You can call my agent, but don't mention the script on the phone. Just say I asked you to make the call. Ronald handed Nora Ephron a business card with his agent's phone number on it. There were many factions within CAA, and Ronald didn't want to give anyone leverage over him. Understood. Nora Ephron ordered another salad, personally tossing it with her secret recipe before handing it to Ronald. This is really delicious. Ronald felt that exchanging the consideration of production investment for the secret recipe was well worth it. Although the script didn't sound like it would be a box office hit, it was good to take a look during the script drought. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Ronald and Cameron Crowe found a place to meet. In an executive suite at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel, drinks and food were prepared, awaiting the private meeting. "I've written a script, can you take a look?" Cameron Crowe got straight to the point, pulling out a newly bound script. Of course, Ronald took it and noticed that the copper staples used for binding were freshly polished to prevent him from cutting his hand while turning the pages. The cover bore the two words, "Say anything," followed by an ellipsis. "Say anything." Ronald looked at the intriguing title and flipped through it. "A teen romance," Ronald blurted out after finishing. "Yes, I want to direct this film, so I chose the genre I'm most familiar with," Cameron Crowe said, his eyes brimming with hope. Unlike his usual politeness with Nora Ephron, Ronald wasn't going to mince words with his old friend who had been quietly helping him. "The strike is still ongoing, so I can have Daydream do an evaluation. If it's good, we'll sign a contract. I'll invest myself for anything under $6 million, if it's more, I'll find a major distributor." "Haha, thank you, Ronald." Cameron Crowe felt Ronald's goodwill and was overjoyed. Ronald had readily agreed to at least $6 million in investment. For a screenwriter who had never directed a film before, this was a very generous offer. Ronald was actually quite pleased. Studios were facing a script drought, and Crowe's script, at least, had a smooth structure and a happy ending. The male and female leads overcame all obstacles to be together. It was much better than Nora Ephron's script. "That's great. When do you think the strike will end so we can start working on this project?" Cameron Crowe asked after laughing. Sigh, Ronald sighed deeply. "I don't know either. Nobody in Hollywood or on any of the major television networks knows. Have you heard? Almost all the TV shows this season are going to be cancelled." Chapter 962, Chapter 102, Stockpiling Scripts for a Script Shortage. The joint strike by the two major writers' guilds has been ongoing for several weeks. The most affected are not directors like Ronald Reagan, nor small production companies like Daydream Studios, but the 7 major studios. The reason is simple: the larger the company, the more concerned they are with the production schedule. For small companies like Daydream Studios, if the strike affects their scripts, they can simply postpone filming. They'll usually release during off-seasons or when big-budget films are underperforming. However, the big productions of the 7 major studios are usually scheduled a year to a year and a half in advance. The strike has a much greater impact on them. And the most painful aspect of this strike is the uncertainty of when it will end, leaving new films without a clear production schedule. Even more affected than the 7 major studios are probably the mid-sized Hollywood production companies. While the large studios only suffer from disruptions in filming schedules and production plans, the losses for mid-sized studios are substantial. Their projects often require various financing methods to raise funds for filming, and delays result in hefty daily interest payments. Furthermore, Wall Street is currently in a rate hike cycle, credit is tightening, and many Wall Street investment banks, having suffered significant losses after the stock market crash, have begun withdrawing substantial amounts of funds from delayed film productions. Delays coupled with loan withdrawals have led to the lamentations of many mid-sized company presidents, louder than those of the top 7 CEOs. Even worse off than mid-sized studios are the 3 major terrestrial television networks. Film releases have a cycle, and audiences can still see films shot last year. Television production cycles are very short, with weekly episodes airing on weekends being the norm. Viewers have been watching reruns for over a month and are getting impatient. The monthly loss in advertising revenue is already in the millions of dollars. Moreover, the lack of new dramas is causing viewers to migrate to cable networks, effectively eroding the foundation of the 3 major terrestrial television networks. 10 years ago, the 3 major terrestrial networks, ABC, NBC, and CBS, accounted for 92% of television viewers. Cable television and independent stations only had an 8% market share. Currently, the audience share of terrestrial television has dropped to 70%, while that of cable and independent television stations has risen to 30%. If this strike continues until the new season of the drama series premieres in June, the number of viewers lost will be a major headache for all television station CEOs. Viewers of pay TV are high-quality viewers. Once they're gone, they may not return. Cameron Crowe's script was written and improved during the strike, so a direct contract couldn't be signed openly. Fortunately, the two had a close relationship and reached a verbal gentleman's agreement. As soon as the strike ended, Ronald's Daydream would immediately sign Crowe and have him direct. The script, which was already quite emotional, still had various minor issues, especially the ending, where the climax felt slightly lacking. Viewers might be disappointed, which could negatively impact the film's reputation. Ronald agreed to continue discussing how to improve the script with Crowe. They tentatively agreed to meet weekly to discuss the script, with Crowe revising it based on Ronald's feedback until it was polished to perfection. Another script, written by screenwriter Nora Ephron, whom he met on the plane, was also delivered. She called Ronald's agent as soon as she got off the plane and secretly handed a copy of the script to Richard. The Writers Guild now treats such underhanded dealings like catching thieves, so all secret communications must be conducted like espionage. Otherwise, if a script is sent by courier or mailed and other screenwriters find out and report it to the Writers Guild, membership can be suspended or even revoked. Just 2 weeks ago, several television screenwriters suffered this fate. They secretly made deals with television stations to write scripts for their evening talk shows. As a result, they were reported by a colleague, and scab signs were posted on their doors. The screenwriters, who thought they could get away with it by using pseudonyms, not only didn't receive the payment but also lost their eligibility for union benefits. They ended up having to pawn their belongings. One of the unfortunate screenwriters even appeared on NBC's television interview program. Although his face was blurred, those familiar with him recognized him, and he reportedly faces disciplinary action from the union. After reading the entire script, Ronald was very interested in the untitled project, especially if the ending could be changed to a happy ending for the two. To further discuss the script, Ronald called Nora Ephron and asked to meet to talk in detail. "My friend Rob is having a party, why don't you come? Everyone there is a friend, so it'll be easier for us to talk." Nora Ephron understood Ronald's meaning and devised a way to chat privately at the party. That way, even if a colleague saw them, they couldn't report the two friends chatting happily at the party. "Oh, it's you." Ronald arrived at the party venue, Rob's friend's house, and realized that this Rob was Rob Reiner, whom he had met several times at the Directors Guild. After filming The Princess Bride, Rob Reiner didn't direct any new movies, but instead acted in his friend Danny DeVito's directorial debut, Throwing Mom Off a Train. The male lead in that movie was Billy Crystal, whose jokes were the only ones worth listening to at the Oscars. Ronald was familiar with both of them. A group of old friends were chatting over light beer at Leonard's house. "So, you two are Jewish?" Ronald asked, looking at them. They were just starting to talk about the recent first major uprising in Palestine. Late last year, a Jewish truck drove into the Gibraltar refugee camp in North Gaza province, killing 4 Palestinians. Fatah, the PLO's government in exile in Tunisia, did not respond promptly. Some more radical groups that broke away from Fatah quickly organized large-scale protests in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. This time, their strategy was very different. They sent many teenagers carrying stones to provoke heavily armed Israeli soldiers. If the soldiers retaliated, the incident would be filmed by waiting cameras and provided to major Western and Eastern media outlets. This didn't cause much of a stir in the American news. Ronald only saw news reports that the UN had passed Resolutions 607 and 608, condemning Israel's violence. "I don't believe in Judaism, I'm a fucking atheist." Rob Reiner disliked being called Jewish. He couldn't understand how anyone in the 1980s could believe everything in an ancient book from thousands of years ago. "My dad, Carl Reiner, said he stopped believing in God after the Holocaust." Where was God then? Busy playing with zebras and rhinos, Rob Reiner didn't believe in Judaism, and he also mocked those traditional Jews who couldn't even enjoy opening Santa's presents. "I did have a bar mitzvah, but that was from my maternal relatives. I don't believe in any organized religion, I only somewhat agree with Buddhist ideas." He's become cynical ever since he divorced Penny, his close friend Billy Crystal joked, trying to calm the somewhat outrageous Reiner down. Seeing Ronald looking at him, Christo chuckled, "I don't like those synagogue customs either. We're all American believers. No matter who you are, the most important thing in America is success. If you succeed, you're right. Even if you go to church every week and confess to the rabbi about bullying your classmates when you were a kid, that's also a secret to success. You guys are quite different from some other Jews I've met in Hollywood." Ronald found the two very worldly Jews quite agreeable. Of course, we New York Jews are different. I grew up in the Bronx. Billy is a wealthy man from Manhattan's Upper East Side. His father's record company basically invented jazz. Nora's parents were also in the theater world. Her name was given to her by her father after the heroine of Ibsen's Doll's House. "And you, Ronald, So these were all second-generation members of New York's arts and culture scene. No wonder they lean towards left-wing liberal values. Manhattan's Upper East Side and Long Island in New York were full of such wealthy families. You're all rich Jews. I fucking grew up on Staten Island. My parents were all true patriots who fought for Uncle Sam. Ronald laughed. I've been to Staten Island. It's beautiful. Many people there only have one lover for their entire lives, grow old together, and have a bunch of kids. Rob Reiner suddenly became sentimental. Like my father and mother, why can't we find someone who will never change their heart? Nora Ephron sighed as well. That's why you were able to write this script. A lot of it is based on my and Penny's lives. And yours and Bernstein's. Like the story about me running into my ex-wife in the store. No wonder, Ronald understood why the script had such a sad ending. Harry and Sally, the two main characters, still didn't end up together. Nora Ephron and Rob Reiner were both divorced and heartbroken. And they were the ones who wanted to grow old together but couldn't. Rob Reiner's ex-wife is Penny Marshall, the grown-up director played by Diane. Both came from New York's entertainment families and had very similar social circles, making their divorce incredibly painful. Nora Ephron's ex-husband, on the other hand, was the infamous Bernstein, the journalist who exposed the Watergate scandal. Dustin Hoffman played Bernstein's role in the film All the President's Men, which dealt with the scandal. Nora Ephron's divorce was even more tragic. While she was pregnant for the second time, her husband Bernstein had an affair with Baroness Margaret J., the daughter of a former British Prime Minister and then wife of the British ambassador. This nearly caused a political scandal. Nora Ephron was not one to back down. She wrote about her husband's scandal in the screenplay Heartfire, which was eventually adapted into a film by Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. Although it didn't do well at the box office, the marketing campaign brought her ex-husband back into the media spotlight and lashed out at him. Seeing Nora Ephron lost in painful memories, Ronald thought for a moment, I've always had a question, and you might be able to tell me. What question? Now Nora, Rob, and Billy were all intrigued. You said your ex-husband was Bernstein, the one who exposed Watergate, so do you know who Deep Throat is? Quick, tell Ronald, your favorite urban legend. Rob Reiner laughed heartily. Clearly, Nora had revealed this to her friends more than once. This is my own deduction. I think Deep Throat is the FBI's deputy director, Mark Felt. I've read Bernstein's notebook, he abbreviated Deep Throat to MF. I've checked all the possible candidates, and only the FBI deputy director's name starts with MF. I don't believe it. Is the FBI really that unprofessional? They must be using a pseudonym. Ronald was skeptical. I think so too. Nora, you must have read too many Agatha Christie detective novels. The New Yorkers hit it off immediately, chatting about everything under the sun. But that's just how New Yorkers are. In these conversations, where everyone expresses their opinions, even engaging in heated debates, you can immediately sense that the other person is also a New Yorker. The rest becomes much easier. That's how we New Yorkers do things. Those rural Los Angeles folks wouldn't understand. To be honest, I haven't made up my mind to make this film yet, Rob Reiner said, referring to Nora's script. Last year, Reiner and a friend started Castle Rock Productions, a name taken from the fictional town in Stephen King's novels. His dream is to stop being dictated to filmmaking by the executives of big studios and instead make films based on the ideas of creators and artists. Reiner's first film with Castle Rock, The Princess Bride, was an unexpected box office success, and they wanted to further develop their ideas. However, they unfortunately encountered the stock market crash, and Columbia Pictures, their original investor, suspended all financing projects. Investing with their own funds was too risky. So Reiner was somewhat hesitant. I can actually invest, but there's only one condition: we can talk about anything. Rob Reiner, one of the founders of Castle Rock, became interested. We can discuss any condition, but we have a distribution agreement with Columbia. We're going to make 15 films over 3 years, distributed by Columbia. If your company wants to get involved in distribution, Columbia has to agree. Hey, my company can't handle theatrical film distribution like that. We can only distribute small productions like Hairspray, or do video distribution. Ronald shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to get involved in distribution. All three looked at Ronald, wanting to know what his condition was. My condition is very practical. You might think I'm vulgar, but I want the two main characters to be together at the end of the film. That way, the investment will be profitable. Oh? You think so? Actually, we're not completely against traditional endings. Nora said you suggested we watch Sullivan's Trip, which we did watch in college, and it does make some sense. Rob Reiner wasn't just trying to satisfy an amateur artist, he glanced at Nora Ephron. This script, in fact, was based on his own life and many details of his relationship with Nora. They were both divorced, and if it were a happy ending, would Nora have any romantic feelings? However, they were too familiar with each other, there was no romantic connection. Do you think we need to hire stars? Approximately how much investment? Reiner was still interested. Working with Ronald was very beneficial. I think we ultimately need a popular young actress to play Sally, and then a convincing Harry, like Billy. Ha, ha, that's hilarious. My salary can't compare to the stars, Billy Crystal laughed. As a comedy star, he didn't have any major hits yet, and his salary was probably less than half that of popular male stars. I wouldn't dare hire Billy. If the box office is bad and he doesn't become a top-tier male star, I'd feel bad for him. Rob Reiner's Throwing Mom Off the Train, starring Billy Crystal, was a box office flop and won no awards. It was a real disservice to my friend. Ronald quoted a figure, noting that with star power inflated salaries, the average production cost of a mid-sized film had increased compared to 2 years ago. You know what? I was thinking of our company signing a strategic cooperation agreement. That way, once Nora's script is finalized, we can start evaluating the project. Then, once the writer's strike ends, both of our companies will have new films that can be quickly put into production, just in time for release before the script drought ends next year. Reiner thought it was feasible and pulled Ronald aside to finalize the collaboration. Of course, we'll have our lawyers handle the paperwork. It's very interesting that you're directing a women's film. I want to visit the set. Reiner was delighted, bringing out a box of cookies from the supermarket and offering them to Ronald. Aren't you directing it? Ronald picked up a piece, took only half a bite, and put it down. The corn candy tasted far inferior to his aunt's handmade ones. Me? I'm actually afraid to direct a film like this. It keeps reminding me of the time when I divorced my ex-wife. Isn't that realistic? Who else understands better than you how it should be portrayed? If I were to direct, I would only film an ending where the two of them are together. Upon hearing that he was to direct, Ronald insisted on a happy ending. That depends on Nora's opinion. Reiner respected the screenwriter's autonomy. These matters should be left to the screenwriter's decision. Soon, both parties' lawyers prepared the cooperation framework. Both parties had priority rights to each other's films, and under equal conditions with competitors, the other party would invest in their project first. Your Australian cowboy friend really messed up Paramount. The lawyer who came to sign the contract was the famous Hollywood lawyer, Mickey Cantor. Isn't that still your power? Ronald laughed. Paul Hogan, the star of Crocodile Dundee, confronted Paramount, the domestic distributor, through Cantor. Paramount Home Entertainment, which had been manipulating videotape sales, had to admit, faced with evidence, that its accounting was behind schedule. Paul Hogan received the hefty commission that was rightfully his and his wife's. They also checked the accounts of the overseas distributor, 20th Century Fox, and uncovered some delayed box office revenue sharing. Finally, Cantor, the gray-eyed guy, helped Hogan resolve a small trap in the distribution contract for Crocodile Dundee 2. It stipulated that the sequel must still be distributed by Paramount in America. Cantor changed it to priority under the same conditions for him. If the terms were fixed, the other party could use any reason not to release it, and the third film might never be made. Hogan was very happy and called Ronald to thank him. He also told Ronald to contact him if he needed to film in Australia in the future. He was well connected there, with connections in both the music and film industries. As long as Ronald made the request, he could guarantee resources and offer the lowest possible price. So, it was actually thanks to Mickey Cantor's professionalism and reputation that they got such a good result. Ronald had simply recommended a suitable candidate. By the way, I have some business that I need your help with. After signing the contract, Ronald pulled Cantor aside to continue discussing business. It's about the videotape rights. I have some films, and some friends' films, and I want to buy out the videotape rights and then release a better version on videotape. I also want to get the videotape rights back. Now all 7 major studios understand the potential of videotapes. It won't be cheap if you want to buy them, Cantor said with a smile. It's okay, money is not a problem. The original box office performance of the films wasn't very good, but my colleagues think it might be suitable for videotapes. Chapter 963, Chapter 103, All Media Copyright Transaction. Ronald wanted to buy the video rights to two types of films, including those starring several of his female friends, romance films and action-adventure films with explicit content. These included The Legend of Billie Jean starring Helen Slater, Streets of Fire starring Diane Andrews, and Some Kind of Wonderful starring Lee Thompson. While these films had only mediocre box office performances, Diane Andrews and Helen Slater were frequently recognized on the street and people would mention their performances in these films. Therefore, Ronald suspected that the films weren't of poor quality, but rather that their marketing was flawed and failed to reach an audience interested in these types of movies. Buying the VHS rights from the studios would likely be relatively inexpensive, given the poor box office performance. Daydream needed to test Michelle Canold's theory as distribution director that the VHS market needed romantic comedies or action films with even more explicit content than those shown on television. Mickey Kent glanced at the list Ronald had provided, which included 7 major film distributors such as Paramount, Columbia TriStar, and Universal, and chuckled. "Don't get your hopes up too high," he said. "These guys would rather have the copies sitting in warehouses than lose money releasing VHS tapes. But once someone makes an offer, that's a different story. They'll definitely drive up the price as part of their performance record. I'll highlight a few key films for you," Ronald said, circling several important movies on the list. "That's good. It keeps them from knowing which ones we actually want to buy." Gray-eyed Mickey left with his new task, leaving Michelle Canold to continue the discussion with Ronald. "Tell me, why are you so confident about these two genres?" Ronald had his portly assistant, Ricky Lake, the star of Hairspray, brew a pot of black tea and personally poured a cup for one of his most important subordinates. This was a thin-walled porcelain teacup, a gift from an official of the Ministry of Culture on the other side of the Pacific, decorated with red roses. Like I said, the audience for videotapes is either teenagers or housewives. TV dramas are strictly rated, just give them the types they like. More ice cream. Canold took a small sip. He'd heard this was a tea set specially made for leaders. Ordinary people couldn't buy it on the market. "Don't give me these superficial reasons, Michelle. I want to hear your real thoughts. We have no idea what movies are doing well in Hollywood, so why are you so confident?" Ronald refilled his cup with a cup of premium Hawaii Mountain black tea he'd bought in New York's Chinatown. "Hey, it's actually because of our company's sticky fingers that I have confidence," Michelle Canold laughed, putting down his teacup. He explained his perspective. The comedy about two girls finding cash from a contraband dealer had fallen below cost after only a few weeks in theaters and was about to be pulled from theaters. But the videotapes, released just a few weeks later, were selling exceptionally well. He'd hired a research firm to conduct on-site surveys. Most buyers were teenage girls. While its video sales are still orders of magnitude lower than those of long-running hits like Spicy Dance, they're already very close to those of some action films. And this is only considering that half of the audience is teenage, female viewers. What if it were a romantic comedy? Then the other half of the teenage audience would also join the rental queue. And if you add some action scenes. That's why Lee specifically chose these films that audiences have always been interested in to negotiate videotape rights. If this path works, then Daydream can shift its focus to making these types of low-budget films, directly supplying the videotape market. Unlike the theatrical release market, which requires expensive tickets to enter, videotape distribution doesn't require millions in marketing expenses. Just pay a distribution fee, and you can get into video rental stores, quietly sitting on the shelves waiting to be picked up. This model is particularly suitable for a small company like Daydream. While the profit per film may not be as high as that of successful theatrical releases, it's stable and a steady stream of revenue. This is why Daydream Studios is so cautious about venturing into theatrical distribution. If a box office bomb or a box office flop is produced, not only will the tens of millions of dollars in production costs be lost, but the equally expensive marketing and distribution costs will also go down the drain. So, with one bad film, the company will basically lose close to $20 million. Aside from Ronald's unparalleled vision making the final decision, no one else at Daydream Studios has the power to approve projects. Even if Ronald makes a lot of money, losing money on 2 or 3 films a year will force him to sheepishly stop this behavior that's tantamount to throwing cash into the Hudson River. The lawyer, gray-eyed Mickey, soon sent good news. The major studios still believe that only box office success has the potential to rake in excess profits in the videotape market. The films Ronald is interested in are all failures that have grossed less than $20 or $30 million domestically. Since this young director likes Roger Corman-style B-movies so much, let's sell them to him. Consider it indulging in artist's quirk. Just as Spielberg enjoys collecting copies of old Hollywood films, keeping copies of masterpieces from the silent era in his warehouse, Martin Scorsese, on the other hand, prefers old foreign films, especially those from Europe, and has amassed quite a collection at home. Coppola, however, shifted his focus to collecting wine, ostensibly as a reference for his winery. Ronald, as those in the industry will later know, had a peculiar hobby, collecting B-movies that failed at the box office. Perhaps his consistently successful films were a result of studying why these failures failed? The copyright holders of these films needed the directors' and producers' consent to sell the videotape rights, and they quickly agreed to Ronald's offer. After all, slowly collecting the few $100s in revenue from each television broadcast was less appealing than selling it all at once to Ronald, who was willing to pay. Only one producer had doubts about Ronald's true intentions. He specifically called Ronald to clarify the situation. "Ronald, it's me, Joel." Joel Silver received Ronald's call after waiting half an hour, and was delighted. "What, is there something wrong with the marketing for Die Hard? Do you need my help?" Ronald assumed it was about Die Hard. The movie was set to release in July for the summer season, and 20th Century Fox had already completed audience screenings. They were very satisfied with the reactions of the lucky viewers who saw it early and decided to invest heavily in promoting the film during the summer season. It's alright. You have to attend one of the premieres in Los Angeles and New York. The audience response to our movie's screenings was very good, almost no one went to the bathroom. But I only know a limited number of stars. Could you find a few more? Joel Silver wanted Ronald to bring some free traffic. "Let me ask." It's hard to get stars on the schedule. Ronald thought about asking Harrison Ford and Tom Cruise if they were available. They were both popular action stars. If they could come to support the film, the media would definitely report on it. "I can get Sylvester Stallone here, you and him are fine, right?" "Okay, it's just a cameo to make us money." "Can you get Schwarzenegger?" "Why don't you come over, we'll check the casting." "I say, why did you buy the rights to such a box office flop?" "That movie almost made me leave Hollywood." After Joel Silver finished checking the list of invited stars, he casually brought up Ronald's purchase of the rights to Ghetto Justice. That movie was one he financed and produced, directed by the then-popular Walter Hill. With a production cost of nearly $15 million, it only grossed a little over $8 million domestically. At the time, Hollywood considered Walter Hill's previous success to be all luck, leaving him with no films to direct. He barely managed to stay in Hollywood by working as a script doctor for Alien 2. But no big-budget films were ever offered to him as a director. Producer Joel Silver was in an even worse situation. He spent $1 million on a lighting technician, $1 million on Giorgio Armani as a costume designer, and another $1 million to rebuild the dismantled sets intact for the end credits. This practice was directly seen as profiteering by major studios. However, Joel Silver was luckier than the director. He went on to star in two blockbusters, Lethal Weapon and Predator, which grossed over $100 million each, and regained his position as a top independent producer in Hollywood. He was so deeply impressed by the film that almost ruined his career that he didn't believe Ronald's reasons for buying the videotape rights. Today, he decided to test the waters and see if he could learn anything from Ronald's clever mind. "It's nothing. My colleague thought the subject matter of this film might have potential in the videotape market, so he took a gamble," Ronald said honestly. Joel Silver didn't haggle over the price. The two had a good relationship. "I'm telling you, Ronald. Forget the platitudes. I want to hear your real thoughts. I've already agreed to sell you the rights. In Hollywood, we're all just guessing what movies do well and what don't." "Why are you so confident, Cy?" Ronald thought to himself. "I paid for your old box office flops, and you still suspect I have some secret." "I'm really not confident. My company isn't powerful enough, and I don't have your production capabilities, so I'm just going to gamble on the video market with some cheap movies. No other reason. I actually have quite a few other movies that didn't do well at the box office, like John Hughes's Weird Science, and Walter Hill's Brewster's Millions, which he's trying to revive. Neither of them made it to the break-even point." "Why don't you give them a try?" Joel Silver probed. "Modern Nanny, directed by John Hughes, was a rare box office failure, despite his films being box office hits a few years ago. It's about an AI nanny created by a computer and how she helps a computer idiot throw parties at home. Brewster's Millions is about a lucky baseball player who suddenly receives his great-uncle's will. If he can spend $30 million in a month, he can inherit a $300 million fortune. Neither of these films has much romance, nor any ice cream content that TV stations can't air, so Ronald wasn't too keen on them. What, you don't want it? Or is there something special about ghetto justice? Joel Silver chuckled, determined to learn a thing or two from Ronald today. Hey, to be honest, it's because this movie is Diane's first leading role as an adult female character, and I wanted to buy it for her to make her happy. Ronald didn't want to reveal Michelle Cannell's secret, so he quickly brought up Diane Lane to try and smooth things over. Huh? Joel Silver looked at Ronald strangely. Was he serious? This was quite a sum of money to win a woman's heart. It wasn't like giving her a house would actually benefit her. This kind of copyright transaction was just to make her smile. I also have the rights to the sequel and adaptations. Do you want to buy them too? Joel Silver was still a little skeptical and probed again. Sequels and adaptations? Do you have all the production rights? Ronald suddenly remembered that when he watched this movie years ago, the video games he dreamed about were based on the film's visual style and characters. You really want them? Joel Silver was taken aback, his suspicions dispelled. It seemed it really was a business gamble and a way to please women. He glanced at Ronald's handsome physique and clicked his tongue in amazement. Ronald really knows how to charm women, he thought. I can't compare. He turned and picked up his pager, summoning his secretary, who retrieved the old documents from Ghetto Justice. He pulled out the production rights documents from the box and handed them to Ronald. I have all the production rights here. You can use them to make a sequel, a TV adaptation, or even a Broadway play. I'll give you a discount. I need to have my lawyer review it, Ronald said, putting away the documents and continuing to enjoy his wine with Silver. So, what's Walter Hill doing now? Did he leave you? Ronald recalled the director who had captured the mature and charismatic Diane, who was not yet 20, on screen. He himself had only discovered Diane's womanly charm on set. After that, no director had ever captured her so captivatingly, transforming her into a youthful girl on screen. He just finished filming Schwarzenegger's new movie, Red Heat, which was actually shot on location in Moscow's Red Square. Since Mikhail came to power, they've started learning from their southern neighbors and opening their doors to this kind of artistic creation. That's rare, Ronald thought, perhaps envious of the two Hollywood blockbusters China had produced and the substantial profits. Did you invest in that movie? You and Walter Hill haven't worked together again. Ronald remembered how Joel Silver and the director had once been the best partners. If Hollywood's ups and downs have taught me anything, Joel Silver raised his glass to Ronald, it's to work with capable people. Not to be the unlucky ones eliminated by market competition, hoping they can return to their peak has happened before, but the chances are too slim. Many people have died because of the expectation that a director can recreate the level of a masterpiece. I'll remember that. Ronald also raised his glass. Well, here's something to add, Ronald greeted the visiting gray-eyed Mickey. The copyright transfer contract, revised by the Harvard graduate under the lawyer's supervision, was on Ronald's desk, being reviewed by him. Where? Mickey Cantor raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had overlooked something. Here, I want to add a clause, after sequels, TV series, stage plays, adaptation rights, add a clause, and the adaptation rights for any other form of entertainment, and the rights to all derivative products arising therefrom. Interesting. Looks like you have a new direction. Mickey Cantor knew that these kinds of legal documents required precision. Ronald's addition meant he already had an idea. Yes, I might get someone to draw comics, or adapt it into a novel for publication, Ronald chuckled. Or perhaps one of those globally popular video games from Japan. Mickey Cantor, one of the few lawyers in Hollywood with inside knowledge of the Donkey Kong game copyright cases involving Nintendo and Universal, smiled at Ronald. Or perhaps video game rights. Ronald stamped the contract. Cheers. That afternoon, Ronald gave the contract to Joel Silver, had his lawyer verify it, and wrote a check to acquire the full media adaptation rights. I've had ribbons and wax seals prepared for you to give away. Joel Silver waved for his secretary to bring out the official version of the contract, packaged in a rectangular box, perfect for a female friend. From now on, all adaptation rights to the film would no longer belong to him, He would only receive a small percentage of the profits from the original producers, as stipulated by the producers' union, if Ronald succeeded. Cheers. Joel Silver also raised his glass to clink with Ronald's, feeling somehow that this was a bad deal compared to the original transaction. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964, Chapter 104, Struggling for Female Stars. Annette. Ronald arrived at Annette Beaning's apartment, bringing a bottle of red wine he'd gotten from Joel Silver as a gift. "Ah, you're here," Beaning, wearing a light green apron, opened the door. "I'm so glad you came. I made something delicious." She then gave Ronald a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. "My favorite Bordeaux." Beaning glanced at the wine and placed it on the table. "You can watch some TV first. I'll be right there." "Okay, you go ahead." Ronald felt comfortable and sat down on the sofa. The conversation felt like that between close friends and lovers, even though Ronald had only met Annette Beaning once. From behind, Annette Beaning had a slender waist. Her white crew neck t-shirt was casually tucked into her black trousers. The allure hidden beneath her apron radiated as she swayed her back as she entered the kitchen. Ronald turned on the television. Local KTLA Channel 5 was broadcasting entertainment news. Following the Producers Guild's final offer in early March, they submitted their final offer yesterday. The Writers Guild's negotiator, Walton, stated that the union's negotiating committee would carefully consider this offer, and that union members, at this stage, need to unite as negotiations approach a breakthrough, so they've learned to back down now. Ronald chuckled, watching the charlatan-like negotiator on television. The Producers Guild had held an emergency meeting the day before yesterday, making some concessions on the previous final offer. The new settlement agreement was approved by a majority of representatives. Besides giving the Writers Guild tens of millions of dollars as compensation for the previous 3 years, 2 clauses were softened. The first was a unified rule that any film or television program airing for more than an hour on a television station would automatically receive the remaining revenue share. This clause was most unpopular with television station owners, who complained that some programs had poor ratings. If revenue sharing was determined by airtime rather than ratings, they would have to pay for a bunch of garbage. However, within the Producers Guild, the television stations' voices were in the minority. Although they are wealthy and powerful, a large number of small and medium-sized production companies still hold the majority of the votes. Furthermore, the writers' strike hurts the television production departments, which have the greatest demand for scripts. Therefore, this clause passed without much controversy. The second clause, proposed by the Writers Guild, grants writers the right to negotiate the selection of actors and directors for certain projects. This clause was opposed by most producers. Many small producers, founded by directors like Ronald, don't want writers interfering with their casting. However, the Guild's president, Nick Kunter, introduced an additional clause. Producers have more power to determine the number of writers credited on a production. In other words, producers have greater power to decide the credit of others besides the original writers, who are legally required to be credited, such as script doctors and revisers. In other words, after giving writers some vague power, producers are given even greater power to decide who gets credited on the script. Experienced producers know how to play this game, rendering the writer's nominal influence on casting ineffective. If the 2 clauses are tied together and must be passed, then agreeing to the Writers Guild's fanciful powers is not unreasonable. If a screenwriter's influence is so great that directors and producers cannot check them, then in most cases he is also a powerful best-selling author or a Broadway playwright, and such people are supposed to be involved in casting. The strike has been going on for a long time. Many screenwriters have no income, their savings are almost gone, and the little relief from the union is almost exhausted. Soon, Hollywood actors will hold a charity auction to keep the screenwriters afloat. Ronald watched the television with a smile, thinking that the strike would end soon, and now he needed to hurry up and finalize the script for Steel Magnolia. Ronald contacted actresses Shirley MacLaine and Olympia Dukakis, who had not been filming since the strike, and were happy to participate in this big female-centric film that Ronald had presented. Of course, the most important thing was to secure the female lead. Ronald listened to some advice from his agent, Nisida. At this time, the most influential actresses in Hollywood were Michelle Pfeiffer and Sean Young. Having put aside the eccentric Sean Young, it was time to ask Michelle Pfeiffer to direct his own film. Alright, we can eat now. Just as he was thinking about having the chance to direct Michelle Pfeiffer, fulfilling a long-held wish, and showing Hollywood that Pfeiffer wasn't just a pretty face, Annette Bening came out carrying several plates. What are you thinking about? Bening arranged the plates. These are dishes I made when I was a chef on a yacht. I've always dreamed of cooking a feast for my loved ones, Bening said, taking off her apron and sitting next to Ronald, her arms around him. A wave of warmth emanated from her thin trousers and t-shirt. You really were a chef on a ship? That's impressive, Ronald said, looking at the glossy British bone china on the table, which looked very appealing. But the food inside. Although Bening's words were beautiful, and her portrayal of a virtuous wife and mother suited Ronald's tastes perfectly, the food on the plates betrayed her true nature. Slightly overcooked scrambled eggs, oat toast, tomato sandwiches, and then a large bowl of vegetable salad with Kraft's classic American salad dressing. While it's understandable that an actor's specialty isn't cooking, the fact that he'd boasted about his culinary skills for so long, only turned up with a simple American meal that was neither breakfast nor lunch, almost made Ronald burst out laughing. Of course, I was only 14 that year. I had a friend who took me to learn to scuba dive. To earn money for my diving lessons, I worked as a cook on fishing yachts, $10 a trip. On my third trip, I became a cook. Besides this, I could also grill meat and fry steaks. Later, I passed my diving instructor certification exam and earned enough money to go to college and pursue my dream of becoming an actor. Try my vegetable salad. The fishermen on those boats all said it was delicious. Bening used a fork to feed Ronald a piece. Do you have olive oil? Ronald wasn't a fan of the strong salad dressing. He thought of Nora Ephron's way of eating it. Yes, Bening squirmed in Ronald's arms and went to get some olive oil. It tastes better this way. Ronald added some olive oil, which indeed diluted the salad dressing and added a refreshing aroma. When I was in college, I was interested in drama. But public universities didn't have very good drama clubs. It took me much longer to establish myself on Broadway. Annette Bening recounted her struggles, and Ronald empathized. This woman was very experienced. She always managed to find common ground with Ronald's emotions. I wonder what project you're currently working on. Bening gently stroked Ronald's face with her fingers as she casually asked. A story about a Southern woman. Ronald saw Bening's eyes light up, and then slowly added, there's no suitable role for you. Oh, Bening tilted her head back and smiled. What kind of play is it? It's Steel Magnolia, which is currently playing on Broadway. It's about a virgin and 4 mothers. Ronald didn't mention the remaining slut type, but Bening understood what he meant. Hey, Annette Bening understood perfectly. Her eyes turned alluring, and she casually placed a hand on Ronald's waist. Hollywood is currently experiencing a script drought. Do you have any roles in mind? Ronald looked at Bening's mature allure, different from anything he had experienced before. His heart was melting. I like Broadway plays. I'm not quite sure how to handle comedy yet. Bening felt that starting with Broadway adaptations and making a name for herself was the best option. After all, she wasn't young anymore, and she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. As she spoke, she slowly caressed Ronald's shirt. Which one do you particularly like? Ronald was aroused. Helping this beauty was also a way of discovering talent for Hollywood. Do you know Dangerous Liaisons? Annette Bening finally revealed the movie she wanted to act in. I convinced Alan Rickman to come to Hollywood. Ronald kissed Bening. Ha ha ha, you're tickling me. Bening beamed. Now there was finally hope for fame. I can't guarantee anything, but you can go see my agent, Nisida. He's with CAA and should be able to arrange an audition for you. The rest is up to you, darling. Bening tried to reciprocate. Whoosh, the Ferrari stopped in front of Ronald's hotel. He stretched. Mature women, when they're in the mood, can be quite wild. Mr. Lee, Ms. Nora Ephron is waiting for you, the hotel lobby manager immediately informed Ronald as he entered. Nora, what brings you here? Shall we go to the bar and talk? Ronald saw Nora Ephron sitting on the sofa opposite him. She was carrying a suitcase, as if she had just gotten off a plane. Ronald, is it true that the strike is ending? Our movie is about to start casting. If the strike ends, it won't be a script shortage, it'll be a star shortage. Rob and I discussed it, and I'll come to Los Angeles to see you right away while he goes to persuade Billy Crystal. You have a female lead in mind. Ronald ordered a glass of orange juice, gulped it down, then ordered another, explaining apologetically, Spring in California makes you very dehydrated, HMPH, Nora Ephron sniffed a few times. The most suitable candidate is Michelle Pfeiffer. Her again? Why? Ronald was a little overwhelmed. The concentration of female stars was even more alarming than male stars. Although there were more female stars than male stars, at any given moment, Hollywood would only think of 2 or 3 candidates for the female lead. She's a very artistic young woman, and Pfeiffer's gentle yet strong-willed nature is perfect for her. Nora Ephron looked at Ronald suspiciously. Do you have any other suitable candidates? Ronald thought for a long time, and indeed, Pfeiffer was the most suitable for this kind of artistic female lead. How about Helen Slater? Ronald thought for a moment. This kind of role was naive, full of fantasies about life learned from books. It seemed that Helen was the closest to the character. Nora Ephron thought for a while. She lacks a kind of genuine passion. Although the female lead is naive, she is full of expectations for romance. Helen is a cold beauty. Ronald touched his lips. Was being naive not a suitable type? He was about to ask Diane, but then thought it was inappropriate. He had never seen her play that kind of pretentious, artsy type before. Let her audition. Nora Ephron felt it wouldn't be good to refuse Ronald. I'll call Michelle Pfeiffer's agent, Lamato. If she's interested, it'll be easier for us distributors. You're right, we should strike first. Pfeiffer's agent, Lamato, called shortly afterward to arrange a visit to Ronald. The two exchanged pleasantries and sat down again. I have 2 scripts here, both very suitable for Pfeiffer. Would you like to take a look and see which one suits her better? She's willing to act in them, Ronald said bluntly. The Broadway adaptation of Steel Magnolia, I know that show, it's perfect for Pfeiffer. This one is also good, a very obvious New York-style script. Lamato had to be very careful about his words when refuting Ronald's politeness. He first praised Ronald's offer talent, still thinking about how to refuse. Both scripts are very suitable for Pfeiffer. Which one suits her better? Or rather, which one would she be willing to act in? Ronald noticed Lamato's expression wasn't good and thought he had been too abrupt. Pfeiffer was a popular star now, she wouldn't take just any role. Lamato's influence on her probably wasn't that great anymore. Lamato's hand trembled at Ronald's polite tone, and he was startled. He suddenly realized that with a director like Ronald, it was best to be straightforward. He kept comparing him to the fledgling screenwriter he was 7 or 8 years ago. With someone of that status, not deceiving them was the best strategy. I think Pfeiffer will love it, she's always wanted to work with you at least once. But right now, you might need to schedule things. She's recently decided to take on another Broadway adaptation, which might be a very rushed shoot. Has someone beaten her to it? Ronald sighed. He still lacked experience, others acted immediately at the slightest hint of trouble from the union. Not really. This started long before the Writers Guild restarted negotiations. You know, the union has exemptions for scripts that are already finished. That's why ready-made Broadway scripts are so popular. Okay, we'll see. Could you show the script to Pfeiffer? We can talk about it sometime, of course. Lamato respectfully accepted the script and put it in his briefcase. What movie is she taking on? Ronald asked casually, trying to gauge Michelle Pfeiffer's schedule. If it was an action film, it could take a long time to shoot. Do you know Dangerous Liaisons? It's a West End play that toured London and ran for a year in New York last year, receiving rave reviews, Lamato quickly explained, worried that Ronald might not know about this kind of classical drama. Alan Rickman is the one I found to star in Die Hard. Ronald waved his hand dismissively. Thinking how he'd made so many commercial films and everyone assumed he was ignorant of Broadway. That puts my mind at ease. You know period dramas take longer to film. I'll talk to Michelle, she'll definitely love your script. Lamato patted his briefcase and stood up. Don't forget to arrange a meeting. Ronald stood up and shook hands with him goodbye. Looks like everyone's getting moving quickly. We at Daydream need to speed up the release of the videotapes too. Ideally, they should be available before the strike ends. Don't worry too much about production costs. After seeing Lamato off, Ronald quickly called Daydream's videotape division. Chapter 965, Chapter 105, How to Spend the Box Office Revenue? The videotape manufacturer is a Columbia-invested enterprise, and we have a good relationship with them. Expediting the production of the 3 films we purchased shouldn't be a problem. However, if we want to release them before the strike ends, we'll need to spend a lot more money. We'll have to pay extra to make way for the other videotapes on the production line. And we'll have to pay triple wages for the workers overtime. It's completely unnecessary." The person protesting to Ronald was Dolly Bernstein, the manager of the Daydream videotape business unit. She was Michelle Canold's partner at Weston Studios. She was direct, detail-oriented, and unlike the somewhat artistic Canold, Bernstein was raised entirely in a Jewish family, prioritizing profit above all else. "I appreciate your dedication to the business," Ronald said, pleased to see Dolly's agitation, which showed the plump female manager was committed to her duties. He personally went to the automatic coffee machine and made Dolly a cappuccino. "I'm not unaware of the problems that come with rushing to meet deadlines, but let's not dwell on this short-term gain or loss. Let's look at this from a strategic company perspective. You won't be the manager of the videotape business forever. You see, if the strike ends, new movies and TV shows will be released soon, and our window of opportunity is short." Ronald first affirmed Dolly's professionalism, then hinted that she could be promoted to a higher position in the future. With the reassurance of personally making her coffee, Dolly Bernstein took a few sips, her mood gradually calming down. "I understand that our Daydream business is growing rapidly, and the videotape business needs to keep pace. But I have to say it again, if we continue like this, we'll eventually run into problems, and Columbia won't always have a good relationship with us. It's time to have our own videotape manufacturing plant." "Great, the box office revenue from Dirty Dancing is coming in soon, which is a lot of money. Could you represent the company to go to New Jersey and Arizona to investigate suitable locations for building or acquiring a videotape factory? Then write a report for me, and after we discuss it, you'll be in charge of this project." "That's great, I'll go and do the research and planning." Dolly Bernstein, seeing that the factory she had suggested several times was finally getting some action, immediately got up to leave. "Dolly, well done." Ronald quickly stood up and praised his colleague. With such capable subordinates, it's important to soothe their emotions, listen to their ideas, and then give them suitable projects to manage. "Ronald?" "Hi, Dolly." Michelle Canold came in looking for Ronald. He and Dolly nodded to each other. Canold, who used to work in video production, still enjoys interacting with artists and helps Ronald manage distribution channels. He's here for the July premiere of Die Hard, a film he co-produced with Silver Productions. Several stars Ronald contacted indicated they would attend if their schedules didn't conflict. Even Schwarzenegger, fresh from filming Red Square Cop in Moscow and Riga, Latvia, said he would definitely come to support the film. The presence of so many action stars undoubtedly elevated the prestige of Bruce Willis's first action movie. If the news broke that day, everyone would see Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and other veteran action stars going to see an action film starring former television comedian Bruce Willis. People's thinking is easily influenced by the media. Since they're all together, they'll categorize Bruce Willis and them into the same tier. "Excellent, Michelle. I don't know what I would do without you." Ronald looked at the premiere's plan. It was professional from beginning to end. He was lucky to have managed to recruit such a group of highly capable managers for Daydream. Give them more bonuses and more respect, and they would continuously generate more wealth for him. "Dolly is doing a great job. I think she can take on more of the distribution work in the future. I still prefer to follow the production process from start to finish, watching the film come to fruition." Canold hinted to Ronald that he could bring in the more established Dolly to take on more work. "And your assistant, Lake, she's very capable and can take over some of Dolly's work. I didn't expect her behind-the-scenes talent to be just as good as her on-screen talent. Don't worry about her. She's with me to lose weight. Once she meets Hollywood standards, her dream is still to be on the front of the camera." Ronald waved his hand. He also wanted to keep the chubby girl, but everyone has their own ambitions. "Also, our box office revenue sharing for Spicy Dance is almost due, right? Could we do what I mentioned last time and acquire a theater in New York and another in Los Angeles? Many of our films need theaters for the premieres, and constantly trying to borrow and coordinate release dates isn't easy. We're still a small company. If we have our own territory in these two major cities, many theater buyers will have more confidence in our distribution capabilities." Canold brought up another matter. Daydream needed its own theaters. Ronald had already decided to invest in more low-budget romance and kung fu films, and having its own theaters would easily meet the conditions for domestic release. This would also make it easier to get better terms from video distributors. After all, being shown in American theaters isn't something every film can achieve. With a theatrical release record, regardless of box office performance, Video distribution channels would be more willing to distribute these kinds of films. Make a plan, find some existing acquisition targets. As long as the price is right. By the way, how much does it cost to buy a movie theater in New York these days? I've made a rough estimate. Here are 5 suitable single-screen theaters, priced between $2 and $5 million. Multiplex theaters are more expensive. The newer theaters and shopping malls cost between $15 and $20 million each. Michelle Canold came prepared, handing Ronald a plan. Why are they all Manhattan theaters so cheap? Ronald flipped through the plan for a long time, discovering a perplexing fact. The single-screen theaters listed by Michelle Canold were all in Manhattan. Most were located on 42nd Street, not far from Broadway, the theater center. The intersection of the two streets was near Times Square in Midtown Manhattan. Logically, a single-screen theater in such a location shouldn't be worth only $1 million or $2. Seeing Ronald's puzzled look, Michelle Canold, already prepared, took out another folder and handed it to Ronald. Ronald opened the box and found it filled with real photos taken near 42nd Street. The cinemas were old-fashioned and ornate, with various colored lights flashing in a predictable pattern at the entrances, evoking a distinctly 1960s and 70s aesthetic. Isn't this the Mill Cinema? Ronald realized. These cinemas were built during the 1930s, when film was at its most profitable. After the rise of television, these small, one-screen cinemas, each with 500 to 1,000 seats, quickly lost their audience. However, the operators didn't want to close down. Starting in the 1960s, they found a unique screening model, showing many films rated X, even some low-rated films not included in the MPAA rating, or imported films. This type of cinema relied on volume. Therefore, the interior design hadn't been renovated since the 1950s. It also retained the viewing habits of the Golden Age. One ticket allowed unlimited viewing, as many screenings as you wanted, until you were done. This ticketing model originated from the old-fashioned theaters. Around the main Broadway theaters, there were many of these mill-style theaters, showing plays all day long, attracting lower and middle-income audiences with low costs, a fast pace, and continuous performances. This model originated from a series of performance venues in Paris that attracted lower-income people, known for the can-can dance, which exposed the thighs. The most famous one at the time was also called the Moulin Rouge. These mill-style theaters, which showed many low-rated films, quickly became hubs for various shady businesses. They didn't make much money and had to deal with all sorts of messy affairs. The original owners of these theaters were mostly elderly people, and their children didn't want to continue the business, so the selling price was low. If we buy these theaters, will we also inherit all those messy affairs? Ronald asked. No, I've carefully selected these theaters. They're all near the Broadway end, which is much better than the Times Square end. So the prices are higher, generally exceeding $1 million. We can retain the original management team, although they lack expertise, they need the job. We're adding some popcorn and Coke vending machines, so breaking even shouldn't be a problem. Our low-budget films should also have no major issues showing in these theaters. We need to have an independent third-party company evaluate them. We can't get involved in those shady businesses. Making money isn't important, we just need a few of our own theaters for convenient screenings. Ronald gave a few instructions, making it seem like he understood theater management. Don't worry, I've done a thorough investigation. Some of these theaters were previously operated by Cannonball Cinemas. Their Runaway Train even had its New York premiere at one of them. Oh? That's no problem then. Ronald was relieved to hear that Minahan had also hosted the premiere of the film directed by Russian-American director Konchalovsky, starring Jon Voight, Eric Roberts, and Rebecca De Moni, several Oscar-nominated actors. A movie that had won Oscars for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor couldn't be a bad choice for a theater to host its premiere. Okay, that's settled then. I'll have Eddie prepare the checks for you. Our box office share is up. For acquisitions under $5 million, you two can decide. Ronald was now flush with cash, with nearly $30 million in box office revenue to spend as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Democratic Party won the presidential election, the extension of the tax cut seemed unlikely, and a last-minute spending spree would be impossible. It's quite rare in America for a candidate from the same party to succeed a president after 2 terms. Ronald had to make some preparations. Ronald, a Mr. Thomas W. Stevenson Jr. from New Jersey called and wants to talk to you. Could you call him back? He's the son of Thomas Stevenson Sr., a small-time owner of a Hollywood theater chain. A few days later, his agent Richard called, finding Ronald, who was vacationing in Palm Springs again. Stevenson, Hollywood. I remember now. I went to the Western Film Expo with him. Pick him up for me. Ronald remembered this young man. He'd met him for the first time at the Western Film Expo in Las Vegas, a wealthy second-generation heir whom he'd met at what was essentially an annual Hollywood trade fair. This guy was interesting. He liked artistic films, but as a buyer, he preferred low-budget, profitable ones. His father had deliberately groomed him, starting him as a film buyer, the most important role in theaters, and many people knew him from the Film Expo back then. "Hey, Thomas, what brings you to call me? We had a great chat in Las Vegas last time." "Hi, Ronald. It's great to hear your voice again. Your latest movie has been playing in our theaters for a long time. I love it." Thomas Stevenson was pleased that Ronald remembered him. He then said he had something to discuss and asked if he could come over for a meeting. "Hi, Thomas, are you still a buyer?" Ronald quickly met Stevenson, who had come from Los Angeles. "Hi, Ronald, yes, I'm still a buyer, but not for movies, I'm buying theaters." After catching up, he immediately got straight to the point. It turned out that the New Jersey Hollywood Theaters chain, owned by the Thomas Stevens family, had been thriving in recent years. Besides its numerous franchised theaters in New Jersey, they had expanded into New York and New England, bringing their total number of franchised theaters close to 100, making them one of the top chains on the East Coast. This time, he had his eye on several mill theaters on 42nd Street. Because of the repeal of the Paramount Act, competition for theater chain mergers had intensified, and the Stevenson family had decided to move beyond recruiting independently owned franchises and instead acquire several theaters to surpass 100. Like Ronald's daydream, Thomas Stevens, responsible for the acquisition, also had his eye on several theaters on 42nd Street that had previously belonged to the Cannonball chain. His offer had been rejected by the theater owners, and he had discovered Daydream, which was also bidding, so he contacted them through Ronald's agent. "Could you give me these theaters? I need to achieve good results within the company to have a chance of taking on more control." Thomas Jr. was highly regarded by his father and groomed to be his future successor, but the other shareholders in the company weren't entirely convinced and needed him to achieve results to win them over. That's why the crucial acquisition of over 100 theaters was entrusted to his son. "Sorry, Thomas Jr., my company needs these theaters. You know, I currently have quite a few low-budget films in my company. If they can be shown in theaters, it will bring me a lot of benefits. I don't need to explain that to you, do I?" Ronald rejected the offer. "We're not that familiar yet, are we? I understand. I get it. How about this? If you withdraw from the bidding, I can sign a cooperation agreement with your Daydream. I'll guarantee a certain number of screenings for all the low-budget films your company produces. I won't let you lose out. Actually, running a theater is a specialized business. Let someone like me, a professional, handle it. This way, you can focus on production, and more theaters will be able to screen your films. It's a win-win situation for both of us." Thomas Stevenson Jr. went on and on about the difficulties of running a movie theater, pointing out that the mill cinema environment was complex and required a professional team to manage it. Ronald shook his head again. He reasoned that such agreements were less secure than owning several theaters. Buying theaters was about security. It meant being able to show his own movies whenever he wanted. Besides, he still had so much money to spend, so he was bound to buy a few. "Okay, even if we don't do a deal, we're still friends, right? I'll continue to support your movies in the future." Seeing Ronald's reluctance, Thomas knew he was determined to control several theaters. "How about this? Let's cooperate in a different way." Ronald suddenly had an idea. "I'm willing to listen to any reasonable proposal." Thomas sat down again. "I'll buy these theaters and then franchise them with your Hollywood theater chain. You can follow your franchise terms and send people to manage them here. This way, you can save money to buy other theaters, and you can franchise even more movies than before. It's more beneficial to your goals and a more suitable win-win situation." Ronald's proposal was to control the cinemas himself and then join the other party's theater chain alliance. This way, Thomas could exceed his performance target in front of the shareholders. Anyway, the cinemas don't have movies from other theaters filling all slots. His own low-budget films could always find a gap to be shown. "I'll run them all. I'll send my people as managers." My people. Thomas thought the proposal was good, hinting that he would side with Ronald at future theater chain meetings. He would also send his own trusted people to manage Ronald's cinemas. Deal. Ronald extended his hand and shook his hand firmly. Come on, let's relax. The massage here is good, very relaxing. Buying 3 cinemas cost less than $5 million in total, and the budget for acquiring the videotape production line and relocating it to Staten Island was less than $800,000. What do you plan to do with the rest of the money? Private accountant Lawrence Wong also flew to Palm Springs. Ronald scratched his head. This symbolic purchase of a few movie theaters and a small production line would be enough to meet most needs. Cannonball's massive overseas purchases of theater chains have proven to be very risky, and his own daydream doesn't need to go public, and the production volume isn't large, so there's no need to be so aggressive. He asked Ronald how to handle his income. The speed of spending money is far slower than the speed of making money. Should we invest in the stock market? Coca-Cola and Microsoft split it 50-50? Microsoft's stock price is falling quite a bit right now, and their new operating system, Windows 2.0, has a bad reputation with many bugs. Ronald took the stock chart, looked at it, and indeed there were some problems. After Apple removed its founder from the company, the subsequent Macintosh computer models were well received. Microsoft had no choice but to launch its own graphical operating system. However, their operating system always has some compatibility issues and often crashes. I'll buy Coca-Cola. I'll buy this stock, it's safe. Much of the funding for Ronald's Dirty Dancing came from Coca-Cola stock profits. He's developed an emotional attachment to it. Chapter 966, Chapter 106, which of the 2 female leads would you choose? How's Jackie doing? I heard he's injured again, Ronald asked Corey Yuen, a Chinese director who had come to Los Angeles again. Yuen was ostensibly there to promote the release of the Fist of Fury videotape, and also to settle Ronald's director's commission. The film had grossed $22 million in 6 weeks in America. Brooke Shields' portrayal of a reporter and Jean-Claude Van Damme's clean, rarely seen Hollywood action sequences delighted kung fu movie fans. While the exaggerated plot, typical of B-movies, failed to impress critics, it was undeniably a box office success. Encouraged, Ronald specifically invited Yuen to continue making these Hong Kong-style kung fu films with white actors. He fractured his finger while filming The Protector, but it wasn't a big deal. Jackie has been very careful ever since his serious injury in Yugoslavia a few years ago. After filming The Protector, Corey Yuen was called in by Jackie Chan to ask about many details of Hollywood filming. Filming in Hollywood is much more standardized than in Hong Kong. For example, the special stunt wires produced by Ronald's company are of very high quality and top-notch safety. However, they are much more expensive than those produced in Hong Kong, and no one except Jackie's crew could afford them. Jackie Chan simply had him return to the Jackie Chan stunt team to be the assistant director for The Protector in the upcoming Police Story 2. Assistant director Hung Campo added a safety factor to many action designs. Where's Jean-Claude Van Damme? Corey Yuen chatted with Ronald for a while, then remembered that the film's male lead hadn't arrived yet. He went to film the big-budget Cyborg for Cannonball, where he acts opposite Dolph Lundgren. It's a sci-fi movie with kung fu. Very interesting. I have a lot of budget here. Do you want to give it a try? As long as you can come up with a script, we can invest in it, Ronald chuckled, enticing Corey Yuen. You don't know yet, do you? Our screenwriters here are all on strike, and you're short of scripts right now. As long as you have a suitable script, I'll invest in you with my eyes closed if the budget is under $5 million. If it's over $8 million, I'll read it and agree to invest in it. Corey Yuen's eyes bulged when he heard the number. Such a large budget was rare even in Hong Kong. Aside from Jackie Chan's films, which had a market in Japan, what other action movie producers would be willing to invest? I'm talking about US dollars, Ronald added another blow. The success of Fighting King proved that such films had a market in America. If they could simply transplant the mature formulas and talent from Hong Kong to Hollywood, replace the main actors with white actors, and have Chinese actors play the roles of master, comrades, and villains, the efficiency of mass production would be very high. Corey Yuen, sipping his red tea, almost spilled his teacup when he heard the word US dollars. He could make a $5 million movie? That was more expensive than Jackie Chan's movies. After thinking for a long time, he finally voiced the practical difficulties. Well, Mr. Ronald, in Hong Kong, we only write a rough draft, and then there are screenwriters on set to write the dialogue. I really haven't learned the Hollywood production methods yet. Well, why don't you just find a screenwriter to help you? Ronald started to say, then realized something was wrong. The strike wasn't over yet. Never mind, it should be over soon anyway. You wait here. Once we start working, it'll be easy to find suitable people to help you revise the script. In Hollywood, it's a professional division of labor. Some people polish, some revise the structure, and we can just put it on the company's tab. Among the people making films in Hong Kong, there are a few talented people who studied in America. I'll go find them. Corey Ewan adjusted his glasses. He could overcome any difficulty for money. Then you can stay here for a few days, see more of Hollywood, and if you need anything, just tell my assistant, Miss Lake. After arranging a celebration party, Corey Ewan stayed for a few days before heading back to Hong Kong to gather people to write the script. Ronald went to see Minahan Golan of Cannonball Studios. Cannonball was handling the overseas distribution of Fist of Fury, and Ronald wanted to check on the sales. Meanwhile, Jean-Claude Van Damme, having gained some recognition, didn't want to continue making low-budget B-movies with Ronald anymore. He joined Dolph Lundgren on Cannonball's new project, a low-budget sci-fi film reportedly combining concepts from Terminator and Queen's Sword. Ronald, you're here. Great, everything can go back to normal. Ha ha ha, Minahan Golan beamed. Cannonball, having temporarily weathered the financial crisis, could once again produce blockbusters with budgets exceeding $20 million. Congratulations, you can start making your favorite comic book-style blockbusters again. Ronald embraced a much-improved Minahan. I know why you're here. Yoram has gone to Paris to discuss our Cannonball project plans for this year and next with EMI executives. Your Fist of Fury will also be on the shelves at the Cannes Film Festival. I'm not bragging, but Cannonball's overseas distribution deals are a major part of Cannes' annual revenue. Minahan, a chubby man who was happy whenever there was film production, quickly covered Ronald's concerns. Although their production capabilities had declined significantly, Cannonball was still quite powerful in the European distribution market. They advertise heavily at the Cannes Film Festival every year, and many film buyers from Europe and elsewhere considered Cannonball Hollywood's biggest wholesaler. Yoram's brilliant sales skills had built a great reputation over the years, and now many people going to Cannes to buy films defaulted to buying a batch of Cannonball movies. When will you shoot your cyborg? Ronald relaxed and began asking Minahan about the film production process, a topic Minahan loved to discuss. Filming starts early next month. Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren will become the Stallone and Schwarzenegger of the new era. I'm having the screenwriter revise the script every day. Each version is better than the last, and it'll soon meet my requirements. Huh? Ronald sensed something was off. Why is your screenwriter able to start filming? Did you find him in Israel? No, he's a Japanese-American screenwriter and director from Hawaii. I have high hopes for him. He's a young man with a boundless passion for film, just like you. He started as a screenwriter and has already directed 5 films, though none have been particularly successful at the box office, but that hasn't dampened his enthusiasm. I've already signed him for 2 films. Besides The Cyborg, there's also a sci-fi film. Journey to the Center of the Earth. Seeing Ronald's still puzzled look, Minahan chuckled and explained, Albert Pine has only directed low-budget films before, not guild projects, so he's not a member of the Writers Guild yet. So this guy named Albert Pine was making all sorts of low-budget films. Ronald couldn't help but gasp at Minahan's audacity. Even though they didn't have any scripts to work on right now, you couldn't just grab anyone. These rocks contain diamonds, just like John Waters, the director of Hairspray that you promoted. This Albert Pine is also a guy who knows exactly what he wants to make and has an unwavering passion. Ronald didn't know what to say when Minahan used himself as an example. He certainly wouldn't invest in a director who hadn't made a name for himself after 5 films. Directing is about talent, while training is important. Some aesthetic sense and personality traits are innate. Like Ang Lee, who, despite never becoming a director, had many people willing to bet on him based on his students' graduation projects. However, the union strike ending offered a glimmer of hope. Ronald knew that many mid-sized production companies, without projects for months, were already facing problems. Getting projects approved now didn't guarantee production, but it would certainly allow the company to continue raising funds. Like insects that had been dormant for months, eagerly emerging after a summer thunderstorm. If the production lines of mid-sized companies stopped, they might never be able to resume. Ronald and Minahan chatted happily, and Ronald introduced Dolly Burns to Minahan. She would lead the Daydream team to Cannes this time, taking the opportunity to familiarize themselves with overseas distribution channels and methods. Capable subordinates were gradually given a chance to take over the company's work. However, some tasks still required Ronald's personal attention. For example, communicating with celebrities and persuading them to join his film projects. It wasn't convenient for subordinates like Michelle Cannell to handle this. First, celebrities might not want to discuss such matters with a producer who hadn't produced any successful works. Second, directors, relatively speaking, have a natural aura when talking to celebrities, making them more likely to trust them. So Ronald went to Michelle Pfeiffer's home in Los Angeles, bringing with him Steel Magnolia and the untitled romantic comedy with Nora Ephron. He hoped to at least persuade her to participate in one film. "Oh, Ronald, hello." Michelle Pfeiffer was at home familiarizing herself with the script. She had already accepted the lead role in the Warner Brothers film adaptation of the Broadway play Dangerous Liaisons. At home, Pfeiffer wore a white top and soft trousers. Her casual attire couldn't hide her captivating beauty. Hello. Ronald first offered a handshake, then realized Pfeiffer intended to hug him. When he changed his stance to a hug, she changed back to a handshake. Ha. They both laughed, exchanging a warm hug before settling into the living room to discuss the two scripts Ronald had brought. Since their breakup, both had experienced rapid career advancement, and there was no unpleasantness between them. Their reunion felt like that of long-lost friends. "You two talk for a bit, I need to make a phone call," said L'Amato, the agent accompanying them as per protocol. Offering to use Pfeiffer's phone in the inner room, seeing their pleasant meeting. "I didn't expect you to switch roles, acting in period dramas," Ronald chuckled, watching Pfeiffer memorize the script. "I've always wanted to act in a period drama. We talked about this before." Michelle Pfeiffer seemed a bit uneasy, shifted her position, and cleared her throat. "Let me see your script. I'm flying to France to film soon, so I'll read it on the way and during breaks. I'll tell you which one I like then." "So soon? Did you get an exception for your film?" Ronald was surprised, as if he'd only just heard the movie was getting started, and now it's already in France. "Yet. Warner Brothers submitted a ton of evidence. The script is adapted from a Broadway play, and it was finalized a year ago. They were worried about further problems with the strike, so they got an exception for it. Filming is about to start, and I'm really nervous memorizing my lines every day." Michelle Pfeiffer waved the script in her hand at Ronald, looking a little nervous. "I remember your diction has always been excellent," Ronald said, a little embarrassed. "These are all very archaic English expressions, and memorizing them is a struggle for me. I also don't have anyone to rehearse with." "How about I rehearse with you?" Ronald blurted out, almost as if possessed. "Okay, Peter's never home, and I don't have any good acting partners." Pfeiffer handed Ronald another script, flipped through it for him, and began rehearsing the lines from Dangerous Liaisons. "I hope you understand how much you've changed me." Ronald was reading the lines of the male lead, the ladies' man Viscount Valmont, a playboy whose life goal was to seduce all sorts of women. "My friends in Paris could tell at a glance that I've become a more considerate, honest, and kind person." As Ronald read, he thought that this dialogue seemed to fit his and Pfeiffer's experiences quite well. A more honest, kind, more ascetic than a monk. Ronald almost burst out laughing when he read this line. It didn't sound like him. "Hey." Michelle Pfeiffer didn't know if she was following the script or if she laughed out loud at Ronald's words, more ascetic than a monk. "Well, you know, there are many rumors about me in Paris." Ha. Michelle Pfeiffer burst out laughing. This conversation was so much like Ronald's personality. There were many legends in Hollywood about Ronald's ability and character, and even if fellow actress friend had come to her specifically to verify, was Ronald as amazing as the rumors suggested? Pfeiffer couldn't stop laughing and slapped Ronald's leg. Ha. Ronald reached out and tickled Pfeiffer back. The two laughed and joked for a few seconds, then realized something was wrong. Pfeiffer was now married. However, it wasn't a big problem for actors to get emotionally invested and act out their roles. Both she and Ronald were decent men and quickly returned to normal. "Where's Peter?" "I haven't seen him." Ronald subconsciously asked about Pfeiffer's husband, Peter Horton. "He went to negotiate a new film. You know, Peter has always dreamed of being a director, so he's invested a lot. The films I'm in now have bigger budgets than his productions. He's always wanted to do something big. When we were in acting class, he was always teaching me acting, but he's had bad luck. Now he's more interested in directing, like, okay, when you're filming in the UK. Take your time to look at these two scripts. Call me anytime if you have any ideas," Seeing the conversation going in the wrong direction, Ronald stood up to leave. "Okay, I'll see you out." Michelle Pfeiffer also stood up, naturally taking Ronald's arm as she saw him out. "I heard your working girl had a great test screening. I'm even a little jealous of Melanie Griffith." Pfeiffer was filming Jonathan Demme's Join the Gang when Ronald went to Demme to learn about Griffith. "That's not a very pretty role, not suitable for you." "Both of these are great actresses." Ronald smiled and tried to promote his scripts again. Actually, it would be great if you could direct. I've always wanted to be directed by you," Pfeiffer said half-jokingly. On one hand, the two had indeed discussed this idea before, and on the other hand, Ronald's current films were very popular with actresses. "I might not be able to direct. Southern dramas are too unfamiliar to me. As for Nora's, I'm not sure either. Let's keep in touch, call me if you have any ideas from back home. Don't worry about the time difference, I'll call you back right away." Pfeiffer watched Ronald get into his car, and Ronald even rolled down the window and waved to her. Pfeiffer's smile froze on her face as she lowered her head and went into the room, her eyes still a little misty. Michelle, Limato, who had already finished his call, apologized to Pfeiffer. Limato, who had advised Pfeiffer and Ronald to break up years ago, treated Pfeiffer like his own child. This choice was absolutely wrong. Peter Horton, who was once on the list of the sexiest men and hailed as one of Hollywood's 30 future stars, had now been reduced to acting in television series. Ronald, on the other hand, had soared to great heights. "Don't say that, I'm fine." Michelle Pfeiffer shook her head. She usually liked to stay at home when she wasn't busy, completely different from Peter Horton's proactive approach to seeking opportunities. She needed companionship. A director like Ronald, once on a project, wouldn't be home for months. They might not be able to stay together for long. "Where do we go next?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Bud noticed Ronald's low spirits and turned up the radio playing jazz. "Let's go to the hotel. Turn on your Walkman and switch to Channel 5 Entertainment News. The strike should be resolved tonight. This is Anna Horowitz. I'm reporting live from outside the Writers Guild of Los Angeles West." The Sony Walkman in the car played the voice of a TV presenter. Ronald leaned closer to watch. "There's hardly any good news tonight regarding the film and television writers' strike. Despite reports that separate contracts with some producers might be approved at the union meeting, the strike shows no signs of ending. For television networks, this could delay the fall season. Our union affairs expert says that if the union doesn't approve the producers' union's final terms, the strike could continue into June. That's the deadline for new seasons. After June, every week of strike delays the new season by 1 week. Let's hope that doesn't happen." Chapter 967, Chapter 107, Overseeing the Scene. The worst-case scenario unfolded. The lower and middle-level members of the Writers Guild, incited by negotiator Walton, couldn't accept the shattering of their dreams of directing producers, casting directors, and even flirting with leading ladies. Their vote overwhelmingly defeated those upper and middle-level screenwriters with real Hollywood experience. Suddenly, Hollywood's mid-sized producers and the heads of the 3 major television networks seemed to go mad, launching a full-blown attack in the news, attacking the Writers Guild's negotiator for failing to properly convey goodwill to its members, thus contributing to the continued strike. ABC's screenwriting manager, in an interview with his own news anchor, viciously cursed Walton, accusing him of inciting screenwriters who hadn't written a single successful script and now succumbing to their illusions, hesitant to champion the producers' union's immense goodwill. He predicted that in the future, those unemployed, income-less screenwriters, reliant on actor donations and pawning their possessions, and banned from working by the union, would vote to tear Walton apart, just as they had today. This direct criticism of the negotiating opponent on television is also because ABC is suffering the most. Their flagship hit show, Growing Pains, finally surpassed its plagiarized Michael J. Fox starring Family Ties in ratings last year, becoming the highest-rated family drama. However, if this strike continues, it's unclear how long it will drag on, and this year's new season will inevitably be affected. Although the 3 major broadcasting networks are legally required to maintain a neutral stance, even political talk shows must have one guest from each side. There are still biases behind the scenes. Apart from CBS, which is consistently conservative and doesn't easily reveal its stance, among the remaining 2, NBC leans to the left, and Family Ties features the conservative eldest son Alex, played by Fox, who is the most popular character. Alex is also a supporter of current President Ronald Sr. in the show, constantly talking about Ronald economics. ABC, which leans towards the liberal side, launched the counter-show Growing Pains in 1986. The father, Jason Silver, is a practicing psychologist in a big city, with a free and open-minded approach who never commands his children but engages in dialogue. The mother, Maggie Malone, is a live television reporter who uses her maiden name for her work. These are actions considered unconventional by conservatives. Not to mention the eldest son, Michael, a complete troublemaker, academically weak but highly social, whose values clash with the conservative values of hard work. His best friend, Boner, meaning idiot, ultimately joins the Marines. The liberal values of big city life are clearly revealed in the backgrounds and stories of each character, subtly influencing the audience's perception. In contrast, Alex, the eldest son in Family Ties, is hardworking and popular, though sometimes prone to debate and advocating conservative ideas. This year happens to be an election year, and the ratings for the two TV series are fluctuating, making it a perfect time to showcase the political influence behind the networks. Then this damned strike hit. Now they have to resort to the 1960s classic The Brilliant Strategist as a scapegoat. Fortunately, this Cold War spy series is getting decent ratings during its reruns. Meanwhile, NBC's Family Ties has seen a sharp drop in ratings due to Michael J. Fox's shift in focus to movies. Their evening ratings are still largely driven by late-night talk shows, which aren't as strongly opposed to the strike. Their news programs are more lenient towards writers, even conducting on-site interviews with some. One father with two high school children, without income, was about to pawn his watch. This story moved the reporter deeply, and it resonated with viewers. A fundraising gala for writers organized by Hollywood stars, thanks to the support of the Producers Union, will take place next week, organized by veteran actors like Elizabeth Taylor. David Letterman was the most unfortunate among NBC's staff. During the strike, he was completely out of ideas, spending his days chatting aimlessly with a few regular guests and a band, and even performing shaving, shoe shining, and hair-cutting demonstrations in the studio. He was utterly desperate. Worst of all was Larry King of CNN, who could at least answer call-in calls from viewers across the country, which at least helped him get by. But Letterman's show only had viewer letters, and according to the Writers Guild of America's definition, these written messages, forming the main part of the program's content, also fall under the category of scripts. David Letterman was extremely worried and even called Ronald to ask for help filling in the time slots on his show. Brooke Shields, who needed on-screen opportunities to maintain her popularity and earn money, spent an entire night awkwardly chatting with Letterman. However, the Writers Guild wasn't entirely without concessions this time. Letterman, through the Writers Guild, he himself as a member, is requesting to hire writers in his own name to write scripts for the show, thus circumventing the strike clause. Union members cannot be employed by members of the Producers Guild, and Letterman is not a member of the Producers Guild. Hollywood projects with already written scripts also benefited from this relaxation. While the Producers Guild was using tactics to split the Writers Guild, inciting infighting among its members, the Writers Guild was also trying to split the Producers Guild. Everyone knows that on-set script revisions are common during filming. However, the Writers Guild turned a blind eye to eligible producers who applied for exemptions. Once an exemption was granted, filming could begin, and no longer sent supervisors to these productions. Ronald already had projects approved, greenlit, and with scripts locked and submitted to the Writers Guild for filing. The only exception was Emil Adorino's chances are. Taking advantage of any opportunity, Ronald's exemption application was quickly approved, making it one of the first Hollywood films to resume filming. On the banks of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., lies Georgetown, a town with a strong colonial atmosphere. The scenery is beautiful, and it's also home to the renowned Georgetown University. Back to the Brink was filmed here. Sybil Shepherd, who plays a businesswoman, owns a house here. Today is the first day of filming, and Ronald came to support director Emil Adorino. Since there were no seats for the producers, Ronald, wearing sunglasses, used an apple crate propped up as a stool some distance behind the cameras. Already waiting for the lighting to be set up was Ryan O'Neal, who plays Philip, the female lead's best friend who has cared for her and her daughter for 20 years after her fiancé died in a car accident. This protege of Peter Bogdanovich has been making films that have flopped at the box office for years, a far cry from his former status as one of Hollywood's top 3 male stars. His public feud with his daughter, Tatum O'Neal, is also well known and complicated. This handsome man has a long list of romantic relationships, including Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Bisset, Barbara Streisand, Diana Ross, and even Melanie Griffiths, the female lead in Ronald's previous film and a friend of his daughter Tatum. Now, however, he's down on his luck. Upon seeing Ronald, he immediately greeted him. "Peter Bogdanovich has talked about you many times, but seeing you in person, I realize that fame alone doesn't do justice to your talent. This role is perfect for you. Emil highly recommended you to me. I trust him completely." Ronald shook hands and hugged him, also showing support for director Emil. "I haven't seen Peter in a while. How is he doing?" "Not bad. Last time I called him, he was very unhappy about De Laurentiis withdrawing funding before filming started, but he needed the money, so he still finished the movie." The two stood chatting in the sunlight, the two handsome men attracting the attention of crew members. Sybil, Ryan O'Neal saw the belated female lead, the biggest star Sybil Shepherd. He and she had worked together many times in Bogdanovich, and their careers had faded along with Bogdanovich. Now Shepherd had made a comeback with the TV series Blue Moon, and the gap between them had widened. "Ronald is here." Ryan gestured to Sybil to acknowledge Ronald's presence. "Oh, Ronald." Sybil Shepherd's expression changed, and she came over to chat enthusiastically with Ronald. "I've done a lot of research on the female lead. Don't tell me I'm here purely to do my job. Emil is a great director. His interpretation of the character is the most accurate. Ronald didn't get involved in that kind of thing." All the actors in the crew were vying for influence, especially the actresses. A closer look on camera could make a bigger impression on the audience. Having a good relationship with a producer, especially a powerful one, meant the director would have to give them more screen time just by having them on set. Ronald was determined to support Emil. All filming decisions would be left to Emil. Emil Adorino and Masterson, who played his daughter, also came in. His biggest concern was Masterson's lack of acting experience, so he chatted with her for a while to help her relax. Ronald hugged and greeted the two. He liked actors like Masterson, completely focused on their roles, following the director's instructions, and not paying much attention to anything else. After Emil settled in, he started negotiating with the lighting crew. Once everything was ready, he began measuring the focus with a tape measure. "Where's Robert?" Emil noticed someone was missing and called out loudly. The scene was about Robert Downey Jr. visiting his girlfriend's mother and Uncle Philip. Everyone had finished their rehearsals, but Robert Downey Jr. was nowhere to be seen. Here he comes, still a little swaying from a hangover. Robert Downey Jr. rushed in, the makeup artist quickly touching him up as he went. The opening party last night was so exciting. Downey made a drinking gesture. Silence fell on the set. Everyone was at a loss for what to do with the actor who had caused trouble on the very first day of filming. They all turned to look at Ronald. Ronald put on his sunglasses, casually crossed his arms, and remained silent. Seeing his silence, everyone turned their attention back to director Emil Adorino. "Can you act now?" Emil Adorino didn't scold or get angry, but calmly asked Robert Downey Jr. about his current state. "I'm fine. A little drink on set makes it even better." Downey initially wanted to joke, but seeing Emil Adorino's sharp eyes, he became a little scared. Robert Downey Jr., who had just won Rolling Stone magazine's Hottest Actor of the Year award, had a lot of reason to be proud. Coming from a family of actors, his acting was delicate, and he had a dapper sex appeal. So he didn't take this film performance too seriously. It wasn't difficult for him. Following everyone's gaze, he turned around and saw Ronald behind him, feeling a surge of annoyance. This was the big shot that his girlfriend, Sarah Jessica Parker, was desperately trying to curry favor with. Today's mistake had been seen by the producer, and being held accountable would be troublesome. "I'm fine, you can try rehearsing my scene." Downey began to flatter the director. As long as Emil approved of his performance, he could get away with it. "Let's go through the scene once." Emil waves, and Sybil Shepherd, playing the mother, feels a sense of familiarity upon first seeing Robert Downey Jr.'s boyfriend, because he is the reincarnation of her deceased fiancé. This scene is quite challenging, as it involves a mother-in-law seeing her prospective son-in-law and then momentarily mistaking him for her deceased lover, a very awkward situation. Robert Downey Jr. has to strike a delicate balance between romantic comedy and an attractive leading man in a serious drama. Opening with this scene shows that director Emil is confident and uses it to temper the actor's arrogance. However, it's also possible this newcomer doesn't know anything. Ronald remains silent, adjusting his sunglasses. The producer's job is to judge the director's work, not to jump into the limelight and take over everything. Sure enough, Emil had Sybil and Robert Downey Jr. rehearse several times and film 2 scenes, but the results were unsatisfactory. Either it was too comedic and seemed frivolous, or too serious and seemed awkward. Robert Downey Jr. seemed to be affected by something. After 2 takes, he started to get angry. He kept sniffling, pacing back and forth on set, muttering things no one could hear. Everyone fell silent again. An actor being dissatisfied with the director on the very first shot was not a good thing. Emil didn't say anything, he just waited for Robert Downey Jr. to calm down. At this point, the director should have done something, either reprimanded him, comforted him, or sent him back to the trailer, anything but wait on set. Everyone turned their attention to Ronald. Ahem, Ronald coughed twice, clearing his throat. Everyone quieted down, waiting for Ronald to give instructions. Picking up a stainless steel thermos, he slowly unscrewed the lid, poured out a cup of warm goji berry tea, and took a small sip, making a pleasant sound. Ah, delicious, Ronald then looked at everyone. Why are you all looking at me? He then pointed at Emil, indicating that everyone should listen to the director's instructions. 10-minute break, let's let Downey get into character. Emil, realizing what was happening, took over the crew and immediately arranged for the male lead to rest. Sybil, recognizing the true boss of the crew, glanced at Ronald and then walked up to Robert Downey Jr. Robert, look at me. You don't need to think about your lines every minute. Just look at me for 5 seconds, without saying a word, and you'll be in character. Sybil Shepherd was very well preserved, looking like she was just over 30. Downey, looking at her, was captivated by her pale green eyes, the woman who had once ruined the lives of all the men on set and broken up the director's family, forgetting that Ronald was observing his performance on set. Sure enough, the rest of the filming went smoothly. Ronald spent the entire morning watching, and his assessment was that Emil was very competent. Although a bit shy and introverted, her technical skills and acting guidance were excellent. Ronald was relieved and said goodbye to Emil. That's right. Everyone on set has to listen to the director, no matter who it is. The two shook hands and said goodbye. Different directors need different kinds of encouragement. Emil was quite capable, but lacked confidence and experience. Ronald's presence on the first day of filming, supporting him and streamlining the power dynamics within the crew, made the subsequent filming easier. Upon arriving in the capital, Ronald paid a visit that evening to Vice President George Sr. and his wife Barbara. After George Sr.'s landslide victory on Super Tuesday last month, everyone else in the party withdrew from the race, making him the undisputed presidential candidate. Therefore, he no longer needed to campaign tirelessly at every stop and could return to his official residence to rest for a few days. Barbara was delighted by Ronald's visit and chatted with him for quite a while. Hearing that Ryan O'Neal was filming in the capital, she, familiar with the older generation of male stars, displayed the warmth of a housewife. Ronald offered to invite O'Neal to a dinner party when he wasn't filming, and introduce Barbara to him. Ronald, you need to stop. Last time John Travolta came to the White House, Barbara almost abandoned me, old George joked from the side. Ha ha ha, you're so annoying. Barbara slapped old George's arm. The couple were quite old, with a large family, but on the surface they still seemed very affectionate. Seriously, could you invite him to the White House dinner? The president is about to visit the Soviet Union and a series of European countries, a kind of farewell tour before taking office. The White House will also be hosting quite a few dinners. Barbara turned and clung to Ronald's arm. The president hasn't publicly endorsed my husband yet. I need an opportunity to go to the White House and talk to him face to face. You know Nancy and I don't get along very well, is that so? Ronald knew that First Lady Nancy was also a former Hollywood actress who had a great interest in dancing with male stars. If he could arrange for Ryan O'Neal to go to the White House, then Barbara would have a chance to talk to the president about this matter face to face. Just like Barbara and Nancy, old Ronald and old George also had some unspoken grudges. This kind of thing needed a woman to mediate. I happen to be staying in the capital for a few days, and I'd be happy to do your job. Hey, I knew you were a good kid. Little George always tells me your commercials are great. During the upcoming election, old George and I will continue to rely on you. Chapter 968, 180 chapters, Endorsement. In the final year of their term, the President and First Lady began to reduce their involvement in national affairs and started planning a series of visits to leave memorable footprints, visiting places they hadn't been before. They had already visited allies such as Mexico, Belgium, and Finland. At the end of the month, they were scheduled to visit Moscow, the capital of their largest enemy alliance, for a summit meeting with General Secretary Mikhail. Following that, they would visit their largest ally, Britain, to meet with the Queen and Prime Minister Margaret. Domestically, their schedules were equally packed. They had just addressed the National Broadcasting Union, urging strike reconciliation, and then visited the organizing committee of the World's Fair and the National Strategic Forum. In short, their desire was to meet with the more non-governmental organizations and large corporations, getting used to retirement life in advance. Similarly, the frequency of informal dinners held at the White House increased. With any business association or pretext, one could easily get a meeting with the President and First Lady at the White House and take a photo together. Ryan, welcome to the White House. First Lady Nancy already knew Ryan O'Neal, the star who rose to fame in the 1970s. Ronald, Nancy then came over to shake hands with Ronald. Today, under the guise of paying tribute to Broadway classics, Nancy had invited a large group of Broadway stars to the White House for a reunion. Ronald and Ryan O'Neal had also received invitations from Barbara, attending as representatives of Hollywood's adaptations of Broadway plays. Actually, these stars were all famous actresses from plays like Annie, The Chorus Line, The Sound of Music, and Cats, and they didn't usually show much respect to Nancy, a second-rate actress in Hollywood. But now, as First Lady, they all fawned over her. Ronald and Ryan O'Neal entertained the group of actresses reminiscing about their glorious past. The two handsome men were also well liked by the actresses, and everyone chatted happily. Ryan O'Neal was known for his glamorous lifestyle, his girlfriends were all stunning beauties and big stars. Ronald, lacking Nancy's fame, gradually moved away from the center of the conversation, casually serving them coffee. Ronald's task today was to have these male and female celebrities stall Nancy for as long as possible, creating opportunities for Barbara to communicate with the president. Lately, she and the president had been spending a lot of time together, and there were some things old George couldn't discuss privately with the president. Barbara, who could complain as his wife, was disliked by Nancy and was practically driven away from the White House after only a few minutes. "It's a pleasure to meet you all here." Nancy chatted longer than scheduled, starting with polite pleasantries. Logically, everyone should have left by now. MRS. "Nancy, we've been discussing how you'd be perfect for the lead role in The Sound of Music," Ronald quickly interjected, steer the conversation back to Nancy's interests. "Huh, you really are." Nancy made a "I can't stand your" expression, and the Broadway stars around her began to flatter her again. "I think your demeanor is more like that of a governess from a nun background." Ryan O'Neal seized the opportunity to offer his lavish praise. He hadn't enjoyed being surrounded by so many leading ladies in a long time. Everyone vying to speak to him. It was just that these leading ladies were a bit older. On the set of The Crossing, Sybil Shepherd was completely captivated by Robert Downey Jr., treating him kindly both on and off screen, gently sharing her secrets to getting into character. This left Ryan O'Neal, who had once enjoyed such treatment, quite disappointed. And so, whenever Nancy showed a hint of satisfaction, Ronald would add a timely compliment, and the group could chat with the First Lady for a few more minutes, taking more photos for tomorrow's newspapers. Only one black actress couldn't squeeze in. She was constantly pushed out by the white group, making her look annoyed, so Ronald quickly went to comfort her. "Ms. Holliday, how much longer will your Dreamgirls run on Broadway? My aunt loves it, and I'm planning to take her to see it again." This was Jennifer Holliday, the lead actress in the musical Dreamgirls, based on the life of black singer Diana Ross. Ronald didn't want her to ruin things. "Really? My play is being revived and will be running for a while longer." Jennifer Holliday played the lead role of Effie, and her solo "And I Am Telling You I'm Not Going" had topped the charts. The lead actors all skyrocketed in popularity, receiving more opportunities. "I'll have my agent send you some front-row tickets. I didn't expect you to come see my show." Ronald, Jennifer Holliday benefited the most from this situation. She was feeling down when a big Hollywood director suddenly spoke to her, and she was overjoyed, her voice becoming much louder. "I really have to go, everyone. My husband is waiting for me." As if startled awake by Holliday's loud voice, First Lady Nancy gracefully bid farewell to everyone and headed down the aisle to find her husband. "I'll go with you." Ronald, realizing he could no longer regret talking to Jennifer Holliday and causing trouble, quickly extended his arm like a Marine honor guard, asking the First Lady to take his place, and led them towards the side hall. Thank you, Ronald. I feel you truly care about us, Nancy said emotionally, arm in arm with Ronald, who had done what a Marine should do. The new election was about to begin, rapidly drawing all attention like a black hole. Reporters were no longer so enthusiastically chasing the first couple, focusing instead on the election campaign. I think my husband, old George, deserves your endorsement. It's something he earned. He has respected you for 8 years, stood firmly by your side during the Persegate scandal, and this primary was a success of his own hard work. As a fellow party member, I think he deserves this endorsement. In the side room, Barbara, with her full head of silver hair, was having a private conversation with the president. It was more appropriate for her to speak on this matter. As a wife, she had the right to speak out about the unfair treatment her husband was experiencing. Barbara? Why are you here? Where's Nancy? I was reciting. The president looked puzzled, wondering why he was there. Ronald, Nancy heard her husband's voice and hurried into the side room. Ronald, secretly groaning behind her, had also heard Barbara's voice. Nancy, where are you? The president heard his wife's voice and began looking around. I'm here, darling. Nancy quickly went to him and took his hand. Barbara's here too. I think old George deserves your endorsement. Seeing that Nancy, unusually, didn't immediately get angry with her, Barbara repeated her request. The president seemed confused today. After all she'd said, he kept absent-mindedly reaching into his pocket. Old George, he was your primary opponent in the 1980s, remember, darling? You always said he was your biggest rival and colleague, Nancy whispered in her husband's ear. I remember that microphone. No problem, Barbara. I was originally planning to announce it at the party convention, but since George needs support, I'll find an opportunity to announce it next week. Darling, remind me to prepare my speech. Supported by his wife, the president seemed to suddenly regain his humorous cowboy persona, recharged with energy. Ronald, you saw the president today, Nancy said softly, glancing at Ronald as they walked past Barbara. The president is still so energetic. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. President. Ronald smiled and bowed. The president nodded to him, then slowly walked out with his wife. Ronald and Barbara, left behind, exchanged a glance, both puzzled, wondering what had happened. They stopped thinking about this strange interlude. They had already gotten what they wanted. This time, Ronald took Barbara's arm and chose a separate room without Nancy. Barbara, relieved, began to eat some snacks. Ronald poured her a cup of coffee and stood aside watching. She had endured years of bullying and unwarranted insults from Nancy for her husband's career, only able to remain silent. Today, she could finally hold her head high. Ronald, a southern accent came from behind. Mr. Buffett. Ronald was pleasantly surprised to see investor Buffett, who had come to the White House again with his companion, Mrs. Graham, for a social event. How have you been lately? I'm still the same. I've started buying some stocks like you. I bought Berkshire Hathaway stock, and I carefully read your annual shareholder letters. It's actor's night, and I never discuss my stock holdings in these situations. Do you have any new projects? Buffett waved his hand, firmly rejecting the topic of stocks. That was his principle. There's a writer's strike right now, and I'm in a mess. Strikes are always a problem for American businesses. When I acquired Berkshire Hathaway, I kept the shirt manufacturing business, which was disrupted by strikes and unions for almost a decade. Since then, I've paid special attention to finding entrepreneurs with leadership. That's right, the writers' strike is so bad because they lack leadership. Ronald chatted with Buffett while watching Barbara talk to Katharine Graham, the owner of the Washington Post, with her old-fashioned hairstyle. The wife of an Republican politician was talking intimately with the owner of a Democratic newspaper, and Ronald clicked his tongue in amazement. Not surprising, Buffett seemed to read Ronald's mind. Barbara's husband started an oil company in Texas when he was young, and Katharine invested $100,000 in it. Oh, Ronald finally understood that these higher-ranking figures, regardless of their political views, still helped each other on other matters. 2 days later, the White House held another dinner, this time an event to welcome donors to the Elephant Party. During his speech, the president suddenly changed the subject, saying to the guests, I will do everything in my power to make George the next president of America. Ronnie, thank you so much for your help. My husband finally got what he deserved. After seeing the video clip on television, Barbara personally called to thank Ronald. I admire you, Barbara. You are a role model for American wives. Ronald truly admired Barbara's courage in standing up for her husband. Despite being a housewife, she possessed extraordinary courage for her husband and children, protecting her family like a mother hen. "Anyone who dares to speak ill of my husband and children, I can snap their neck." Barbara had accomplished something great for her husband and smiled happily. Public opinion had always been puzzled by the president's lack of support for George Sr. Even with the primary results in, there had been no movement. Many media outlets had begun speculating, with some rumors becoming increasingly outlandish. Some even dug up the background of John Hinckley, the gunman who shot the president, claiming his family had been longtime campaign supporters of George Sr. This statement officially put an end to all rumors of discord between the two. Ronnie, after making the call, Ronald saw his aunt, dressed formally, appear at the door. Coming, Jennifer Holliday delivered the VIP tickets to the musical Dreamgirls as promised. Ronald had to stay in New York for a few more days to see the show with his aunt. Dreamgirls was a huge hit on Broadway, first performed in 1982 and consistently a bestseller. It toured nationally twice, in 1983 and 1985, and was revived in 1987. However, the show was going to stop running this summer. The director of Dreamgirls, Michael Bennett, had died from a progressively worsening debilitating illness, and the cast members were terrified of catching it. Their focus was no longer on the performance. Jennifer Holliday was also gradually relinquishing her role to understudies. This might be her last time playing Fa. "Jennifer Holliday sings so well, I love this show," Aunt Karen said, linking her arm with Ronald's as they descended the steps of the Candy Box Theater. "I feel the same way. Jennifer Holliday plays Effie's top star, her singing has the highest high notes, and Ronald, who doesn't understand music, thinks she's the best." "Hi, Aunt. Is that you?" Ronald saw a group of Chinese couples walking up the steps ahead. Their backs looked like his classmates from NYU. "Huh? Ronald," Ang Lee turned around in surprise. "Why don't you go and chat with him?" His wife nudged him. "This is my aunt. This is my college classmate Ang, a very talented Chinese director, and this is his wife." Ronald introduced them. "What a coincidence. Why don't we find a place to sit?" "What? Your new film has been cancelled? Why?" Ronald inquired about Ang Lee's recent situation and discovered that the project Samuel Goldwyn Jr. had agreed to, a new film starring rising star Julia Roberts about a prostitute witnessing a murder, had been halted. The strike delayed filming, and Goldwyn didn't get an exemption. He didn't want to continue, so he withdrew his funding. Ang Lee was a little disappointed. He had just gotten a chance to direct a theatrical production. "Is the strike really that bad?" Ronald asked. "Well, it makes sense. Goldwyn is probably under a lot of financial pressure. This guy was the kind of guy who came back to make money when the market was good. Back then, his father, the old Goldwyn of MGM, whose company name was composed of the initials of his three names, was betrayed by his son and had his control of the company taken over. Later, when the company was poorly managed, his father came back to save it. This guy was good at backstabbing when the wind was blowing, but his filmmaking skills were terrible. So what's your new project?" Ang Lee was a little embarrassed. After this movie fell through, he had no new film in sight. It's that difficult for a director without any works to get a ticket to Hollywood. It's a trust issue. My husband has no one to endorse him. Those producers all prefer directors with a successful track record. Ang Lee's wife, Jane Lin, a biological scientist, understood her husband's situation perfectly well. He just didn't have any powerful connections. "I know Ang's artistic level. I'll endorse him. If there are any projects, let the producers come to me." Ronald immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing his help. However, to be honest, this is the unwritten rule in Hollywood. Having a film credit makes it easier for producers to give you the opportunity to direct a film project, but for someone without prior experience, there's no work to prove it. It's catch-22. I found a low-budget film to get my directorial resume first. If Ang is willing to start with a low-budget project, just provide the script, and my company is happy to support talented new directors. A script. Ang Lee was intrigued. Her old classmate's help was a fantastic opportunity. However, her English wasn't good enough. An English script was simply unacceptable. "What about a Chinese script?" "Chinese?" Ronald hesitated. There weren't many people watching Chinese films in America. But he'd already said it. "Chinese is fine too, but I need it approved by the company's script meeting. The Chinese film market here is small, and I also have to be responsible to the board." "No problem, I'll get it for you when I get back." Chapter 969, 191 chapters, Acquisition Intent. Ang Lee had brought to his office. Aside from the title and the first dozen or so pages of synopsis translated into English, the content was entirely written in Chinese, and the English was rather poor. The story was about a Chinese male student living with a Western man. To appease his parents' expectations, he entered into a sham marriage with a female student from Zhujiang, who could then obtain a green card. However, as family conflicts and cultural clashes escalated, their plan became increasingly complicated. Ronald read it quickly, even finishing the Chinese portion. He closed the script, placed it on his desk, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Ang Lee, "Are you planning to film the English or Chinese dialogue? The Chinese is more important, a small portion will be in English." Ang Lee was still wearing the same suit she wore to the Broadway show the day before. To celebrate his wife's successful job offer, the two had paid to see a musical, and unexpectedly bumped into Ronald. Ronald sighed. He knew it would be like this. "We've known each other for a long time, Ang. I'll be frank. Actually, judging from your script, the film's budget won't be very high. But as an investor for the company, I also have to be responsible to the board of directors and the employees. The market for Chinese films in America is very small, I understand. Many people have told me the same thing, that there's no future for box office in America, but I feel that this story resonates with me. I started writing this script at the beginning of the year. My wife was annoyed that I wasn't working at home, so I went to my friend Feng Wengyuan's place, and we discussed and wrote it together. Many of the plot points are based on my own experiences. So if I change it to English dialogue, it loses the original idea I had when I wrote the script." Tisk. Ronald could tell at a glance that Ang Lee was someone who insisted on her own artistic vision, and from an artistic point of view, her views were not without merit. This was originally a story about a clash between Eastern and Western cultures. Then how about this? I'll take the initiative to sign stock options for your script. I'll have my colleagues inquire whether any cinema distribution companies in America's Chinatown are interested in your story. If so, my daydream can contribute half of the funding. If you can find someone else willing to invest during this time, we can transfer the rights at the original price. It would be great if this movie could be made." Although Ronald said he was just doing business, his feelings about the script told him that although the subject matter was sensitive and there was a language barrier, the film had the potential for artistic breakthrough. "Thank you, Ronald." Although Ang Lee didn't receive a promise of immediate production, he was actually even happier. Previously, Samuel Goldwyn Jr. had made grand pronouncements, praising himself highly and saying he would make a name for himself in Hollywood, but after Julia Roberts was cast as the lead, he suddenly said he was withdrawing his funding and canceling the film. In contrast, Ronald's open and honest approach, explaining his reasons, was what a proper Hollywood producer would do. "By the way, do you have any other work right now?" Ronald glanced at Ang Lee's shoes and casually asked. "I just co-wrote a script with Joel Ross called Mail Order Bride. I'm his assistant. He has a vacation home on Long Island, so I can go out to work every day and avoid my wife's complaints." Ang Lee spoke slowly. His spoken English was worse than his written English, and he was also a bit introverted and shy. Although they were classmates, after many years of not practicing, Ronald's career had progressed rapidly, and the two of them always seemed a little awkward talking to each other. "If we can finish that script soon, I'd like to ask you to be an expert in my daydream script department, helping with selections and, if necessary, doing some script doctoring rewriting work. When you're not busy, you can also work on other film crews to familiarize yourself with the set." Ronald was still considerate of Ang Lee's feelings and asked him to help out at his company. "We're a small company and can't afford a high salary, but we can offer you a salary based on industry standards, if you'd like." "Of course I would." Ang Lee was delighted. Ronald truly lived up to his reputation as the legendary figure who had brought the Delta Omega Epsilon fraternity to prominence at NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. He was still like a timely rain. Although he had dropped out after only 1 year, his legend circulated throughout NYU and other universities in New York, the fraternity that hired Playboy cover girls as party girls. "That's great. We have an office in New York. The script department is yours to use. You can work as late as you like. If you want to rest, just ask the secretary for the key. We have 2 apartments next door for you to relax in." Ronald stood up and shook his hand. "Welcome to the company." Thank you, thank you." Ang Lee gripped Ronald's hand tightly this time. He was currently at his lowest point, with only a few dozen dollars to his name. He could only stay at home as a stay-at-home dad. I have a question about the company's benefits, and Lee blushed slightly. Ronald was offering such a generous deal, yet he still had to make demands. Please go ahead, Ronald gestured for him to speak. Could Daydream Company help me apply for a green card? If it's inconvenient for you, I'll have to go through the partner route for my wife, which would take several years after she officially takes a university teaching position. This personal experience of Ang Lee's was also included in his script. No problem, my lawyer will write the recommendation letter for you. We have a good relationship with Congressman Molinari of Staten Island. With his recommendation, your green card will be approved quickly. Ronald smiled. Without a green card, Ang Lee couldn't return to his hometown and would have to apply as a dependent for his wife. Now, he could get a green card on his own merit and also had a job in Hollywood, greatly improving his status in the family. Our script department head is David Simpkins. I'll introduce him to you when he comes to New York. You need to review all the scripts here, write your comments, and estimate the production costs. I need someone like you to help me out. Ronald seemed to be encouraging his old classmate. Also, your comments and evaluations need to be written in English. This is a good opportunity for you to practice your English. In Hollywood, if you don't have English problems, it's difficult to get a script to the actual decision makers. This will also prepare you for making movies in the future. Ang Lee has been in America for so many years, has a wife and kids. So why is his English still so bad? How can he communicate complex ideas on set? How can he direct actors like that? Ronald wasn't just helping his old classmate. Ang Lee's script clearly showed his talent. The four-act structure was very tight, and the ending where the father and son reconciled moved him deeply. Judging from Ang Lee's student graduation project and his ability to help him shoot commercials, this person not only had artistic talent but also understood all the technical aspects of filming. Given a good opportunity, he would definitely succeed, and Ronald could consider it a good connection. These are your classmates' green card application materials. This is a letter of recommendation from Congresswoman Molinari. This is a certificate from her daughter, City Councilwoman Susan, and this is your certificate, stating that Mr. Lee is a director with outstanding talent. Private lawyer Lindsay Dole quickly processed all the necessary documents for Ronald. Now, as a single mother with a child over 1 year old, her work pace had slowed down, allowing her to focus on serving several major clients, including Ronald. The once powerful Harvard Law School graduate, now a happy mother, finished discussing work and began showing Ronald the photos she had taken of her son. Ronald enjoyed them and casually grabbed an unopened Sony home video recorder from his office, giving it to Lindsay. Kids grow up so fast, he said. Keep some footage of him when he's little, it'll be so interesting to watch later. Lindsay Dole opened the VCR. It was small enough for her, a woman, to hold and film with one hand. The videotape wasn't VHS or Sony's Betamax, but a format called Video 8. This technology was inherited from movie cameras, offering high-quality recording and stereo sound. The tapes were small, making the VCR compact as well. Unlike VHS VCRs, which were typically shoulder-mounted. The only drawback was that it couldn't be played on VHS VCRs, the most common home video recorders in America today. It could only be played directly on an external television and then transferred to VHS tapes. However, a partner lawyer like Lindsay Dole wouldn't care about these extra costs. She happily accepted the gift. By the way, about what you told me last time, I found you a suitable target. The lawyer took several documents from her leather briefcase and handed them to Ronald. This is the Hollywood mid-sized production and distribution company that best fits your requirements. They're currently in financial trouble and have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Ronald took the documents. He had previously asked Lindsay to keep an eye on the Hollywood courts for him. The Writers Guild strike continued, projects that had already been invested in remained suspended, and high-interest payments were still being made. Many already heavily indebted small and medium-sized production and distribution companies were on the verge of collapse. This was a good time to buy cheap assets. Chapter 11 is a type of bankruptcy law in America. Companies filing for this method can seek investment to restructure their business and debts while continuing to operate, making it very suitable for companies like those in Hollywood. Information from Hollywood producers and agents was often unreliable and untimely, so Ronald took a different approach, having the lawyer closely monitor several bankruptcy courts in Los Angeles. Once he received a message from the court clerk, he could act in advance. 21st Century Pictures, Ronald couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just a publicity stunt? 20th Century Fox was formed by the merger of two long-established film companies, 20th Century and Fox. This small company, founded in the 1970s, was just playing tricks with its name and claiming to be a century older. However, as he looked on, Ronald's expression gradually softened, and he stopped laughing. He had to admit, the lawyer's professionalism was quite good. The bankruptcy court was receiving new applications every day, and this company's conditions were perfect for Daydream's expansion needs. When this company first opened in the 1970s, it was also a Roger Corman-style low-budget exploitative film production and distribution company. In addition to producing horror action films like Devil Lover and Blood Tide, this company, like Corman, also imported many foreign films, adding English dubbing for the market. This included the sequel to the Italian Imanio series and many Hong Kong action films. Among them were Bruce Lee's Wing Chun documentary and Jackie Chan's pre-fame film, The Eagle Shooting Heroes. Ronald smiled. Wasn't this exactly what his strategy entailed? With the rights to these films, he could immediately reassemble the videotapes, and then the entire talent pool familiar with Hong Kong kung fu films, Italian cinema, and dubbing, all the essential personnel in the 21st century, could be put to use right away. How much do you estimate it will cost to restructure this company? Not too expensive. They're heavily indebted right now. After Chapter 11 goes bankrupt, you don't have to pay the full amount, you just need to work with them to negotiate a settlement with the creditors. They also have a distribution contract with EMI, which is worth some money. As for the rights to these old films, I doubt anyone other than you would consider them valuable. In total, it should only cost $1 million or $2 million. Excellent. I'd like you, my accountant Ed Bastian, and Mickey the Grey-Eyed from Los Angeles to form an acquisition negotiation team and buy 21st Century Pictures. I need to spend time with my kids. I can't be there for you full-time. Lindsay Dole shook her head. Her son was now a more important part of her life. I can't travel more than 3 days a week. You'll have to cover my travel and nanny expenses. Everything's fine. You're the person I trust most in the negotiation team. Just keep an eye on the whole process. Ronald needed someone he could trust to represent him. Also, I suggest you find a consulting firm. They might not be as shrewd as Mitch Cantor, but having a team with different interests can give you a second opinion. Great, you handle it for me. No need to bother two people. The acquisition team was quickly assembled, with lawyers at its core, and extended an acquisition and restructuring offer to 21st Century Films. Under the coordination of the bankruptcy court, they were about to sit down with 21st Century's management and creditors to discuss a debt restructuring plan. Ronald had also returned to Los Angeles. He had other matters to attend to. Corey Yuen, upon returning to Hong Kong and explaining Ronald's conditions, excited many stuntmen. Making movies in Hong Kong, making money, sleeping with foreign women, how prestigious and impressive. Similarly, because Ronald insisted on a complete script before filming began, he contacted Sui Hark, a talented individual in the industry who had studied in America and Ronald's translator in Hong Kong, inviting him to Hollywood to discuss collaborations. Chapter 970 Literary and Martial Arts Scenes. Sui Hark was still the same, very thin, with messy hair. Ronald took him and Corey Yuen to a rather expensive restaurant to welcome them. Sui Hark had also studied in America, and his English was even better than Ang Lee's. He could speak directly with Ronald, and since Ronald understood a little Cantonese, the three of them forgot about the translator and chatted about the progress of their new film right there at the table. Corey Yuen's script was called Twin Swords of the Dragon and Phoenix. The story was set in San Francisco and Hong Kong in the 1980s. San Francisco movie star Kate Thompson, after divorcing her producer husband, was out of work. During her break, she developed a strong interest in Chinese martial arts schools in San Francisco. After learning some Wing Chun techniques from a master who had worked as a stuntman in Dragon Boys, she progressed rapidly and really liked this martial art that had a distinctly feminine feel. Kate Thompson decides to travel to Hong Kong, the birthplace of Wing Chun, to further her studies. She also seeks opportunities in the Hong Kong film industry, having heard it's a film production center in East Asia. Her agent reminds her that an action star named Wei Long in Hong Kong needs a white woman for his new film. In Hong Kong, Kate meets a Chinese martial arts master, Lin Fei Long. Hearing that Kate wants to learn authentic Wing Chun, he takes her to meet his grandmother, Bai Gizhun, a martial arts teacher who has practiced Wing Chun for many years. Seeing Kate's excellent physical condition and willingness to learn, Bai Gizhen teaches her without reservation, even imparting the Wing Chun signature move, the Dragon and Phoenix double swords. A few months later, Kate is already quite skilled in action films and has no problem filming action movies. At this time, Wei Long's new film is facing some difficulties. The film's investor is a gang leader who interferes with the script and filming, putting Wei Long under immense pressure. After Kate joins the film crew, the gang leader becomes attracted to Kate's beauty and attempts to forcibly intervene in her life. Lin Filong, Kate's friend, served as her bodyguard on set. Eventually, the gang leader couldn't resist behaving disrespectfully towards Kate. Lin Filong then used his grandmother's Wing Chun skills to fight the investor and his henchmen. Kate fought alongside him, and the two used their twin swords to defeat the gang leader's men. At this point, the gang leader pulled out a pistol, and it seemed like an international incident was about to escalate. The producer, superstar Wei Long, couldn't help but intervene, knocking the gang leader to the ground with a folding chair. Just then, the consulate counselor, who had received Kate's call to the police, arrived with the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, OCTB, and the SID, bringing the gang leader to justice. With no investors, the film seemed doomed. Then Kate's agent arrived in Hong Kong. A Hollywood director, wanting to make an action film, saw the script Kate sent to her agent and was greatly impressed, deciding to invest in filming the movie in San Francisco. Lin Filong, Kate, Wei Long, and others went to San Francisco. The film was a huge success, and Lin Filong and Kate finally became a couple. Hiss, Ronald scratched his head. The script wasn't very well done, many parts were incomplete. For example, the fight scene only described the male and female leads fighting for 5 minutes, and he could also see that many characters were based on Jackie Chan and other real-life figures. The whole script had a peculiar Hong Kong B-movie feel. Seeing his two Hong Kong friends looking at him expectantly, hoping for an answer, Ronald put away the script and cleared his throat. The story is not bad, and filming in both Hong Kong and San Francisco is a good approach. However, Hollywood has different requirements for scripts. The fight scenes need more detail, the story itself needs some revisions, and Kate's character has some issues. I can find a script doctor for you. How are you dividing the work now? Is the screenwriter in charge? The two looked at each other, and finally Corey Yuen pointed to Sui Hark. He's the screenwriter. The final English script was written by Sui Hark. Ah, okay, I'll arrange for you two to meet. He's also of Chinese descent, you'll get along well. Ronald put down the script and looked at Corey Yuen. So you're the director? Yes, Corey Yuen was excited. Where in Hong Kong could he find the opportunity to direct a multi-million-dollar film? Even the biggest star there, Jackie Chan, only had a budget of $3.8 million for the sequel to Project A. Who would have thought he'd have the chance to take on such a big production? Alright, find a time, I'll arrange for you to meet the casting director. Kate needs to be a very beautiful actress. This, Director Ronald? Kate has a lot of action scenes in this film, we can't just look at her looks, she also needs to know how to fight. Kill how to fight? She doesn't need to know how to fight. This is an action movie. The female lead just needs to be pretty and her movements look decent. Ronald didn't understand why this kind of movie needed the actress playing Kate to fight. You might want to take a look at 2 Hollywood movies from a few years ago. One is On Her Majesty's Blade, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Bridget Nelson. The other is Crocodile Dundee, which cleverly contrasts American culture and scenery with foreign cultures. You should revise your films in that direction. Also, the fight scenes need to be detailed. Hollywood has a star insurance system. Without proper descriptions, no company will be willing to insure them. Well, in Hong Kong, everything is decided on the fly. If we're shooting action scenes tomorrow, a few of us martial arts directors and stuntmen can choreograph them today. It's not like a dramatic scene where we need to write a plot first. Well, in Hong Kong, when we shoot action films, the dramatic director is responsible for romance and heartbreak, while the action scenes are directed by the martial arts director. I'll ask Sui. Hark came along wanting to divide the work. He'd direct the dialogue scenes, and I'd handle the action scenes. Ha ha ha, Ronald chuckled, that won't do. All Hollywood professionals here are regulated by the Directors Guild. The Directors Guild's rules state that a film can only have one director. There's no way we can divide the dialogue in action scenes. This, Corey Yuen was very disappointed. Following the rules so strictly meant it would take forever to get Ronald satisfied with the script. In that time, they could have finished filming 3 movies in Hong Kong. Sui Hark, who had studied in America, understood the rules better. Director Ronald: "It's not that we don't respect Hollywood rules, it's just that our technical staff, our stuntmen, are used to our working methods." Tsui Hark had filmed a hugely expensive movie in Hong Kong, Peking Opera Blues, starring 3 actresses, but it was a box office failure, and no investors were willing to hire him for a film. He ended up working behind the scenes, doing uncredited behind-the-scenes work for the other shareholders in the company. That's why he was persuaded by Corey Yuen to join him in filming this $5 million big production, something no Hong Kong filmmaker had ever done before. He tried to persuade him further, but Ronald raised his hand to stop him. "Alright, you're all tired today. I've booked you executive suites at the Hilton. Get some rest and adjust to the time difference. We'll continue our discussion tomorrow, giving you time to think things through." Corey Yuen went back and briefed the Hong Kong stuntmen on the progress before going to sleep. Tsui Hark, however, was still quite interested and suggested visiting the Daydream set. Ronald had his assistant show him the Daydream equipment showroom. There were lightning bolt lights, camera stabilizers, various tapes, a portable toilet that could be hung on a trailer, and some expensive wires. These wires all meet the guidelines of the Hollywood Stunt Guild. "Our production quality is excellent. They can be reused more than 3,000 times without any fatigue or strength reduction issues," the assistant explained, seeing his interest in the wires. "How much is a meter of wire like this?" Tsui Hark touched it. It felt really good. $17.50 a foot. How much? Tsui Hark thought to himself. The quality was good, but it was really expensive. In Hong Kong, this kind of wire could be bought for 10 Hong Kong dollars a foot. He looked at the prices of the other equipment and got a sense of the cost. "Corey, get up." As soon as Tsui Hark returned to the hotel, he knocked on Corey Yuen's door. "This isn't that simple. Costs are very high in Hollywood. An extra costs more than $200 a day. $5 million isn't considered a big production here. When I was studying abroad, it wasn't this expensive. Now the price has been negotiated 3 times, and it has increased significantly. So expensive?" Unlike in Hong Kong, extras are lucky to get a boxed lunch. The two now understood that Ronald's initial budget of $5 million was based on Hollywood production costs. This amount of money was very valuable in Hong Kong, so it was best to negotiate a budget and have most of the filming done in Hong Kong to have some extra money. The next day, despite their fatigue, the two went to Ronald's office for an audience. They explained the prearranged explanation. Ronald understood their plan. They were hesitant to make a proper production in Hollywood. The Hong Kong film industry had initially operated like a B-movie. Shooting was fast-paced, scripts were unregulated, and actors and directors often improvised on set. Asking them to change their mindset might be impossible. They would likely need to intern in Hollywood for a period, working with a film crew to follow Hollywood's methods. "If you want to shoot like this, it'll be a B-movie. My company can't invest too much, and you'll need to find suitable Hong Kong investors," Ronald explained. Hollywood has long-arm jurisdiction. If his company invested more than 50% in overseas films, they would have to comply with various union regulations and register with the American Film Institute. Otherwise, if they wanted to use the Hong Kong shooting methods without prior script registration with the Producers Guild, it would be considered an overseas film and would have to be imported. The tax, marketing, and distribution channels were all different. The two Hong Kong friends seemed to have been doused with cold water. This was truly unexpected. No wonder the two heads of Golden Harvest preferred investing in Hollywood projects or handling overseas distribution rather than filming in Hollywood. It seemed they had learned their lesson. Ronald looked at the two, thinking that if nothing was agreed upon this time, future cooperation in Hong Kong would be severed. To establish a new production base and bring in Hong Kong talent and knowledge, he had to make this project a success. Even if it meant losing money, he had to set a precedent. He just couldn't afford to lose too much. "Here's the deal. Although my company can't invest in Hong Kong films, I can personally invest in your company. After you finish filming, you can sell me the distribution rights for America, Japan, and Europe. This way, we can both benefit." After thinking for a moment, Ronald decided to invest $1.5 million in the film. Overseas distribution. The two exchanged a glance but remained silent. Golden Harvest always used various excuses to avoid settling overseas profits with satellite companies. When asked, the two gentlemen said they lost money, and they didn't have the ability to check the accounts. Ronald continued to offer his terms. I'll personally invest $1.5 million, and you'll provide the corresponding personnel and equipment, including high-end cameras. I have two from Brother Long, you can borrow them. The equipment and film will all be of the highest standard. You'll handle the Hong Kong release yourself. If it's profitable, we'll split the profits. For overseas distribution, I'll pay you a print fee in America, and then we'll split the profits after the screening. For distribution in other regions, we'll negotiate the price based on market rates when we go to the Cannes and Tokyo Film Festivals next year. But don't get your hopes up too high, those are buyouts, only a few tens of thousands of dollars per country. How do you see these terms? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can discuss it further. We're satisfied with everything, Mr. Ronald, you're so generous. Corey Yuen and Sui Hark were almost in tears upon hearing these terms. Aside from Jackie Chan's box office success in Japan, what other Hong Kong filmmakers had ever seen what overseas box office profits look like? But I have conditions, Ronald continued. The two men stared wide-eyed at Ronald. First, I personally want production rights, including all rights to sequels and script adaptations. Second, you need to film plenty of wire work in this movie. American audiences love that. No problem, Corey Yuen gritted his teeth and agreed. More wire work? Those veteran stuntmen, like the head of the Liu clan, would definitely laugh at him, saying it was dance, not kung fu. But for the money, what couldn't be filmed? You've never made a movie with this much budget before, have you? Both sides smiled. Ronald had his lawyer draft a contract and handed it to them. Seeing Corey Yuen about to sign, Sui Hark secretly tugged at him from below. Ronald immediately said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Go back and discuss it with your lawyer first. If there are any unclear terms, we can discuss them further, it's alright. Mr. Luo is familiar with Brother Long and is a great benefactor to our Hong Kong martial arts industry. He wouldn't lie to me. I completely trust Mr. Luo's character. Let's sign now." As they spoke, Corey Yuen and Sui Hark both signed their names. They both owned small film companies or studios, which were perfect for taking on this job. Ha, good, it's always a pleasure to work with you guys, Ronald thought happily after seeing them sign. He instructed them to accompany them on a tour of Los Angeles and give each of them some souvenirs and Sony electronics as gifts. Ronald looked at the contract with great pleasure and locked it in the drawer. The contract gave him priority rights to Corey Yuen and Sui Hark for 5 films each. As long as they were making films in Hollywood, they had to approach him first. If he didn't agree to invest, they could look for someone else. After this, who else but him could make Hong Kong-style action films in Hollywood? Moreover, the videotape rights to Dragon and Phoenix Swords also belonged to them. As long as it reached 80% of the quality of Jean-Claude Van Damme's Fist of Fury, wouldn't this investment be a huge success? After leaving the office, Corey Yuen and Sui Hark were chuckling in the back seat of the car as they visited Warner Brothers Studios. Director Ronald really didn't know how cheap it was to make movies in Hong Kong. With an investment of $1.5 million, they didn't need to put in any investment themselves to make this movie. They might even be able to shoot a sequel and sell it to a distributor. And Ronald had also promised them a share of the overseas distribution. Would they want more collaborations like this in the future? Director Ronald had also signed a letter of intent for 5 movies each. If this movie was a hit, they could do this 5 more times. The two spent a week in Los Angeles, during which they auditioned some Hollywood actresses who could fight, as well as stunt doubles. A Polish martial artist named Cynthia Rosolak was a perfect fit. She could perform martial arts moves and had a great physique. She was a champion in the All-American Taekwondo exhibition tournament and was also named the Best Female Athlete of the Year by Black Belt magazine. Even more impressively, before joining the American Screen Actors Guild, she had a supporting role in a Lunar New Year film in Hong Kong called The Millionaire's Express, and even had a Chinese name, Cynthia Rothrock. Hearing that a theatrical film was offering her the lead role, Rothrock happily agreed. Ronald, after seeing her in person, nodded in approval, and the Dragon and Phoenix duo project was essentially finalized. When you go back to Hong Kong, please give my regards to Jackie. I'm about to acquire a film company with the American rights to his films. I also want to release his other films on videotape later. Could you ask him about it? If he's interested, we can meet in person. Ronald came over to say goodbye to the two Hong Kong filmmakers, leaving the rest to his colleagues to handle. Meanwhile, Ronald's acquisition of 21st Century Pictures was also underway. Clearly, besides them, others also wanted to restructure the company that had filed for bankruptcy and had also filed applications with the court. However, because Ronald's valuation of classic Hong Kong kung fu films differed from others, his bottom line was higher. But business is business, so Ronald entrusted the team led by lawyer Mitch Cantor to handle the negotiations. Ronald, I feel that our competitor, Pathé Pictures, isn't in a rush. They don't necessarily need 21st Century Pictures. We can wait. Their new president is Italian. Perhaps he'd prefer to acquire the equally troubled De Laurentiis Productions. If they turn to De Laurentiis, we can delay a few more days and get a significant discount from our creditors on 21st Century's debt. Miss Lindsay Dole, about to return to her son, came to Ronald's office, reported on the negotiations, and shared her intuition. Is that so? Then we'll wait. I'm not in a hurry. Ronald had great faith in Lindsay's competence and loyalty. While Ronald wasn't in a rush, someone else was. Soon, an old acquaintance rushed into Ronald's office. Ronald, you little rascal, are you trying to steal what's mine? Minahan Golan came over, leaning on his desk, glaring angrily. What's wrong with you, Minahan? Let's talk this out. How did I steal your stuff? By the way, Cannonball is going to release my movie, Fighting King, in Cannes. Shouldn't you be the one stealing my money? Hey, Cannonball is Cannonball, and I am me. Minahan slumped down. I need 21st Century Pictures. Don't try to take it from me. Ronald, sit down. I'll pour you a glass of brandy. Ronald got up, closed the office door, and poured Minahan a glass of brandy. Have a drink. Calm down and tell me what happened. It turned out that the company was being acquired by Pathé Pictures, with only one purpose, to give it to Minahan Golan in exchange for his resignation and handing over all the power of Cannonball to his cousin, Yoram, and the new Italian boss, Giancarlo Peretti. So, this is part of your golden parachute. Ronald suppressed a laugh. Minahan was finally fired by Cannonball and his cousin. When someone of this caliber leaves, the original film company always prepares a big package to shut them up, funding their own independent production company, cash bonuses, a long distribution contract to continue supporting their future films. Minahan lowered his head and admitted he was heartbroken. Cannonball represented his lifelong cinematic dreams, but he never expected to be betrayed by his own cousin, by the best distribution manager he had mentored, who, in collusion with outsiders, ousted him. I say, there's no conflict here, is there? Ronald handed Minahan a box of cookies, which he picked up and started eating. In his anger, Minahan had an unusually good appetite. Companies like 21st Century Studios are everywhere in Hollywood now. Many are facing financial difficulties. Just have your cousin buy another one for you. Ronald knew this was part of an independent production company, part of Minahan's severance package. Don't mention that bastard, PFFT, Minahan spat on the floor. I said, how could you? Ronald was amused by Minahan's childish behavior. Eat slowly. These are cookies my aunt baked for me. Ronald took the cookie box back. Tell me, why is the 21st century so important to you? Minahan was angry that Ronald had taken the cookies back, and remained silent. If you don't tell me, I won't consider giving you the 21st century, okay? Minahan muttered a few words. It's all because of an exit clause. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971. Each gets what they need. The series of disputes between Minahan and Cannonball can be traced back to the period when he and Yoram were spending money extravagantly. At that time, they raised over $400 million through junk bonds with Wall Street bond tycoon Milken. However, both of them spent money very quickly. Minahan invested heavily in comic book adaptations, such as Superman 4 and Unicron He-Man. Yoram, who didn't understand film production, spent his money by buying theater chains, acquiring Starlight Cinemas in Britain. When their funds ran out, their strategy changed from mutual cooperation to mutual sabotage. Minahan's Superman 4 failed due to insufficient budget, and Yoram didn't have enough money to acquire a theater chain owned by EMI. From then on, the two developed a rift, and Cannonball faced bankruptcy. At this time, Yoram's business acumen played a more important role than Minahan's filmmaking talent. He brought in EMI, which wanted to enter Hollywood, and facilitated a merger and acquisition plan. This allowed EMI to invest in Cannonball, temporarily solving its financial problems. However, the interest rates on junk bonds were extremely high, and the new Cannonball Pathé dared not delegate more authority to Minahan to produce big-budget films. The company's revenue was still insufficient to fill the huge hole. When the stock market crashed, Wall Street financing channels disappeared, and Cannonball faced its biggest crisis, almost going bankrupt. Just as the SEC launched a critical investigation into Cannonball's financial statement fraud, Yoram brought in an Italian banker, Giancarlo Peretti. He brought a huge sum of money from Credit Lyonnais and launched a takeover bid for Cannonball. One of his conditions was to kick Minahan out of Cannonball and become its leader himself. I foresaw Cannonball's financial crisis in advance, so my several confirmed new film projects all used 21st Century Pictures, which had a 20-partition distribution agreement with Cannonball. So, Minahan revealed the truth, looking at Ronald, anticipating his reaction. This guy, he held back a trick against his cousin. It seems he planned to run away long ago. It was just that Giancarlo Peretti's unexpected acquisition disrupted his plans. What about the exit clause you mentioned? Ronald asked again, non-committally. That's a clause that Yoram and I signed when Cannon was in crisis. If anyone else wants to acquire Cannon, both of us must agree for it to be implemented. If one of us disagrees, then we can exit Cannon and transfer our shares to the other party. If you are not satisfied with the transfer price, you can also initiate a counter takeover and buy back the shares from the other party at the same price. This clause takes effect automatically. I don't understand. It seems you guys have arranged everything very well. Ronald was puzzled. This kind of clause must have been designed by lawyers, taking all kinds of conditions into account. If it is implemented according to this clause, there shouldn't be any problems. Why hasn't Minahan managed to get his exit conditions sorted out yet? But thinking back to the days when these two brothers were so close that they could forge each other's signatures on each other's checks, Ronald still felt a little sad. It's all that bastard Yoram. Minahan turned around, spit, and spat on the ground again. That bastard forged my signature on the withdrawal agreement. That damn Judas, that Milik, that Tobias. Minahan rattled off several names of traitors from Jewish scriptures, cursing angrily. Stop spitting, this is my office. Ronald frowned. Minahan's behavior was actually partly due to custom from his Russian Jewish ancestors. Spitting on the ground is a curse when mentioning the name of a traitor. I sympathize with you, Minahan. But I've assembled a team of lawyers, accountants, and my company's management to work with in order to acquire 21st Century Pictures. I can't just give up because of your words. These people are very expensive. I know, Ronald, I can compromise. Just let me choose a few films that 21st Century Pictures has the production rights to, and I'll negotiate the rest. You know my personality. If I can't continue making films, my soul will disappear. This is an artist's plea to another artist, Ronald. I never thought I'd end up like this. It's all Minahan's fault. Ronald reached out to stop Minahan, who is about to spit again. Let me think about it. Give me the list of films you want. I still need to have a meeting with my team to discuss it. Could Minahan be playing tricks on purpose? If we acquire 21st Century, the acquisition funds Cannonball prepared can be used to pay Minahan severance pay. He can get more cash if he doesn't take the film projects with him. Considering the average return on his films, cash is more worthwhile. In the acquisition team, PwC's accountant Ed Bastian held the production list, looking it over and over, comparing it with a list of Cannonball's film releases over the years in the bankruptcy filing received by the court. He felt there was something wrong. No, when Hollywood companies lay off executives, they prefer to offer various preferential terms rather than cash. In this industry, out of 10 people with projects, only one has money. Lawyer Mitch Cantor, who had experienced many such executive severance clauses, understood it very well. But this Italian financier, Giancarlo Peretti, undoubtedly came with a substantial credit line from Credit Lyonnais. Just for this acquisition of Cannonball, he has $200 million available. Ed Bastian still didn't quite understand the logic of the entertainment industry. What does financier mean? Ronald asked his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, sitting beside him. There were many things he didn't understand in the professional M&A team, and he needed Lindsay's clarification. In English, it means financier, but in Italian, this title doesn't necessarily mean the person has a professional license in finance. It just means they have the relevant financial knowledge, or they've made money through finance. That's what you call a financier, or in Italian, financier. Ronald said oh, and sat up straight. He glanced at the two professionals still discussing and said, "Don't doubt Minahan's intentions. I know this guy. To make a movie, he once put his baby daughter in a cradle as an extra. His daughter was about to fall off the prop, and his first reaction was to keep the camera rolling, not to catch her." Everyone chuckled. All this guy's passion comes from making movies. If there's no movie to make, even if you offered him double the money, he wouldn't agree. So, most of the movie projects he provided are real. Lawyer Mitch Cantor turned to look at Ronald. This is where Hollywood's discerning eye shines. In a place teeming with artists, nothing can be measured by money. I think it's consistent with his usual taste. Ronald picked up a pencil and underlined several movie names on the list. Spider-Man, Captain America, Fantastic Four, The Phantom of the Opera, and the adaptation rights to 7 or 8 Edgar Allan Poe horror novels. Everyone felt that Minahan couldn't possibly list all the film projects he wanted to bring to the new company. There must be some dubious ones mixed into Misty Daydream. However, Ronald knew Minahan's taste well. These were either comic book adaptations or opera or musical adaptations. Horror films were the genre Cannonball Studios had initially focused on. This list should be highly credible. You need to check the copyright issues for these. I remember Roger Corman sold New Century Pictures and acquired Marvel Studios, which owned the rights to Fantastic Four and Captain America. Mickey Cantor noticed the problem. Film production rights are often intricate and complex. Due to financing difficulties, they often go through several production companies, and the contracts are full of clauses that only professional lawyers can understand. Yes, I remember Roger Corman directed several horror films based on Edgar Allan Poe's novels. Let's also find out if we can remake those movies, Ronald added. Although the copyright to Poe's novels had long expired, film adaptations still had copyrights. If these scripts were remakes of Corman's films, then they would have to ask him to buy the remake rights. The M&A team had many efficient members, and under the leadership of lawyer Cantor and PwC partner Bastian, they immediately began auditing and background checks. Ronald then called Roger Corman to invite him to a trendy creative restaurant to discuss the film. "I'm glad you asked me beforehand, Ronald." Corman looked a little better. He had found a new videotape market, made money from more than a dozen low-budget films, and was beginning to recover from the impact of the stock market crash. "I don't think it's necessary to turn filmmaking into a bloodbath like the Big Seven did. Most of the films we make are low to mid-budget, just for entertainment. We don't make big-budget productions like the Big Seven, where we have to compete for a fewer than 7 top male stars and roughly twice as many top female stars. Besides, we're targeting the videotape market. Nobody says we can only watch one videotape on a weekend." Ronald took a sip of juice, a mix of carrot and tomato flavors, surprisingly quite good despite being a product of organic agriculture. "Yes, I've always felt that spending $30 or $40 million on a film is mostly unnecessary. America has other areas where the money is more needed, like improving public school education and providing health insurance for the underprivileged." Ronald smiled in agreement. Few would imagine that Corman, who consistently made violent, horror, sci-fi, and erotic B-movies, was actually a leftist who championed social justice. "Edgar Allan Poe's films were my most commercially successful directorial works, and also my first color films. However, I didn't particularly like them. Perhaps it was because the major distributor, Ape, was pushing me to keep making films based on Allan Poe's works, wanting to adapt all his novels, so I rebelled a bit. If I had continued down this path back then, maybe I could have made a big-budget production for one of the 8 major studios." Roger Corman began to reminisce. "Edgar Allan Poe's novels are already in the public domain. Anyone can make a film about them. I'm happy you asked me. In that case, I do have plans to remake the film from back then. If you also want to make one, you can let me know beforehand. There are many Poe novels. We don't want to clash. If you're willing to return to directing, we can actually collaborate again and invest in the project together." Ronald felt that movies, especially adaptations of famous authors, need to control their pacing. If 2 companies were to make films on the same subject, it would undoubtedly drag down the box office. It would be better for everyone to pool their resources. The quality of the film would be better that way. Movies are for enjoyment. There's no situation where someone buys a ticket and I can't see it. A collaborative production could potentially generate many times more box office revenue than if both companies made their own films. 1 + 1 = more than 2. Then it settled. Roger Corman extended his hand and shook hands with Ronald, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor of keeping his word. The merger team's investigation proceeded quickly, and the results were on Ronald's desk 3 days later. Neither Minahan Golan nor New Century Pictures had the full filming rights to Spider-Man, Captain America, and Fantastic Four. In other words, either party could have made them. Marvel sold the adaptation rights to these comics to Cannonball Studios for 5 years. Marvel hoped Cannonball could replicate the success of DC's Superman 4, allowing the company to acquire toy companies and profit from derivative toys. However, Superman 4 was a disaster, and the dream of recouping profits from the toy sales was shattered before it even began. Then, the stock market crash occurred, impacting many companies that relied on mergers and acquisitions. Stock prices propped up by capital operations in the market have all plummeted. Marvel's situation was even worse. Their revenue largely relied on original comic books and collectible cards, the bubble in these items having already shrunk significantly. At this point, New World Pictures, sold by Roger Corman, acquired Marvel. Therefore, New World naturally possessed the rights to adapt these comics. The production rights changed hands several times. Determining who ultimately owns them would likely require a legal team to conduct a week of meticulous research to arrive at a definitive answer. Hollywood's method for handling these disputes is simple: whoever secures investment first, produces the film, and that's theirs. If the box office is good, they can then file a lawsuit to reclaim the rights. Compensation. So, in terms of legal details, the filming rights for this movie belong to Cannonball for the next 5 years, and will be transferred to Minahan along with his termination agreement. However, after 5 years, it will automatically revert to New World when the production agreement expires. But New World is currently struggling and seeking Chapter 11 bankruptcy, so it's uncertain who will get the production rights. Perhaps the next company will be interested and take it seriously, or if not, it will just sit in the warehouse with a bunch of other contracts. So the key issue is whether Minahan can raise enough funds to start the project within 5 years. Actually, it's already less than 5 years. This is dangerous. I don't think he can get enough money. But what if he does get the money? If we let go of such a big project, won't we become a laughingstock? Like when Price let E.T. escape. Within Daydream, General Manager Eddie and Distribution Manager Michelle Canold also had a disagreement. In the end, they all looked at Ronald. Since his debut, Ronald had never been wrong in judging the box office prospects of a project. Have you considered that even if he gets the money, he might not be able to make it, huh? Both of them were taken aback. These comic book adaptations require a lot of special effects, and there's only one company in Hollywood capable of doing this level of work. Ronald understood the selling points of this type of film better than they did. Whether it's traditional special effects props, makeup, or the latest computer technology, the only company in Hollywood capable of handling such large-scale, wide-ranging special effects films is Industrial Light and Magic, ULM, founded by George Lucas for Star Wars. And now, the sequel to Back to the Future has also begun production. ULM's production capacity can only support one big-budget production at a time. This means that for at least the next year and a half, ULM's production lines will have to give way to this film. By the time Back to the Future is finished, who knows where the future will be? It's not certain who will acquire New World Pictures. Spending millions of dollars now to buy a very uncertain future. After Ronald said this, everyone felt it wasn't worthwhile, or at least it was premature. What's your friend Cameron's level of special effects? Can he help? Canold was still not quite willing to give up. His studio is his own. It can only meet his own needs. Let's see how it goes after he finishes filming The Abyss. Besides, we can't say for sure whether comic book adaptations will be popular with the market. Maybe we should check out the box office performance of the upcoming Batman movie. Ronald decided to play it safe. Ever since the Superman series flopped, a series of comic book adaptations have consistently performed poorly at the box office. Nobody knows if this type of movie has lost its appeal to audiences or if the recent ones have just been terrible. Ronald hadn't even dreamed about the finished product yet, so after some calculations, he decided it was best to be conservative. However, we can acquire the rights to these few films. Ronald pointed to several other film projects on Minahan's list. These were all distinctive horror films, the head of which was George Romero's Night of the Dead, a direct sequel to George Romero's classic film Dawn of the Dead. After the huge success of Dawn of the Dead, the original director made a series of sequels all titled Return of the Dead, but they consistently underperformed at the box office. George Romero, the original screenwriter, also regained the sequel rights after his contract expired. He collaborated with Cannonball to prepare for an official sequel. Ronald intended to acquire the production rights to this film, as well as the distribution rights to 21st Century Pictures' classic Chinese kung fu films. Ah, I know your name, Ronald. Ronald Lee. Dino, De Laurentiis, has said a lot bad things about you to me. But I don't believe a word of it. I firmly believe that a man who can make a film like Top Gun is a real man, not like Dino, that sissy. Giancarlo Parodi, the new owner of Cannonball, was very enthusiastic when he met Ronald. He belittled Ronald's enemy, Dino De Laurentiis, the owner of Naples. In the eyes of this northerner, men from southern Italy were either gangsters or con artists. Movies had to be run by industrialists, artists, and financiers like us. Nice to meet you, Ronald said, shaking his hand. This Giancarlo Parodi, with a young actress signed to Cannonball Studios, looked every bit the playboy. He hadn't even taken over the company yet, and he was already chasing after its beauties. It seems this guy's interest in enjoying the Hollywood lifestyle far outweighs his interest in actually being a Hollywood production company owner, Ronald thought. There was nothing wrong with that. If it weren't for the continuous investment in Hollywood from wealthy people elsewhere in the world, Hollywood's production output would probably have decreased by more than a third. To outsiders, Hollywood was always a golden brand. Many people invested just to be seen with actresses, as if having a celebrity girlfriend would significantly elevate their social status. Everyone got what they wanted. Minahan, I told you, we'll clarify the ownership structure, and we can still cooperate, right? Giancarlo Parodi greeted Minahan, who had also come to sign the contract. Hell, the Jewish man twisted his thick neck, remaining silent. After extensive work by the team, the three parties finally reached a mutual agreement. Minahan still got the comic book he most wanted to make, the opera adaptation, a large sum of cash compensation, and a 5-year distribution contract with Cannonball Pictures. Every year, his soon-to-be-owned 21st Century Pictures would allow Cannonball to unconditionally distribute 5 films, with the remainder to be negotiated separately. Ronald, for a much smaller sum, acquired a collection of early Hong Kong action films from 21st Century Pictures library, as well as the production rights to some low-budget horror films in the production plan. Giancarlo Parodi and Yoram's Cannonball Pictures saved some money and also secured a swift resolution to the ownership issues. The three quickly signed the contract, and Yoram also came over. As the new CEO, he also had to sign part of the agreement. Minahan, Yoram came over and greeted his cousin. Business is business, forcing him out was unavoidable. Ah. PFFT, Minahan ignored him and spat on the ground. Cheers. Fortunately, Giancarlo Parodi opened a bottle of celebratory champagne, easing the awkwardness between the two. Cheers. Ronald also raised his glass. This time, the effect was achieved with very little money. It was a small victory. However, the funds originally prepared for the acquisition, and the money intended for restructuring the company after the acquisition, now had nowhere to go. He had to discuss the money with his personal accountant, Lawrence. Well, how about you buy some Coca-Cola from me, as much as you can? Chapter 972 was warmly received. Cannonball Studios has changed hands, and Ronald's old friend, Minahan, is out. Following Hollywood convention, executives typically announce their resignations 6 months later. This is to align with Hollywood's workflow. Departing executives must complete their projects before leaving. Minahan's big-budget sci-fi action film, Cyborg, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren, has already begun filming. Therefore, he temporarily retains the title of Cannonball, while the Italian Giancarlo Parodi is only operating in Hollywood as a shareholder. However, this northern Italian isn't one to wait 6 months. He began declaring himself president and chairman of Cannonball within Hollywood, enthusiastically hosting parties and actively pursuing Hollywood actresses. Much of Cannonball's actual business is managed by Minahan's cousin, Yoram, who is unhappy that Ronald sided with Minahan in their conflict. Seeing that Daydream's overseas distribution channels were facing unforeseen risks, the Daydream management team jointly warned Ronald to continue searching for new overseas distribution channels. Otherwise, Daydream's low-budget film strategy would be crippled. Alright, what's your plan? What do you need me to do? Ronald looked at Michelle Canold, Dolly Bernstein, who had just finished the cinema acquisition, and David Simpkins, the production manager, his three key subordinates, knowing they would definitely want him to handle things. The three exchanged glances and looked at Dolly Bernstein. Ronald was always more amiable with women, so it would be easier to talk to her. We want you to go to Cannes. Why? Ronald looked puzzled. Daydream also had a film participating in the Cannes Film Festival this year, but it was in the non-competitive screening section. It was on back, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and Brooke Shields, purely for marketing purposes. After Minahan was kicked out, we immediately increased our marketing investment in Cannes. Now all we need is a celebrity to endorse us and attract attention. Why not Brooke? Ronald was reluctant to go. Flying across the Atlantic to France and then attending a flurry of events was exhausting, especially since he didn't have a film to endorse. Miss Brooke Shields is busy with various advertising endorsements. We at Daydream have also worked with her on several TV commercials. Her mother wants to buy back the film Brenda Star, which was shelved 2 years ago, from the distributor for re-release, but I heard they're short $200,000. Oh, Ronald knew that the film's lead actress, Brenda Star, played a character like Lois Lane, Superman's girlfriend, a beautiful, investigative journalist. Actually, this role would be quite suitable for Brooke's career transition. Her market value is still quite high. We need to increase her fee for our TV commercials. Ronald mentioned that since Brooke still wanted to be an actress, he would help her out. Besides, Brooke's charm in Europe is far less than it is in America and Japan. So we still want you to come. The French prefer talented men to beautiful women. Ha ha ha. Ronald was quite pleased with Bernstein's flattery, so he decided to go. Consider it a vacation in France. Nisida, upon learning of Ronald's trip, immediately arranged for Richard to accompany him. With CAA personnel keeping an eye on things in America, it was difficult for competitors like WMA to poach clients. But in Europe, they needed someone from their own team to keep a close eye on their two most important clients. Are you going to fly on the Concorde? Richard was now Ronald's personal assistant. No, we'll charter a private jet. My colleague can get some rest. Ronald still thought the Concorde was too noisy, the tickets were expensive, and it was even more cramped than economy class on a regular flight. Limato is calling you. Please return the call, Richard added. Put it on. Hi, Ronald, I heard you're going to Cannes. The person on the other end of the line was Limato, WMA's famous agent. Richard had to listen in the whole time to be at ease. Yet, any progress? Yes, Michelle Pfeiffer is filming in Paris. She told me she's been reading the script for Steel Magnolia every day, completely absorbed. Could you visit the set in Paris after you're done? She wants to discuss the plans for you to play Steel Magnolia. Oh? That's great, I'll arrange it. Richard smiled beside him. Limato didn't say anything extra, but he knew he'd have to go with him to Paris. If Limato secretly flew to Paris and persuaded Ronald to switch agencies, it would be troublesome. With the agent's contract expiring next year, and Ronald showing no signs of initiating negotiations, Nisida and Richard were determined to serve Ronald well, even if it meant lowering their profit-sharing percentage, to keep this big shot. By the way, do me a favor. I'm in Los Angeles and I'd like to buy a big house. Not in the mountains, but closer to downtown Beverly Hills, with good privacy. Price isn't a big concern. Just be careful not to let anyone know I'm interested in buying a house. No problem. A new luxury residential area is being developed in Beverly Hills Park. Ovitz has a good relationship with their developers. Ronald only has 2 apartments in Los Angeles, which isn't very comfortable. Especially for occasions requiring privacy, apartments are never enough. He even has to borrow a large house to throw a party. His new record profit share has arrived, and it's almost as much as the last one. Besides buying Coca-Cola stock, Ronald really doesn't know what to do with his money. Maybe he should buy a house, something similar to the one on Fifth Avenue in New York, as his home base. Recently, the problem of not having a suitable place to live in Los Angeles has become apparent. Especially since the beautiful Kim Basinger finished filming her movie and formally asked him out. They had a pleasant conversation on the phone, but when she heard that Ronald was staying in a hotel in Los Angeles, she laughed so hard she lost her composure, making Ronald a little embarrassed. Basinger suggested they go to her house to watch the uncut film of 9.5 weeks, and she wanted to ask Ronald for editing advice. Wait, You're really going to ask me editing questions? Arriving at Kim Basinger's large house, Ronald saw her setting up the projector. Dressed casually, Basinger had toned down her usual sex appeal and seemed genuinely interested in technical matters. She wore a dark blue silk coat and was bent over fiddling with the projector, seemingly unable to find the start switch. Ronald, sitting on the sofa, watched, his anger simmering. Why wasn't it done yet? He stood up, positioned himself behind Basinger, wrapped his arms around her, gently secured the film head to the reel, closed the film canister, and pressed the start switch. Kim Basinger turned and smiled, tossing her hair, her wavy blonde hair brushing against Ronald's face. She gently pushed him away, creating some space. One of her alluring glances made Ronald realize that her naturally seductive eyes might not be all that flirtatious. There was a certain seriousness to them as well. It was just that the film captured it, making one involuntarily think about it. Could I really teach her editing? Ronald felt like he was about to set a record. You know what? Actually, the film we shot is enough to cut 3 or 4 movies. Kim Basinger drew the curtains, then quickly jumped over, curled up on the leather sofa like a sexy Persian cat. Really? Ronald looked at the dimmed lights in the room, the last ray of sunlight filtering through the curtains falling directly on Basinger. This projector was designed for wealthy families, capable of projecting 35mm film in large living rooms. Ronald had already seen the movie. It was about a gallery manager who, after her divorce, was targeted by a Wall Street banker who used various psychological manipulation techniques to firmly control the female lead, played by Basinger. In the end, because of her love for the male lead, Basinger's character abandoned all her self-respect, trying out various outrageous behaviors according to the male lead's demands. The male lead was played by Mickey Rourke. This actor was quite masculine, but not very tall. Although it wasn't visible in the film, Ronald knew that during their scenes together, the camera consistently avoided showing them both in medium shots. Black stockings, leather accessories, flirting with fruit, cross-dressing, unrestrained behavior on the balcony, a series of outrageous acts unfolded. Basinger bought many more uncut film reels than the publicly released version. The theatrical version ended with a female lead breaking free from the man's control and returning to normal life. The original script, however, had the opposite, a dark ending where she succumbed to desire. Ronald found it very difficult to watch, especially with a female lead right beside him. If we had to edit it into a longer version, how would you do it? Basinger was still asking about the editing. Come on, with your performance like this, it doesn't matter how it's edited. Every man in America will buy a ticket to see it. Ronald grabbed Basinger, pulled her close, and kissed her. Basinger made a loud snort, releasing her arms and hugging Ronald tightly in return. This handsome and strong man was exactly what she had always dreamed of. And he possessed the most important influence in Hollywood. One foot remained on the sofa, while the other actively rubbed against Ronald's chest. Ronald's heart burned with desire. With a sudden effort, he lifted her up. Oh, Kim Basinger let out a satisfied sigh of encouragement. The man held her tightly, a heat radiating from his young body, directly soothing her lonely heart. Basinger's arms were weak, and she could only respond to Ronald's passionate kisses. Her dark blue silk coat was being kneaded and silently unraveled. Ronald reached inside and found incredibly thin stockings, something he hadn't noticed in the dim light of the room. Moving his hands up further, he saw lace garter belts. Understanding Basinger's intentions, Ronald untied the silk belt from his coat and, mimicking a scene from a movie, blindfolded her. Thinking of the scenes on the film reel that she would watch when she was lonely, Kim Basinger's face turned red. Despite her agoraphobia, she insisted on filming My Stepmother as an Alien, and Basinger felt a sense of relaxation she had never experienced before. She clung to Ronald, tears welling up in her eyes for no apparent reason. Will you come to see me again? Basinger had initially hoped for a fleeting encounter to gain more resources, but the psychological security and profound physical release left her with a deep sense of loss. Would she never be able to relive this wonderful feeling again? Of course, Ronald hugged Basinger tightly. This woman was actually full of passion, very focused on acting, and possessed some of the naivete of a young girl. Perhaps it was because her appearance conformed too well to the stereotypes that she was forced to play a sexy and alluring bad woman. The contrast between her inner and outer self was too great, causing her to break down psychologically. Can you teach me how to edit? Basinger nestled in Ronald's arms again. This woman was quite interesting, She genuinely wanted to learn some editing techniques. The more an actress knew, the better she could act to secure a few more seconds of close-up on screen. Haha, look here. Mickey can't be in the medium shot with you at the same time, otherwise your height will be obvious. You need to put more emotion into the over-the-shoulder shots. Ronald actually gave her a few pointers. As he said this, it seemed he stepped on something. Don't look, don't look. Kim Basinger gently slapped Ronald, then quickly kicked the torn fabric from the floor to the other side of the carpet under the bed. She covered her face with her hands, clinging to Ronald, not wanting him to see. The beautiful woman's mental state was still a bit strange. Don't look. Basinger felt the energetic young director's vibrant energy again, letting out a series of exclamations. This time, you're going to Cannes to see a few old friends. Andrei Konchalovsky, the Russian-born director, is directing a stage play in Paris and will also be attending the Cannes Film Festival. Another German woman, Nastasia Kinski, is a jury member for the competition section of this year's Cannes Film Festival. She asked to meet you through a colleague at CAA's European branch. There are also many film buyers you have connections with. Richard pulled out the schedule on the plane the next day. He wanted to arrange for Ronald to meet as many of his old friends as possible, leaving Limato no opportunity to exploit. Okay, I'll meet them all. I'm mainly going to support them, Ronald said, pointing to Canild and Bernstein behind him. They were the main focus of this trip, the key to expanding into the European market. Yesterday's enjoyable and prolonged exercise had restored Ronald's hormone balance. He slept soundly on the plane. The engine noise of the business jet was relatively low, and he quickly fell into deep sleep. You mean you're faking it, and it's indistinguishable from the real thing? Men can't tell the difference? A close-up shot appeared in his dream, a man and a woman eating in a restaurant. The man was Billy Crystal, a comedian Ronald knew. The camera cut to another scene, showing Meg Ryan, who played the wife of the guide, the Goofy Goose, in Ronald's Top Gun. Meg Ryan began to make low sounds, casually tossing her long blonde hair. Ronald was puzzled. He recognized the voice and expression. It was exactly like Kim Basinger's before her final outburst yesterday afternoon and evening. But this scene was set in a restaurant. What was Meg Ryan acting? Are you alright? Billy Crystal noticed something was wrong and thought she was sick. Meg Ryan continued. Billy Crystal realized that Meg Ryan, playing the female lead, was going to perform a fake scene for him. He was a little embarrassed and looked around. God, yes, Meg Ryan's shouts grew louder and louder, and she even started banging on the table. Everyone in the restaurant turned to watch her performance. Meg Ryan stopped, then winked at Billy Crystal, indicating that faking it was no problem at all. The surroundings were very quiet, save for the sounds of cutlery and plates clattering. Everyone was awkward, unsure what to say. Only an elderly woman across the aisle said to the waiter who came to take their order, "I'll have one of the dishes she ate." Ronald was incredibly surprised. Were all beautiful women this good at faking it? Was Kim Basinger's behavior yesterday afternoon and evening real or just an act? Mr. Lee, Ronald, a flight attendant called Ronald's name softly beside him. Paris was almost here, and Ronald was still fast asleep, with what appeared to be drool at the corner of his mouth. Are you real or faking it? Ronald cried out, waking up from his chair, the seatbelt preventing him from falling off. This is our transatlantic business jet training. When waking customers, we speak softly. I wasn't faking it, sir, the flight attendant explained. Oh, well, thank you. I was half asleep, Ronald apologized softly, then said, could you please get me a glass of lemonade? I'm thirsty. What movie is this? It stars Billy Crystal. This scene wasn't in Nora Ephron's script, was it? But the casting of the male and female leads is somewhat similar. When did Meg Ryan become such a good actress? Ronald pondered to himself. Ronald, you're awake? We'll be in Paris soon. Director Andrei Konchalovsky will be picking us up at the airport. Richard, seeing he was awake, immediately read him the upcoming schedule. Oh, what's next? Ronald had slept soundly and was now wide awake. If you're not too tired, Konchalovsky has arranged a welcome salon. Many of the actors from his play will also be going to Cannes and are eager to meet you. Okay, no problem. Ronald admired Konchalovsky's runaway train back then. He liked its Russian-style heaviness and grandeur as an artist. Perhaps Konchalovsky would like to make films in Hollywood in the future, so he could chat with him about it. Andre, Ronald warmly embraced Konchalovsky. How have you been in Europe these past few years? Hollywood must be so lonely without you, Ronald. Konchalovsky also embraced his friend who had recommended him to Minahan Golan years ago, leading to the successful direction of 2 Hollywood films, then gave him 3 kisses on the cheek with Russian etiquette. It's pretty much the same everywhere. Capitalists only think about return on investment, nobody thinks about the artistry of the film. Ha, Ronald thought to himself, that's all because of your last film, Duo in Spring, which had big stars like Julie Andrews, lead actress in The Sound of Music, Von Sydow, the versatile actor who can play roles in Bergman's Virgin Spring, Woody Allen's Hannah and Her Sisters, and even commercial films like Escape from Victory, and it still didn't even gross $10,000. How is Minahan doing now? Did he come with you this time, and Eric Roberts? Haven't heard from them in ages. Konchalovsky was asking about old friends he'd worked with on the Runaway Train. It's a long story, Minahan said. Eric Roberts, the once Oscar-nominated actor, had fallen from grace in recent years. Nobody was offering him roles anymore. Where did my manners go? Konchalovsky knew these 2 old friends might have a problem, so he quickly grabbed Ronald's hand and led him outside. I'm currently directing Chekhov's masterpiece The Seagull at the Odeon Theatre in Paris. Unlike Hollywood, the critics here have more respect for theater directors. I think to direct a film, I need to get critical acclaim here first. Being able to stage The Seagull at the Odeon is already a success. On the plane, Ronald had even looked at a Paris travel guide. The Odeon Theatre, built in 1782, was where plays by Hugo and Dumas premiered. Let me introduce you, this is Juliette Binoche, the lead actress in The Seagull, Konchalovsky said, pointing to a young, beautiful woman outside. I know you. I saw your new film, The Unbearable Lightness of Being, as Teresa on the editing table at Walter Murch. Ronald recognized the actress with a high nose and a distinctly British beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Binoche smiled and embraced Ronald with a traditional British greeting. Shall we go now? Ronald regretted it a little. The film hadn't done well at the box office, and he'd seen many of Juliette Binoche's nude scenes on the editing table at Murch. Was this opening a bit too abrupt? Oh well, this was Britain after all. Chapter 973 True Love Above All. The group went to Café de Flore, a favorite haunt of Parisian socialites. Unlike the other 2 nightclubs frequented by celebrities, Les Bains Douches, converted from a bathhouse, and Le Palace, converted from a theater, Café de Flore was a very traditional café serving light meals. Konchalovsky, like Ronald, wasn't particularly fond of those strangely converted nightclubs. Konchalovsky ordered a coffee with milk, café au lait. Juliette Binoche ordered a coffee with cream, café crème, and when it was Ronald's turn, not understanding any French, he simply ordered a noisette, the one with the largest lettering on the menu, without knowing what it was. It wasn't until a waiter wearing a black vest and a barber-style apron brought the 3 coffees that Ronald understood. This is essentially the French name for American latte, Italian cappuccino, and Italian espresso. French people, Ronald shook his head. This is a characteristic of French culture. Every term must be distinct from its English translation, inventing its own more French way of saying it. For example, normal editing in a film is called montage here, completely different from how filmmakers elsewhere only call non-continuous cuts montage. It's a completely different linguistic system. I heard you know Walter Murch, the editor of The Unbearable Lightness of Being? His editing is amazing. I didn't expect to perform so well on screen, Juliette Binoche said. The film was released 2 months ago, and Binoche was very satisfied with her performance. The editing gave her an effect on screen that she hadn't even imagined. Binoche is a great beauty, with fair skin and faint, almost invisible freckles, adding to her French charm. She looked at Ronald with intense eyes, wanting to talk to this Hollywood director about art. Like many other stunning beauties in the film industry, exceptionally beautiful women either meticulously use makeup to make themselves look perfect at all times, or, like Binoche, are carefree and dress haphazardly. Today, she was dressed like an ordinary female college student, her hair short and combed back. It was her natural charisma that gave her a unique sexiness. Actually, Murch is my teacher. I benefited greatly from his guidance in getting into Hollywood, but your films are completely different from his editing. Juliette Binoche spoke with a heavy French accent, though her fluency was quite good. I make commercial films. So, you watch my movies too? Ronald laughed, feeling pleased that a beautiful woman was paying attention to his films. Of course, it's called danse sexy, the French translation of sexy dance. You see people dancing the sexy dance everywhere. I complained to André about how popular it was, and he said his friend directed it. Ha ha ha. Juliette Binoche lightly nudged Andrei Konchalovsky, the two seemingly very close. Ha ha ha, that dance is really infectious. I know it's everywhere in Berlin, Germany. Ronald recalled his experiences in West Berlin. Ha ha ha, mentioning the stereotypical Germans, an American, a Soviet Union man, and a French woman all laughed. I didn't expect Konchalovsky to be so popular with women in Europe, Ronald thought to himself. Such a beautiful young actress, and he was in a relationship with her? Back when he was struggling in Hollywood, Konchalovsky could only date the middle-aged Shirley MacLaine. Here, he's quite popular. Well, how should I put it? I like the subtle subtext in your movies. Although your movies are commercial films, they actually have a lot of humanistic concern at their core, which I really appreciate. Juliette Binoche looked at Ronald again, then reached out and patted his hand. Ronald was confused and looked at Konchalovsky. What did this mean? The French perspective on love was truly unique. Juliette and I dated before, but we separated because of filming. Now she's back to star in my film The Seagull, and we are still best friends who can talk about anything, Konchalovsky explained. He knew Ronald had never lived in Paris and there was some cultural shock and distance between them. Konchalovsky still preferred Europe, where the public, as Ronald's agent Richard had said, respected and admired talented directors more than beautiful actresses. He thrived there and was very popular. Juliette Binoche dated him for over a year until filming The Unbearable Lightness of Being, when she and co-star Daniel Day-Lewis developed feelings for each other, and they amicably broke up. After that, Binoche's passionate affair with Lewis didn't last long. Lewis soon fell for another French actress, Isabella Adjani, leaving Binoche currently single. Meanwhile, the aging and still vigorous Konchalovsky was deeply involved with Elena, a presenter on Moscow television. Thanks to the new General Secretary Mikhail's open policies, it had become much easier for the beautiful women of Moscow and Leningrad to travel between Europe and Asia. For them, French perfumes and cosmetics were top-notch products, making them particularly prestigious in front of colleagues and friends. I don't understand, Ronald felt his eyes had been opened. It seemed that the French had a much freer moral code regarding love than the young people in the most liberal big cities of America. It seemed that formal relationships, even marriage, were not a constraint for them. After continuing their conversation about the film industry and their views on art, Ronald suggested they go to the hotel to rest. Are you going to Cannes too? Ronald asked the two as they were leaving. Yes, do you want to take me with you? Juliette Binoche took Ronald's hand and asked. Of course, I had them book more flights. Back at the hotel, Ronald first made a long-distance call to Nisida. She replied that Michelle Pfeiffer was currently filming scenes at the Château de Valmont in the Yvelines department, and that she would be returning to Paris after Ronald finished his Cannes trip, so they could talk in person. The two discussed work arrangements, and Ronald couldn't help but ask Nisida, is the French attitude towards love different from ours? Haha, you've always gone to France for work before, this is the first time you have time to travel, right? You have to understand the French attitude. Not all French people are like that, but those artists in Paris definitely say l'amour vrai estate suprême all the time, l'amour vrai estate suprême, Ronald repeated, already knowing that it meant true love above all else in French. If two people feel that the other is their true love, then not only should they not break up because of worldly constraints, but others should also step aside to allow this rare love to flourish. America, after all, is a country founded on Puritans, lawyers, and merchants. Traditionally, there are strong moral constraints. So Hollywood actresses who cheat on their husbands after marriage or engagement will see their public image diminish. Of course, men who do similar things receive far less condemnation. Have fun, Nisida concluded, wishing Ronald a pleasant trip. Paris is indeed a romantic haven for many American men and women. The next day, Konchalovsky excused himself, saying he had other commitments, and didn't go to Cannes with Ronald. Juliette Binoche, however, flew to Cannes with Ronald on a Dassault private jet. The sun and beaches were as beautiful as ever, but Ronald's mood was much more relaxed compared to his previous visits, which were always accompanied by work commitments. Upon arriving at the Palais des Festivals, where the organizing committee was located, Ronald met many familiar faces. First up is the team of director and star Clint Eastwood, who is directing Bird, a film about jazz musician and saxophonist Charlie Bird Parker, which is this year's entry. Ronald and Eastwood had a minor falling out in the past. However, upon seeing Ronald, the lead actor warmly embraced him, then held his hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. "If you hadn't given me an opportunity back then, a black man like me with that appearance would never have found a place in Hollywood." The lead actor is Forrest Whitaker, who played a football player in Ronald's debut film, fast-paced Richmond High School, a role that helped him survive in Hollywood. Despite a slight eye defect, he has consistently played supporting roles, including in Vietnam War films like Good Morning Vietnam and Platoon. He has always played these special types of disciplined personnel, and recently even played an FBI agent in the Daydream film Ong Bak. Being chosen by Eastwood to star as a jazz musician and even attend the Cannes Film Festival was a magical experience for him. "Congratulations, congratulations," Ronald congratulated Whitaker. Eastwood, standing nearby, glanced over and casually shook his hand. "You can tell he respects you a lot," Juliette Binoche asked quietly from the side. "I directed his first film. The budget was tight, and I auditioned a lot of people. The moment he walked into the room, I knew he could play a football player, you know? In American football, you have to be very strong to be a player, a brutal sport." Juliette Binoche laughed, wrinkling her nose, amused. "Why does Mr. Clint Eastwood seem reluctant to talk to you? When I was filming Dragon Boys, I refused Eastwood's offer to cast his youngest son as Daniel. He was so angry that he refused to have Coca-Cola, the film sponsor, appear in his films again." Ronald laughed at the old cowboy. "Sponsorship?" Binoche was puzzled. "It's just an agreement. Coca-Cola sponsors my film with a sum of money, and I have the male-led drink Sprite in front of the camera," Ronald Binoche explained. "Isn't that a defilement of art?" Juliette Binoche couldn't accept this arrangement. She made adaptations of classic works or films with strong humanistic concerns, focusing on the lives of marginalized figures. She and some other French filmmakers believe that film should express concern for the vulnerable in society. "Ha," Ronald chuckled. He always considered his films as commodities first, only after people watched them could he think about anything else. The two walked to a restaurant on the first floor of the Martinez Hotel, a Michelin 3-star hotel specializing in seafood. Daydream's colleague had already arranged seating for him. Many celebrities frequented this restaurant, mainly because the owner had given it a very auspicious name, Golden Palm Restaurant. "Ronald," a woman inside shrieked. "What a pleasant surprise to see you here." Ronald looked up and saw Melanie Griffiths, the lead actress in Working Girl. She was in another Cannes film, directed by Robert Redford, who was smiling behind her. "Melanie, Mr. Redford." Ronald stood up and greeted them, introducing Juliette Binoche. Robert Redford was a very cultured star. Unlike Eastwood, he didn't readily adopt a senior attitude. He was quite impressed to see a rising star like Ronald at Cannes. The two chatted about the differences between American and Chinese films, and the losses caused by the Writers Guild of Hollywood strike, finding themselves quite compatible. "We welcome your film to be screened at next year's Sundance Film Festival," Redford said, now focusing much of his energy on the Utah Film Festival named after his character in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. "Of course, my daydreams are all about B-movies, but I've already submitted my new film, The Sid Sisters, with Roger Coleman. It's really interesting movie. I know the name. I'll get the organizing committee to give it special attention." "The fact that you say it's interesting means it must be something special." "Yes, much more artistic than my own films," Ronald said, subtly squeezing Juliette Binoche's hand, implying that while he made commercial films to make money, the company was very supportive of independent films with a strong artistic flair. "You're the best." Juliette Binoche was incredibly impressed to see Ronald chatting so happily with Robert Redford, who was famous throughout Europe and the US for Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. This was the kind of artistic master and directorial genius she admired. The meal was quite long, and Melanie Griffiths came over to ask Ronald about the release schedule for Working Girl. Ronald told him that 20th Century Fox planned to follow the same strategy as last year's Moonlight Seduction, releasing it on a small scale at the end of the year, then aiming for award nominations before expanding its screenings. Mentioning the Oscars, Melanie Griffith smiled so broadly her eyes crinkled. She actually had a chance to be nominated for an Oscar. Who could have imagined that a year ago? Juliette Binoche didn't understand Ronald's meaning, so when they got up to check into the hotel, she specifically asked Ronald why they wanted a year-end release. Ronald honestly explained his plan to aim for award nominations and then leverage that to market the film and attract more viewers to theaters. Binoche was a little confused. Was this man a shrewd businessman or a respected and beloved artist? Perhaps he played both roles. Ronald didn't speak French, so he asked Binoche to go to the front desk, give them their names, and prepare their room. Richard had made thorough arrangements, booking 2 large rooms, a difficult task during the film festival when accommodations were scarce. If things went smoothly, canceling one room would be easy. Ronald, another woman's voice shrieked. What are you doing in Cannes? I specifically asked if you were coming, and everyone said you weren't. This time it was German star Nastasia Kinski, Demi Moore's former neighbor and best friend. She was clearly very happy to see Ronald alone. Immediately giving him a cheek kiss and then clinging to his arm. I'm just here on short notice, had some things to take care of, so I'm treating it like a vacation. How are your husband and children? Ronald asked her with a smile. Kinski had married an Egyptian businessman, while pregnant with another man's child, and her current situation was unknown. In this situation, Ronald couldn't play the German game. A moment of indulgence could have serious consequences. Ibrahim will be here later, he's at home taking care of my son and daughter, Nastasia Kinski said, smoothing her long blonde hair to conceal the fine wrinkles around her eyes. After all, she was already a mother of 2. I heard you're here as a jury member this time. Congratulations. Ronald looked at Natasha Kinski, who had lost a considerable amount of weight since their last meeting in Cannes. It seemed she was still concerned about her postpartum figure and still harbored ambitions to return to Hollywood. Ronald, Juliette Binoche, having finished settling in, came over and hugged Ronald even tighter upon seeing Kinski. This woman, relying on her Kaiser Award nomination for Best Actress this year, had her wealthy husband pull strings to secure her a position on the Cannes jury. He himself had received 2 consecutive Kaiser nominations without such treatment. It seemed being a businessman wasn't without its advantages. Binoche looked at Ronald and deliberately said, I'm a little tired. When shall we go upstairs and rest? I want to take a hot shower. Natasha Kinski's face paled even more. She composed herself and put on an even more alluring smile. I have a party to attend tonight, are you coming? Maybe next time. I just got off the plane. Ronald felt the warmth radiating from the beautiful woman beside him. What was the point of a party at a time like this? Natasha, you're here, we should be on our way. A man with an American air rudely interrupted their conversation. He was wearing an American-style double-breasted suit, looked somewhat like Ronald's friend Minahan, with a fleshy face and a thick neck that seemed non-existent. Beside him was another beautiful American blonde, Sharon Stone, the one who urinated in the props on set and seemed a bit mentally unstable. Ronald, we're having an American party tonight, are you coming? The man extended his hand. Harvey Weinstein. I'm the owner of Miramax, we have several films at the festival this year. More next year. Ronald shook his hand. Harvey Weinstein, perhaps displeased with Natasha Kinski and Ronald's intimacy, gripped his hand tightly, as if to give him a hard shake. Caught off guard, Ronald was momentarily careless and the man gained the upper hand. Good heavens, you swindler with a neck as thick as a chef's, sneaking up on me, you have no sportsmanship. Ronald clenched his fist, and with a decisive force, used the technique he learned at the Shichihei Sports School in China to deflect the other's hand, then grabbed the other's hand in return and squeezed it hard. Ouch! Harvey Weinstein cried out in pain, then immediately realized, ouch, it would be such a shame if you didn't come. But anyone with such a beautiful woman by their side would have chosen the same option as you, la merveille state supreme. Ronald had also picked up the phrase, the French phrase love is everything. Harvey turned and led the 2 women to the lobby elevator. Sharon Stone even turned back and gave Ronald a flirtatious wink. Watching Nastasia Kinski leave unwillingly, giving him a mournful look, Ronald shuddered. Her husband was so pitiful. Marriages in the film industry were terrifying. He had no idea what these actresses were thinking. Ronald touched his lips and went to the other elevator with Binoche. How do you know Nastasia Kinski? She's been making headlines lately, Binoche asked, inquiring about Ronald's connection to Kinski. Natasha was a big star who photographed Tess for Polanski back then. I was just an unknown photographer at the time, and I took her audition photos. Juliette Binoche deliberately raised her chin. Because she wanted to win, she only booked 1 room. She was very satisfied to hear Ronald say love above all else. Who this love above all else was, it was self-evident. Chapter 974 Marriage Hell. The hotel had placed a bottle of Veuve Clicquot champagne and a large plate of fresh strawberries in the room. Ronald opened the champagne, poured 2 glasses, and a fruity aroma wafted out, intensified by the strawberries. He turned on the stereo, tuned to the music channel, and a popular song from France was playing. The song was gentle, the female singer's voice ethereal, and Ronald and Juliette Binoche began to dance. The soft, slow rhythm drew them closer. Ronald held her soft waist, but made no further move. Binoche was dressed casually, exuding a pure and beautiful aura, like a schoolgirl. Ronald looked into her eyes, which seemed full of passion and focus, and for a moment, he felt a pang of nostalgia, as if he had been transported back 7 or 8 years, when a pair of eyes had looked at him like that. "What's the name of this song? What's it about?" Ronald changed the subject. "Go there, la basse." Binoche translated a few lines. "There everything is new, everything is a wild, free continent, there are no fences here, our dreams are narrow, that's why I am going there, it seems to be singing about you, you should try Hollywood over there on the Atlantic." Ronald, now back to normal, looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and said with a smile, "If you can make a movie that moves me, I'll go." Juliette Binoche was already 24 years old, but she still looked about 18. Ronald took her hand and sat on the large bed. The white sheets had a faint, pleasant scent from the daytime sunlight, which gradually blended with Binoche's own scent. Juliette Binoche lay in Ronald's arms, drawing circles on his chest with one hand. "Can I call you Ronan? It means little seal in French. You're really like a little seal today, so energetic. I'm glad to have your approval, mademoiselle, miss." Ronald's large hand then wrapped around Binoche's back. "Oh, you're such a good, well, how should I put it, amant, but not the kind of, well, amour I'm looking for." Juliette Binoche misunderstood the word appreciation, so she propped herself up on one side and explained earnestly to Ronald. "You know my French." Ronald made a low gesture. "What's the difference between the two? Amant, lover, is the passion of mutual physical attraction, but without an intimate emotional connection. Amour, beloved, only those who love each other are lovers. Love is a powerful force that can lead to personal growth. Passion can bring excitement and intensity, making people intoxicated, but it's not a guarantee for a long-term relationship." Ronald found her explanation amusing and thought it was quite cute that this woman was seriously discussing matters of love between men and women. He joked, "So, is the excitement and intensity I bring you top-notch, super, pronounced like super in French, meaning super top-notch, ha ha ha?" Juliette Binoche burst into laughter and playfully hit Ronald. Encouraged by the correct approach, Ronald brushed aside a few strands of hair covering her cheek and gently kissed her before turning over. Oh, I've had enough, Ronan, I've had enough for today." "Ah, ha ha ha." Binoche hadn't expected this super seal to still have so much passion, and the intensity from his hands was quite high. She was already a little overwhelmed and started begging for mercy. "I think the intensity might have given you a good enough impression. We can have more opportunities to communicate and exchange ideas later." "Ah, ha ha ha." Communication is an important aspect of love, but not today. Binoche jumped off the bed and hid on the other side of the sofa. She was sweating profusely. Another round and she wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. "Who says not? I see you're still very excited." Ronald also jumped off the bed and followed her. Binoche's playful side kicked in. She jumped off the sofa and hid behind it. The two played hide and seek. Ronald, having practiced for years, used a feint and then pulled Binoche into a tight embrace. Then, with a burst of strength, he lifted her up and placed her on the wooden table in the room. A rough touch came from beneath her, and on the other side was the small seal's hot body. Juliette Binoche quickly closed her eyes, seemingly unable to withstand the heat, and succumbed. "You're awake? Breakfast is here. I didn't know what you wanted, so I ordered one of everything." The next morning, Binoche had just woken up when she saw Ronald spreading butter on French bread on the table, then eating his breakfast sip by sip with black tea. Coming right away, Juliette Binoche was a little disappointed. Shouldn't breakfast be eaten in bed with a lover? The small seal was still too much like a businessman. After washing up, she sat down opposite Ronald, picked up a small croissant, and ate it with a yogurt and some vegetables. After Ronald finished eating, he went to make a phone call to handle business matters, pointing to the sofa on Binoche's side. She leaned over and saw a black sleeveless dress that Ronald had someone buy for him. Wearing only Ronald's oversized white shirt, Binoche picked up a skirt and held it up against herself. The little seal was too successful, too rich, she preferred men brimming with artistic talent. But when it came to lovers, the little seal was far too competent. Thinking this, she went to the restroom to change, donned high heels, and instantly her student-like demeanor vanished, replaced by a stunningly beautiful woman in the mirror. Being a businessman's lover isn't without its advantages, she thought. That afternoon, Ronald, arm in arm with a beautiful Binoche, went to the premiere of The King of Fighters. The colleagues at Daydream had made this film, which was only being screened, a grand affair, even more so than many premieres of films competing in the festival. Kennard and Bernstein had arrived in Cannes a week early, their ability to organize these events no less than that of Yoram, who had nearly monopolized the outdoor advertising space at the Cannes Film Festival a couple of years prior. Many Hollywood stars attended the premiere. Everyone in the country was still very united. Harvey Weinstein witnessed the extravagance of Daydream Films. The posters at the event were practically a sea of Jean-Claude Van Damme and Brooke Shields. He was quite impressed. His Miramax Films also aspired to become a mid-sized independent production company securing pre-sale funding in Europe. Ronald's marketing prowess had given him much inspiration. Miramax felt they could easily emulate his approach to their award-winning films. With this in mind, he disregarded his previous arrogant disdain for Ronald's B-movie studio and approached him with a fawning smile, congratulating him. Ronald didn't actually dislike such shrewd individuals. They were adept at assessing situations and would discuss anything as long as money was involved. However, he couldn't offer Harvey any advice. He was in Cannes to sell films, while Harvey was there to win awards. Harvey even mentioned the party the previous night, where many French and other European actresses attended, and offered to introduce them to Ronald. This displeased Binoche, who was standing next to Ronald. "Where's Natasha?" Ronald noticed that Harvey was only accompanied by Sharon Stone today. Natasha Kinski wasn't with him at the ceremony. Haha, Harvey Weinstein chuckled. He couldn't very well say that Kinski had hooked up with British director Chris Menges at the party last night and therefore stopped flattering him. She left with a documentary filmmaker Menges. That's hilarious. Who wants to watch this kind of Zimbabwean racist film these days? They might as well watch a documentary. The gossipy Sharon Stone next to him revealed Harvey's situation. I don't know. The Cannes jury's taste is beyond my comprehension. Ronald suppressed a laugh. It seemed Harvey Weinstein must have promised her some kind of leading role. Harvey's expression darkened. He hadn't expected such a sexy blonde with a college degree to be so ignorant and vulgar. When I was filming in Africa, I met a crew there, and they weren't exactly good people. Sharon Stone began recounting his experiences making exploitative films like Indiana Jones for Cannonball. Ronald, finding it uninteresting, quickly excused himself and ran off. At the door, he saw a couple walking in. The man in front looked unhappy, while the woman behind him kept smoothing his clothes, seemingly apologizing. Why did I come to this kind of movie premiere? Andrzej Zulawski, the Polish director, was the boy who seemed never to have grown up. He looked displeased. Your new film needs a distributor willing to sign an agreement to secure investment. I heard from a friend in Gaumont that this Daydream studio has some distribution capabilities in America and is willing to import foreign films. The beautiful Sophie Marceau. It was unclear whether she was playing Zulawski's lover or mother. She had to take good care of him in everything, both in his personal life and career. Welcome, Ms. Sophie Marceau, and Director Zulawski. Ronald exchanged pleasantries with the two after being introduced by Michel Canold. I heard you're also looking to import some European films. Sophie Marceau began to build connections for Zulawski's new film. I don't care about individual films. You can talk to Michel, the distribution director of Daydream. Also, Hollywood really wants you to come, if you'd like to make a film here. Ronald introduced Marceau to Canold, who is also of French descent and spoke fluent French. No, Sophie won't be making those commercial films. Zulawski understood the word Hollywood and rudely interrupted Ronald's invitation. That's why we came to France. There are many artists here who haven't fully realized their potential, Ronald retorted inwardly. Sophie Marceau smiled apologetically, exchanged contact information with Michel Canold, and then pulled Zulawski inside. Well, don't invest in any of this director's films. His movies don't sell at all in America, Ronald whispered to Michel Canold, pulling him aside. Got it. I think Sophie should go to Hollywood. There's nowhere else in the world where she can realize her potential. Michel Canold also had his eye on the beautiful actress. Beauties with exotic charm are always welcome in Hollywood. Ronald and Bernstein exchanged a few more words, then Ronald took Juliette Binoche's hand as she approached, and the two slowly walked inside. Ugh, that's terrifying, Ronald sighed. The celebrity couples he'd met these past few days were truly horrifying. Nastasia Kinski treated her Egyptian husband like he was at her beck and call, openly flirting with other actors. Sophie Marceau, on the other hand, cared for Zuraski like a mother caring for a child. These two extreme situations would be uncomfortable in any marriage. Even being lovers, or even partenaires, with Binoche is better than marriage. Besides, in Hollywood, divorce means losing not only emotions but also money. The screening of Fist of Fury was quite successful, and many European film buyers were waving checks, eager to sign Canold. Perhaps it was a difference in aesthetics, or perhaps it was because not many Hollywood films had been imported to France and Europe in recent years, but the audience's taste seemed to be several years behind that of America. And these past few years have been a period of great development in film technology and directing techniques. So, this film, which only barely passed a box office in America, was surprisingly popular at the Cannes film market. Ronald was also surprised and spent a day chatting with each cinema manager who had paid for a copy, listening to their opinions. After the opening ceremony of the Cannes Film Festival, Ronald drove Juliette Binoche back to Paris. At this year's festival, she neither had a film submitted nor was she a jury member, just wandering around or would only invite gossip. Just then, Konchalovsky's play was reviving for the second half of its tour, so the two left early. Binoche was busy rehearsing. Ronald rested alone in Paris, taking in some famous sights, Notre Dame Cathedral, Les Invalides, and the Louvre. 3 days later, Richard, having settled his affairs, also came to Paris to meet him. Michelle Pfeiffer and the others have finished filming the exterior scenes at the Count Valmont's house and are about to return to Versailles Palace, only 12 miles from Paris, to continue filming. There's the Montpensier Theatre there, and the crew will be renting it to film scenes at the Opera House. We'll go there. Pfeiffer will be on set, following the director's arrangements. Great. I've never been to Versailles Palace before. Ronald didn't mind, and the two of them drove to the Grand Palace that originally belonged to the French king the next day. They were filming an exterior scene on location, and Ronald and Richard watched from afar. Accompanying them was the crew's head butler, a senior production manager from Warner Brothers. Michelle is in great shape lately. The director thinks her scenes are excellent, and her chemistry with Count Valmont is superb. The production manager knew Ronald was there to discuss the next film with Michelle Pfeiffer, so he only said the good things. Flattering the two of them couldn't hurt. She's superb, Ronald casually agreed. He shielded his forehead with his hand, looking across at the backlit figure. A handsome young man with a very upright face was talking to a somewhat inexperienced actress. They seemed to be rehearsing. That must be Count Valmont and young Cecil. In the film Dangerous Liaisons, Count Valmont is the protagonist, a playboy. Cecil was originally raised in a convent, destined to marry a powerful man. But Valmont seduced Cecil after a bet with a noble woman, the Marquise de Maitre. No, the woman is Cecil, not the man, the production manager laughed. Everyone who came to the set would mistake him. The actress is Uma Thurman, just starting out in Hollywood. The actor is Keanu Reeves, also his first big-budget production, not quite up to the task of playing Earl Valmont. Oh, is he playing Night Danny? Danny is Cecil's true love in Dangerous Liaisons, so, besides Valmont, the only other actor she'll be working with is Cecil. Ronald guessed. Bingo. Let's go sit over there for a bit. I'll go ask the director about the schedule. If there's nothing else, let Miss Pfeiffer take half a day off. Ronald and Richard found 2 seats on the outskirts. Filming period dramas is obviously very slow. The costumes, makeup, and hairstyles require far more preparation than modern films to ensure things don't fall apart during each day's shooting. And with the corsets and floor-length gowns, movement is difficult, so actors usually don't come out until filming. If they cast such a handsome actor for Danny, how handsome must Valmont be, Ronald thought. There aren't many in Hollywood who are good-looking enough. Tom Cruise might be more suitable. Could they be foreign actors? Ronald, sitting in his chair, noticed several crew members, the script supervisors, production assistants, and prop masters, gossiping behind him and glanced back. Filming on set is a lonely affair. It's not unusual for men and women to have affairs. You're new here, aren't you? Didn't you see the big gossip from the other day? Mary and I both saw it. Pfeiffer and Get moving, get moving. The production manager on the other side had returned and, seeing the staff gossiping again, immediately yelled at them to get to work. This was one of his main tasks on set, making sure his staff didn't slack off. Ronald's brows furrowed. Was Michelle Pfeiffer having an affair? No way, she's the type who'd rather be apart from her husband for love and companionship. Perhaps it was for rehearsals. Pfeiffer played the exceptionally chaste Lady Tauville, who was seduced by Count Valmont in the play, and ultimately abandoned her reputation for chastity, genuinely falling in love with a playboy Valmont, thus changing Valmont's fate. The production manager just said Pfeiffer and Valmont had great chemistry, right? It must be that the janitors saw them during rehearsals and gossiped. This kind of film crew is a bit different from Ronald's crew. The filming locations are all in the original country, and the crew is large, so some imperfections are inevitable. The director agreed. Let's go sit in the lounge first. Miss Pfeiffer's manager isn't here, you can wait there while I go check on her. Ronald and Richard sat down in the lounge again. This place used to be the office of the Versailles Palace Tourism Agency, rented by the film crew as a lounge, and now it was empty. The two quickly became bored, and Ronald started wandering around Versailles Palace. Richard told him not to go too far, and he would stay in the lounge to wait. Ronald indicated that he understood. Outside the lounge were tall buildings and well-maintained gardens. After walking around twice with similar scenery, he got bored and headed back. However, he seemed to be a little lost. He saw a large corridor that looked like the lounge from before, and Ronald quickly walked towards it. I love you. I love you. A soft moan came, as if a man and a woman were kissing me. Ronald turned the corner, and in a shadowy spot, a man and a woman were embracing, whispering sweet nothings and kissing passionately. Ah, the woman exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ronald. Michelle. Ronald recognized her as Michelle Pfeiffer in her costume. It's you, Ronald. The man turned around, recognizing a familiar face. It's you? What are you doing here? Ronald was startled. This man was also in period costume. Could he really be playing the playboy Count Valmont? He's so unattractive. How could it be you? Ronald exclaimed again. This actor was John Malkovich, whom he'd met while filming in Zujihu. He was playing Count Valmont? No, he was having an affair with Michelle Pfeiffer? Who is blind? Ah, Michelle Pfeiffer, caught in the act by Ronald, was overwhelmed with complex emotions. She covered her face with her hands and turned away. Ronald, John Malkovich rushed up, grabbing Ronald's arm with trembling hands, disregarding everything else. I beg you, don't tell anyone. Oh, I didn't see anything, Ronald managed to stammer. These two were married, how did they end up together? And he even saw it. And with such a loser like Malkovich? Why are all the movie stars' marriages I've encountered lately like hell? Chapter 975 A Showdown. Huh? Michelle Pfeiffer, upon hearing John Malkovich's request to Ronald not to reveal their relationship, suddenly turned around, her eyebrows furrowing, seemingly incredulous at his words. Her eyes were slightly red, her lower lip trembling slightly. She stood up, nodding to Ronald before quickly running towards her trailer. Michelle, John Malkovich, hearing the commotion, turned back to chase after her, leaving Ronald standing there, bewildered. It all happened so suddenly, like a gust of wind leaving nothing behind. Only Ronald remained, standing disheveled in the sunlight. After a moment, Ronald reached out and touched the spot where they had just been sitting, confirming he wasn't dreaming. SHXT, Ronald turned a few corners and returned to the lounge, waving to Richard. Let's go. Call Rick, Nisida, right away. It's urgent. John Malkovich has a bad reputation in this line of work. I have countless complaints about him. Nisida, awakened, sighed on the phone. Should we contact Michelle's agent, Limetto, right away? Richard interjected. Ronald had stumbled upon this, but gossip had already been circulating, and it seemed inevitable that it would get out sooner or later. If they didn't communicate with Michelle's agent, who handled her business like her father did, beforehand, there would be a lot of trouble later. After learning the news, Pfeiffer's agent, Limetto, flew to Paris on the Concorde. He arrived at the film set the next morning. Ronald brought Limetto to Pfeiffer's trailer. Sitting at the door was John Malkovich. Ronald gave him a strange look. Wasn't he supposed to have a bad reputation for his relationships? Why did he seem so devoted this time? Knock knock. Ronald knocked on the door. Get out, Michelle Pfeiffer yelled from inside. It's me, Ronald. And Mr. Limetto. Pfeiffer quickly opened the door. Ronald let Ed Lamato in, then stood aside, looking at John Malkovich, who seemed unsure whether to go in or continue waiting. "I'm sincere," Malkovich, for some reason, actually defended himself to Ronald. "Why don't you let her calm down? I don't think now is a good time, you still have scenes to film." Ronald noticed that both of them were somewhat mentally unstable and advised him to go back. Malkovich returned dejectedly. Lamato and Michelle Pfeiffer talked for a long time and finally finalized their next course of action. John Malkovich was an irresponsible person, and Pfeiffer decided to cut ties with him completely. Fortunately, their scenes were almost finished, so it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Furthermore, Lamato used his influence in the agent circle. Director Stephen Frears was a WMA client, to issue gag orders to several crew members who knew about the situation, either through bribery or threats. After Lamato finished talking with Pfeiffer, he was going to the hotel to make post-production arrangements when he saw Ronald still at the car door. He made a mournful expression and pulled Ronald aside. "Michelle's husband, you know. This movie, Dangerous Liaisons, is about a virtuous socialite who, because her husband isn't around, is deceived by the sweet words of a playboy. Michelle is too invested, you should go see her, she needs you right now." Ronald thought, what does "need me right now" mean? But the trailer door opened again, and Michelle Pfeiffer was watching him from behind, so Ronald had no choice but to get in. He looked at Pfeiffer, unsure of what to say, and then, almost unconsciously, Ronald blurted out, "Can you still act? Are you still interested in my Steel Magnolia, PFFT?" Michelle Pfeiffer laughed. Ronald's words actually put her at ease. "Of course, I really liked this script. I originally invited you here to talk to you about whether you could direct it." Michelle Pfeiffer returned to normal. "If you agree to act in it, I'll seriously consider it." Ronald was also calculating. Michelle Pfeiffer had a strong box office appeal, and with a newly crowned Oscar winner Olympia Dukakis and Best Actress Shirley MacLaine, this movie looked promising. Would his title as a feminist film master be secure now? The two avoided discussing anything unexpected in a friendly and tacit manner. Ronald said goodbye, leaving Pfeiffer some private space to sort out this messy emotional entanglement. "Why did you come out so quickly?" Lamato was in the dressing room, talking to Ronald's agent, Richard. The bad thing about this was that Ronald had caught Pfeiffer and Malkovich's affair. No matter how the two interacted afterward, if anything leaked out, Ronald's name would definitely be dragged into the tabloids. And with a large-scale period drama production of several hundred people, leaks were almost inevitable. Fortunately, the filming location was in France, giving Lamato time. Upon returning, he would leverage William Morris's influence to prepare among major media outlets and smaller reporters. Any unfavorable news would be suppressed immediately, though not completely, but kept within a certain scope. Richard, on the other hand, was most concerned about Ronald not being implicated, especially by the two main figures in the affair. He needed to ensure neither of them revealed Ronald's name. John Malkovich was already a CAA client and easy to manipulate. Lamato, however, needed both sides to reach an understanding. The two discussed things well, and Richard felt confident he could handle things smoothly for Ronald. Unless, of course, Ronald had other ideas? Fortunately, Ronald didn't seem to have any. "I finished discussing the new film with Michelle. She really liked the script, so it won't take long, thank you," Lamato said without further ado, thanking Ronald before rushing to make arrangements. Phew, Ronald and Richard both breathed a sigh of relief. "How could Michelle?" Ronald asked, then realized this wasn't something to discuss with his agent. "Ed, Lamato, and I just talked about it." Richard didn't see anything wrong with it. In his view, Ronald wanted to know the truth, and he had to find out. Miss Pfeiffer has always had excellent box office results, but critics haven't really appreciated her acting. It wasn't until she starred in Jonathan Demme's Into the Gangster that Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave her a positive review. This was the result of her years of acting training. But the side effect is that she's becoming increasingly immersed in her roles and can't pull herself out. Method acting, Ronald sighed. "Sometimes it's like that. To get critics to praise your performance, you have to give up something." Actually, this problem isn't limited to method acting. Films shot abroad, with daily period makeup and immersion in the storyline, and actors being sensitive people, can easily get caught up in the situation and lose sight of the difference between the plot and real life. Michelle's manager, who is also her friend, failed to notice and guide her in time. LaMatta will have to use some methods to get rid of her this time and replace her with someone who can truly stand on his side. Ronald nodded. It was clear that the manager's absence was to create opportunities for Pfeiffer. For actors, sometimes having a manager who is too obedient can be a problem. Having finally finalized the casting for the new film, Ronald felt no longer interested in continuing his vacation in Paris. He wanted to return to Cannes to reunite with his colleagues and pay more attention to the company's business. However, before leaving Versailles with Richard, he suddenly remembered something. Hey? Why didn't I see Annette Benin on set? Richard was a little stunned by the question and didn't know how to answer. I promised her I would introduce her to an audition opportunity. Did she not get it? Ronald was a little unhappy. He had a very good reputation in these matters. He didn't want to break his promises and ruin his reputation in the future. No, that's not right either. She doesn't have a role here anymore, Ronald thought, then realized something was off. There were 3 main female characters in the film. Pfeiffer played the Virgin, Uma Thurman played the Maiden, and Glenn Gross played the villain. No, she auditioned for another film, a similar one, distributed by Orion. It's an adaptation of the stage play Dangerous Liaisons. They're speeding up filming for this one, releasing it at the end of the year. The other one is directed by 2-time Academy Award winner Milos Forman, Amadeus and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Oh, that's really outrageous, Ronald understood. The stage play was shown in London's West End and had the rights. However, the novel was written in the 18th century. Regardless of who acquired the stage adaptation rights, the other party could claim to have adapted it from the novel. Moreover, these 2 films represent 2 typical Hollywood approaches to adapting classic works. Warner Brothers' film aimed to cast a variety of stars, while Orion's film relied on a renowned director, carefully selecting the most suitable actors rather than the most famous. It was truly uncertain who would win at the box office. However, regardless of which film was released, the box office would be lower than if only one was shown. This was understandable. The Writers Guild was still on strike, and the competition among producers for scripts already proven successful on Broadway was fierce. Failing to secure a film would undoubtedly result in significant losses next year. The lack of a blockbuster might be due to bad luck on the part of executives, but the absence of any film releases indicated a fundamental problem with their capabilities. However, such a brutal, cutthroat competition means Warner Brothers and Orion are essentially playing head-to-head. This isn't good for the executive's career prospects. Ronald looked at Richard. If the box office fails, there will be no other excuses. Both are essentially making the same script. Orion desperately needs a blockbuster to prove its finances are sound, Richard explained to Ronald. This company is a mid-sized production studio, relying on a series of blockbusters to maintain its cash flow. Their script development has been halted for several months, and there are rumors circulating in Hollywood that they're also facing problems. So they need to find the right opportunity to show everyone that Orion's strength is still there. Otherwise, without such a blockbuster to back them up, it would be disastrous if investors withdrew their funding. Sometimes, it's not that you actually have a problem, but that the market and the industry think you do. Which movie do you think will be more successful? Richard asked, curious for Ronald's opinion. Well, I don't know, it's hard to say. Ronald didn't know how to predict it either. Ronald returned to Cannes. The film festival was already halfway through. Nastasia Kinski had already begun discussing the Palme d'Or winner behind closed doors with the other jury members. This year's Cannes was a slow year, with no particularly sensational films. Ronald saw that Bernstein and Canold had produced several low-budget B-movies for Europeans, preparing to test the waters in the video market to see if there was any interest in European films. He felt satisfied. Also showing these days was a film Ronald was familiar with, The Big Blue, distributed by Weintraub's company and directed by a Frenchman. The film had beautiful scenery, but the plot had a somewhat strange, European feel. He felt uneasy after watching the ending, as if the director was deliberately making things difficult for the audience. The male lead didn't have a happy ending with a female lead. Instead, he dived into the deep sea, wanting to end his life. The female lead was Hollywood actress Rosanna Arquette, who had once been a promising star. However, Hollywood is too competitive, and it seems Arquette's attempt to switch gears in Europe will not succeed. The film didn't enter the competition section, and its anti-dramatic ending is unlikely to be successful at the American box office. Her dream of returning to Hollywood is likely shattered. Just as Ronald was lost in thought, He saw a Chinese actress and a Cheongsam among the audience leaving the theater. Wasn't that the female lead from Red Sorghum? Hello, Ms. Guang. I'm Ronald. Director Zhang didn't come to Cannes this time, Ronald greeted her. Although she was wearing a Cheongsam, Guang Li's mainland Chinese features were immediately recognizable. Ah, Director Luo. Bonjour. Ah, no, you're American. Hello. Guang Li was very friendly to a foreigner who could speak Chinese. Hello, hello, let's find a place to eat, Ronald said, knowing the actors weren't well paid, and offered to treat them to something nice. Prices were high in Cannes during the film festival. He didn't want them eating instant noodles later. Haha, sure enough, the Chinese were happy to hear someone was offering to treat them to a meal. Yimou is back in China. Someone wants him to make a commercial film, and this trip to Cannes was arranged by his agent in Hong Kong. The pay isn't much, so only one person could come. Yimou won West Berlin last time, so I came this time. Ah, a commercial film is good. Director Zhang has a very high artistic sense. If he can use the techniques of outdoor cinema in a commercial film, he'll definitely succeed. Ronald found this interesting. It seemed the filmmakers there were embracing commercialization, which was good for his business. It would also give him more opportunities to sell copies there. I wonder what kind of subject matter it is. Ronald was also curious about what kind of commercial film Yimou would make. Judging from his previous 2 films as the lead actor and director, perhaps he needed to innovate. It's about a hijacking, you know. It's about a passenger plane being hijacked and then rescuing hostages. I heard a boss saw Hollywood videotape and paid Yimou $90,000 to make a similar one. Ah, could it be? Ronald sensed something was wrong. This plot sounded like something directed by Minahan Golan. It's called Delta Force. I heard it was filmed in the Israeli desert, and the male lead even acted with Bruce Lee. His name is, Chuck Norris. Ronald covered his face. Chuck Norris was the Chinese name of Chuck Norris, the action star signed by Minahan. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.